Good morning, good morning, good morning. I am back with another live stream. Welcome back to the live stream. It is your boy, Genesis. I am back. How are you doing this beautiful morning? It is currently 12:52 a.m., 52 minutes past midnight, okay? And today's date is the 26th of October 2024. How was your day yesterday? Okay. Did you have a good time? Did you go to work? How was work? How was the family? How was business? Whatever you do to keep the ball rolling, to keep your family going, to keep life interesting for you. How is that adventure for you? All right. The title of today's stream is Momentum is Key. Why do I say momentum is key? Why did I name this live stream Momentum is Key? Well, momentum is a very, very strong word. Momentum is like a powerful force that can help you achieve your dreams, goals, and can also help you succeed in life and in business or in your family endeavors or in faith, you know? So basically, keep the momentum. Don't forget why you started. Keep moving, keep pushing, keep believing, never give up, and just stay focused. Because at the end of the day, if you stop doing what you're doing, how are you going to see the end of it? How are you going to see the results? Okay? Good days, keep going. Bad days, keep going. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Don't be too engulfed with results. Okay. Sometimes it might take a year, it might take 6 months, it might take 3 months, it might take 2 weeks. However, just keep going. All right. Keep going. Okay. So, just to bring you guys back to the show, I just wanted to let y'all know that I believe in you guys. I am praying for you, and God is with you, okay? God is with you. I know things can be hard. Sometimes life can be hard, but just keep going, okay? We all have what we're dealing with. Everybody has something that they got going on, okay? Everybody has something they got going on. So don't feel like you are the only one, okay? Stay prayed up and just be joyful, you know? Be joyful. All right. The legendary 45th, some people say he might be the 47th, had another campaign rally today in Virginia. So we're going to see that now, and then we're going to talk about it. Let's get the show started. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Donald J. Trump. Let's go.
This is an honor, and I want to thank the people behind me because they have done an incredible job under very adverse conditions, I have to say. And they're very special people. Very special. Congratulations to Paul. He gave a speech last week, which was incredible. I mean, they endorsed me, so I have to think it was incredible. So thank you all very much. It's a great group of people. They love our country. Before we begin, I want to address the unconstitutional decision issued today by a radical judge appointed by Biden, and just came down in Virginia, illegally allowing non-citizens to vote in our elections. In fact, a poll came out, 87% of the people disagree, so that's pretty good amount, isn't it, Ted, huh? The outrageous decision goes against the very bedrock of our democracy, and thankfully, Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin, who's doing a terrific job, is working hard to fix this problem. They found thousands of illegal votes, and the judge said, you didn't do it in a timely fashion. They did it a long time ago. As legal scholar Andy McCarthy just said, and very correctly, how can non-citizens be allowed on the voter rolls if their voting is a federal crime? Constitutional law professor Jonathan Turley, two great guys, by the way, also notes that it is a crime to be a non-citizen voter. Removing illegal voters off the voting roll should be a big priority for this country, and yet instead we're scorned by a judge. This is blatantly un-American, and it's election interference, and Kamala Harris is behind it very much. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And obviously, I mean, it's up to the governor of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin, but I assume they're going to be appealing it. I think he's going to. And they feel very strongly about it. So we'll see how it goes. But you have to get the confidence going for elections when you have decisions coming down like that, where they allow people to vote that blatantly aren't qualified to vote. It's pretty sad for our country. We have enough problems with the elections. It's about confidence.
Thank you for tuning in one more time. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. If you haven't liked the live show, double tap your screen. Let's get the likes up. So this speech was made in Texas by the former president concerning the Virginia's situation. Okay, so he is in Texas right now in this speech, and he was talking about Virginia. So let's listen closely.
We're here today in the great state of Texas, which I like it. I like it. Which under Kamala Harris has been turned into ground zero for the largest border invasion in the history of the world. You're lucky you have your governor and people like Ted and Dan and all other people, Sid. Even John, who's from a different state, but he feels the same way, or you would really have problems. But you've done an amazing job under the circumstances. But the federal government's supposed to be doing that job, and it should be easy, and it's not because of the people. But over the past 4 years, this state has become Kamala's staging ground to import her army of migrant gangs and illegal alien criminals into every state in America, and every state's a border state. You've heard that. It's true. Paving a trail of bloodshed, suffering, and death all across our land, and it's only getting worse. It's just incredible when you look at the numbers. 21 million people at least during this 3.5-year period, and many of them, as you know, are murderers, drug dealers, people from jails. They're letting their people out of jails and bringing them right into our country. We're like a dumping ground. What Kamala Harris has done on our border is cruel, it's vile, and it's absolutely heartless. Her policy of importing migrant gangs is a crime against our country. It's actually a crime against humanity, and her abolition of our border should disqualify her for even running. I mean, I don't know how you can run for the president of the United States and allow people to pour into our country. And we're talking about seriously criminal people, many of these people, and they come from all over the world. It's not just South America. They're coming in from Africa. They're coming in from the Middle East. The Congo, that's a hot place right now. A lot of people coming in from prisons in the Congo. They're coming into our country. It's not even believable, actually, when you think, you're standing up here, you're saying this stuff, John Barrasso, but you're saying this, and you say to yourself, is it even believable? It's sort of like, actually in a smaller way, but still very important, men playing in women's sports. Who would want that? But, 10 years ago, you would never say that. And then you have the transgender operations all over the place. And you're saying this, and you have parental guidance, and we want our child to be parentally guided, and you have to make apologies for the fact that they're not, but they're going to be, and we're going to bring that back. We want our parents. We want our parents. But you know, if you go back 10 years or 15 years ago, if you ever made a speech like that, they'd say, this guy's crazy. What is he talking about? Those things would never happen, and they didn't happen until a certain time ago with the radical left. No person who is responsible for so much bloodshed on our own soil can ever be allowed to become president of the United States. And I think she's coming here today. She doesn't want to go to a swing state because she's losing so badly in those states. So she decided to come to Texas, and I'm sure she'll be treated very nicely. Today, she picked the wrong place. I think she picked the wrong place. What do I know about politics? I haven't done it that long, actually. But today, Kamala is here in Texas to rub shoulders with woke celebrities. Isn't that exciting? But she's not going to meet with any of the victims of migrant crime while she's here. We have many of them right here, the families. We have many of them. And they're incredible people, what they've gone through, the hell that they've gone through, and will continue to go through, unfortunately. She'll not speak to the grieving mothers from whom she has stolen the brightest light in their lives. She was in charge of this border, and she doesn't like being called border czar anymore. She didn't mind it almost 4 years ago, but now she doesn't like it. But you don't need that term. She was in charge of the border. She never came here, and she never made one call to these people behind me or anybody in the group. Not one call. She's in charge. She deals with Border Patrol. She hasn't made, Paul, not one call in 4 years. So we're joined today by a Texas mom, Alexis Nungary from Houston, a great woman. This past June, thank you. Great one. Where is Alexis? Where is she? Come up here, Alexis. Come up here. So this past June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious angel, as you say, Jocelyn, we all called her that. We feel we know Jocelyn, and she's had a big impact, Alexis. You know that, right? She's had a big impact. Walked to a nearby convenience store. Jocelyn was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted, and I'm not going any further than that. I'm standing with the mother, and horrible things happened to her, to that young, beautiful girl. And the animals arrested for Jocelyn's barbaric murder are 2 illegal aliens believed to be members of the savage Venezuelan prison gang known as Tren de Aragua. And they're all over the place now. They're all over our country. They were in Aurora, but Aurora is now the least of it. They've taken over buildings in Aurora. The government, a radical left Democrat, weak person, doesn't know quite what to do. He's always got a big mouth when he talks about other things, but he has no idea what to do. And they have weapons of military grade. You say, how did they get those weapons? These monsters were in Border Patrol custody, but under a program Kamala Harris created to abolish detention for fighting-aged men, whatever that means, and give them free and automatic entry into the United States. The killers were released into our country, and Alexis, we cannot begin to imagine your pain. And if you'd like to say a few words, would you like to? Would you? Thank you. Thank you, darling.
I want to thank everybody for Donald Trump, really, for the opportunity to be able to say my daughter's story. I know everybody knows somebody that was like her. She was 12. She was going to be a 7th grader, preteens. They think they're invincible. And she was just being a child. And due to the Biden-Harris policies we have here are why she's not here anymore. She was taken from her vulnerability, and they made her a target and ran with that. And now I will forever be a grieving mother, and my son will forever be a grieving brother who will no longer get to grow up with his sister. Kamala Harris has never reached out to me, just even as a human, to give her condolences as a humane person running this country. I think it's very sad that she can't even just give me an open apology, sincere apology. She's attempted to apologize to me just days before this election, and I find it very inconvenient and a convenience for her. I appreciate everything Donald Trump, Senator Ted Cruz has done for me. They've been a tremendous amount of help for me and my family during this incredibly hard journey for me. I want to thank everybody for listening to my words. Thank you.
So I want to thank you, Alexis, and we will never forget Jocelyn. We're not going to. We've all seen her picture. It's blazed into our minds, and the violence and viciousness, and nobody calls, nobody talks. And we have many others like that. The 13 soldiers that were killed so horribly in Afghanistan, nobody called them. Nobody calls them. But certain people they call, but they don't call them. They weren't called. They weren't treated properly. They were treated very badly, actually. And many others, including some of the people in this room, nobody calls. I don't know, just from a human standpoint, I call. It's like you can't do much because it's done. We could have done much if we were running things, Ted. We would have had strong borders. We would have had all the things. At least they would have had a real good chance of not having been caught up in this crime wave that's happening. It's a crime wave. The number of people coming in, we have no idea what the number is. I say 21 million. A lot of people think it's more than that. And then you start talking about the gotaways. I think the gotaways could be, Dan, double that. Who knows what it is? They're running into the country. We have no idea. That we call them from parts. I call them from parts unknown. As of 2 weeks ago, Tom Homan told me it was 181 countries were represented and people pouring in. So it's no longer just a small group of people from the 3 or 4 countries that we're accustomed to talking about. In an interview last week, Kamala Harris was asked directly if she would apologize to Alexis for letting in the savage killer that took Jocelyn's life, and Kamala Harris refused to take any responsibility whatsoever. She refused to own up to the fact that open borders and totally unchecked. It's not even open borders. Open borders are horrible, and how stupid are they? How stupid. We're the only country in the world that has this. But they don't even check them. They don't vet them. They don't know who they are. They don't know where they're going. They just come in, and then they fly them over, you know? When the border got a little bit tougher because people were getting angry and just, we had citizens standing at the border wanting to do, and then they get in trouble because they want to do the job the federal government's supposed to be doing. But she refused to own up to it. And last night she said she wants to make strong borders. I mean, what she did last night and the night before, the town hall with Cooper was just unbelievable. Allison Cooper got so angry. But think of it, never an apology, never a phone call to anybody. So thank you very much, Alexis. We're going to get this thing straightened out. We're going to get it straightened out. We got to get it straightened out. Just from the standpoint of our heart, no calls, no nothing. Worst of all, Kamala refuses to stop importing these killers into our country every day. She brings in more. She's got no remorse at all for the innocent blood that's on her hands, and the blood is on her hands, and Biden too, but Biden doesn't know where the hell he is, so what difference? I just saw him. He's making a speech somewhere, and he screwed it up pretty badly. But he's got his glasses, the whole deal, you know, standing outside, wind blowing. He doesn't look great for us. He doesn't look, that's not what we want. That's not what we want. President Xi used to look at him and still does, I guess, right? But He used to he just said, oh, this makes me so happy, he says. And Putin and the whole group, Kim Jong-un, they're tough guys out there. They're tough and they're smart and they're streetwise and they're at the top of their game. And we don't have that. That's very nice. Thank you. What a good line that she said, that's why we have you. Thank you very much. Wow. Do you know that woman? You know that one? That's very good. Thank you. It's very nice. Thank you very much. 2 days ago, she said she could not think of any mistakes that she's made. She was asked a question, can you think of anything that you would do different? Can you think of any mistakes that you've made? Now, actually, she couldn't think of it. It's about as good. She could say, I would have strengthened the border, I would have lowered taxes, there are about 500 answers she could give, and you're out of that question, right? She couldn't think of a thing. You know, the worst of all, though, really is 325,000 young children are possibly dead, but many of them are dead, but they're sex slaves, or at a minimum, they're missing. They'll never see their parents again, most likely. We'll do everything we can when we come back. I don't know. It's very far down the line. We're going to do everything we can to get them. But think of what that number represents, Dan. 325,000. And the fake news media doesn't even talk about it. If that were a Republican instead, it would be the biggest scandal in history. It would be the equivalent of nothing else. And they don't even talk about it. They cannot talk about 325,000 for you people are missing. Think of that, are missing, and probably will never be seen again, most of them. But we're going to do the best we can. It's a tough assignment. But most of them, they're probably dead. Under Border Czar Harris, there are 13,099 illegal aliens convicted of murder that were released from jails and prisons and penitentiaries, and they were set loose into the United States of America. We're like a garbage can. We're like a garbage can. First time I said it was last night. Gave a speech in Las Vegas. 29,000 people. It was an arena. We set the arena record. That was a big deal arena, too. We set the record, but it was an amazing crowd. The first time I ever said it, I don't know, it just came out, garbage can. We're like a garbage can for the rest of the world to dump the people that they don't want. Do you know what they say from that? Their mental institutions are being emptied out. Their jails and prisons are being emptied out. And their gangs and their drug dealers and everybody's being taken off the streets. And Venezuelan crime is down 72%. Can you believe it? Well, that's because they don't, the criminals are being put here. If we don't win this election, we're going to go to Venezuela next year, Ted, and we're going to celebrate there because it's going to be much safer than our country, okay? Is that a deal? We'll all go together. You're winning. No, it's just so bad. Well, I have to tell you, I'm not supposed to say it, but we are winning by a lot, actually. And the reason is we want them to keep voting because we have to go, these used to take one day. Now they go on forever. And bad things happen. Lots of bad things happen. Where are those votes that I saw 2 days ago? Well, we're painting that section and we decided to move them, sir. Oh, you can't believe it. So they said, don't say it. So I didn't say it. Don't tell anyone I said that. But we're doing well. We're doing well in all 7 states. Every one of those swing states we're doing well. And we're doing really well here. But we expect that. We expect. But in another atrocity, Kamala released and unvetted MS-13 gang members from El Salvador into the United States. These are real beauties. MS-13, that's another gang. They use knives. They like knives because it's more painful. They cut people up. They killed 2 young students walking to school, 2 beautiful young women, young girls. And they were walking to school, and they got them walking to school, and they knifed them up and cut them up. Didn't want to use guns because that's not painful. And you know who got rid of them? ICE, their friends from from ICE. They work so well together. And Kamala wants ICE is, you know what ICE is? Tough people that love our country. They have to be tough, because I know a lot of tough people right up here. You don't want to do what they do. They got to be tough. And they've done a great job, but they did a very good job here. But the animal that went on to attack and tie up a 20-year-old autistic woman in Maryland before, raping her and strangled her, then strangled her to death very violently in front of numerous people, and actually put it on tape. Put it on tape. These are the people we're bringing into our country. In New York this past summer, an illegal alien released into our custody and came into our country by Kamala. You know, I never use the word Harris because nobody knows who I'm talking about. When I say Harris, they say, who the hell is Harris? It's true. If I said VP Harris, nobody knows who it is. Can you believe she's a VP? A VP. How about the guy she's got? That's worse. I'm not sure. It might be worse than her. Well, she lived by the old adage, always get yourself a bad VP. And she's got one. We were very happy when we heard that choice, but we didn't know he was as bad as he did. He's a disaster. But Kamala approached two 13-year-old children with, think of this, these people that she let in with machetes, knives, guns, in broad daylight, forced them into the woods, tied them up together, their wrists, everything, raped the young girl, park, filmed the entire thing, put it on camera, put it out for everybody to see, badly injured this person and somebody with her too, really badly. In Georgia this year, and you know this, everybody knows this, except Biden, he didn't know how to pronounce her name after pressure because he didn't talk about it either, Alexis. He refused to talk about it. Then he was actually forced to because it got so crazy. But in Georgia this year, an illegal alien criminal with ties to Trinidad, Aragua, kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered a brilliant young nursing student, Laken Riley, you remember? Laken Riley, who was a beautiful, I got to meet the parents a couple of times, they're incredible, but they're like devastated. You know, you can't really say, oh, well, everything will be, it's not going to be okay, it's not good. It's just, you can't really, there's nothing you can say, really. A lot of times they say, like to Alexis, what can I say? The only thing we can do is do something about it so it doesn't happen again, you know, and that's all we can do. But she murdered her while she was out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape, and they got her. Her killer was yet another monster released into America through this open border policy of Kamala and her group of radical left idiots. Under the Trump administration, we will end this migrant invasion and we will deport every last criminal alien, targeting our daughters and our children, our families, other people's families. They're going to be gone. They're going to be gone fast. Some are so violent, you know, we can't let them go. We can't send them in because they'll come back. But we have some pretty strong policies that we're putting into place immediately on January 20th. We're honored to be joined by many of the incredible Border Patrol agents and law enforcement heroes who will help us restore safety to America. And I'd like to invite a very special person. He made such a good speech last night. They endorsed me. And this gentleman made a very good speech. I said, you know, I'm going to have to go back and start practicing. Ted, you and I are going to have to practice a little bit. But Paul Perez just assumed the big power position from Brandon, who was a fantastic guy. He's still involved in so many ways, but they endorsed me, something they're not really probably even supposed to do. I won't get into that. But they love the country. And in endorsing, they said very bad things about her. They don't want to say bad things either. They want to say great things. Even me, I didn't know I was going to do this. We had a very good first election. We had a much better second election. We got close to 12 million votes more than we did the first time, the highest number in history. And okay. And then I saw what was happening with the country. It was so bad and so incompetent. It didn't take long. I would have preferred that the country was really well run. John, I would have preferred it. If the country was really, if Biden got in there and he was a great president, I would have actually preferred it. And right now I'd be on a beach or a golf course or something. I'd be doing something else. But I'd rather be in Texas with you, I can tell you that. I'd rather be in Texas with you because we're going to make our country great again, and we're going to do it. And if I could ask Paul just to come up and say a few words, and I appreciate very much the endorsement, Paul. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President. I really respect the fact that you came out to Texas to highlight migrant crime, illegal alien crime. We've got some good people here in the front row that have been supporting the governor's efforts to do the federal government's job. And so we really appreciate that. But I want to talk about the person that's going to be coming to Houston tonight, not to apologize or highlight illegal alien crime, but to party like a fool on stage with celebrities. Instead of apologizing to the families, this is somebody who likes to brag about being a former federal prosecutor who prosecuted transnational gangs and cartel members. So she knew better, President Trump. She knew better than most exactly the threat that these people, these animals, create, the threat that they bring to our communities that will harm our families. And these scumbags listed here on these pictures here are part of the Kamala crime wave. And because of that, the Kamala crime wave has devastated cities. President Trump strikes fear in the enemies of America. That is the type of leadership that we need in this country. Just recently, the criminal cartels have greenlit firing on Border Patrol agents. They would have never done that under President Trump because they know he would send the message that if you touch a single hair on a Border Patrol agent, I will eradicate you. That's the strength and leadership we need from President Trump. Not the clowns that are running for president on the Democratic ticket. My daughter can handle a shotgun better than Tim Walz. And he served in the military, as he claims. The Secretary of Homeland Security, also a former federal prosecutor. They know better. They should have stopped this invasion. They did nothing. They not only facilitated, but they encouraged it. This border needs to be fixed, and the only person that can fix this border is Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much. Paul, thank you very much. Boy, it's you can't say it better. You can't say it better. And they really know the subject. If they thought somebody was slightly better, that's what they want. They just want it fixed. And their job's a lot easier just to let everybody pour through. It's a tough job when you do it right, but that's what they want. They love the country. This is just a great group. I've gotten to know them so well over the years. I did call them a lot. And we had the safest border. We put down my all-time favorite chart. Without that chart, I wouldn't be standing here, Dan. But that chart basically showed we had the lowest, and it was done by Border Patrol. We had the lowest number of illegal migrants. We had the lowest number of drugs in many years, and all of the different categories were number one. The day I left, and I said, we're going to have to come back. We're going to have to do it, and we'll do it even better because we really have experience now that we didn't have then. I want to thank the Guillen family. The Guillen family is here. They are incredible, incredible, brave, and beautiful family. They lost their daughter and sister, and she's up in heaven looking down, very proud of you, and very proud of the stance that you took. A very vicious group of people, just liars, you know, and a magazine that's a failing magazine run by a guy named Goldberg came out with a story, bad story about me, that I had told them I was going to do something and all this. And they were so incensed that they said, we can't let them say that about what took place with the daughter. I was going to help them if they didn't get the military funding. I was going to fund it myself. I told them that, but they were able to get the funding. And I guess they came out with a story that, what's it called, the Atlantic magazine, Atlantic. This is a really bad, they were the ones that made up the story about me saying bad things about the soldiers. The beautiful thing is that these people were willing to come out and say it didn't happen that way. This man was I had them into the White House, and they didn't have to do this. They could have sat back, and your daughter is so proud of you. I'm telling you, they didn't have to do that. I didn't, I have these people saying all this bad stuff. Then all of a sudden, the family that they're talking about comes out of nowhere and says, President Trump was perfect. What he did was so great. He got us the money. And I did say, if we couldn't get you the money for the funeral, I was going to pay it. But he got us the money, and it happened so quickly and nice. And they came out and they said that. Who would do that? A lot of people wouldn't do that. They'd sit back and they say, well, he was a nice guy, but we don't want to get involved or something. We love you. Thank you very much. We love you. And there was phony stories by a general that got fired, and it was a whack job, total whack job, a general. It's funny, when you fire people, see, Biden has never fired anybody, but when you fire people for doing a bad job, they get a little bit angry. Somehow it just seems to work. But he was a nut job to start off with. So it's such a beautiful story. Out of nowhere, we get a call saying that problem solved. Why? Because the family came to and they said that the magazine totally lied and misrepresented. This was the same magazine that said that I said about dead soldiers that there was something, what was it, suckers and losers. Think of it. I'm supposed to be standing there over the graves of soldiers with people around me, military people or whatever, making a statement like that. Can you imagine? Can you imagine anybody doing it? I think I'd end up I may be the president, but I think somebody would start a fist fight. And probably I would say, you were right in it. Who would do this? They make up stories. It's not even like they have sources. They don't have sources. They're storytellers. They say, what would be bad? I have a bad one. And you know when it's always released? Same time with the last one. It's released just before the election. That suckers and losers story, which was totally fabricated. There's nobody that loves the military. And these were World War I heroes. They died in World War I. And I'm saying, they were suckers. I mean, you'd know me. They were suckers or losers. Can you imagine it? And the problem I have, Ted, is that 5, 10, 20% of people, when they read that, they're going to believe it. So I talk about it because it was a terrible thing. I walked past, I remember we were doing a big event, and I was going back to Air Force One, and they were under the wing, these fake news people. They're so bad. There's a lot of them back there, by the way. We got a lot of them honoring that special person, right? We got a lot of fake news. But I remember I'm walking past, and I hear the people shouting and everything. And I heard this one voice, loud, boisterous, horrible voice, say, did you call the dead soldiers from World War I suckers and losers? I said, I didn't, to myself, I said, man, that's a bad one. Because it's what, this sleazebag reporter, Goldberg, against me. I mean, and a percentage of people have to believe it, so all I can do is talk about it. But as soon as I heard that statement, I said, man, that's bad. Because to me, that's so bad. And that's what they do. These are evil people. They're a threat to democracy. And, we are not a threat. The threat to democracy is the other side. They've weaponized the courts. They've weaponized the FBI to go after people. They go after parents. They're going after Catholics. I don't know what's with Catholics lately. But if you're Catholic, you're being persecuted. Anybody that votes as a Catholic for this horrible candidate that can't put two sentences together, she can't speak. She can't put two sentences together. Can you imagine her standing with President Xi of China? I don't think so, Ken. I don't think. He would be a very happy man, but hopefully that won't happen. And based on the first 4 days, it's not going to happen. I want to thank some of the special guests we have. Senator Ted Cruz for being here, Senator Ted. And it's hard to believe he's in a race because, honestly, I don't know who would want to run against him because he's really a great senator. He's a great senator. He loves the country. He's tough as hell. He fights. He's always fighting, and he's fighting for the state, but he's fighting more for the country than just about anybody. And John Barrasso would acknowledge that. John is one of our leaders in the Senate, and he's a fantastic man. So Ted, I know your thing is going good. I heard you were helped very greatly. You got a big pop, right? And I know you're doing great, but I just want to say he's got my complete and total endorsement. He has always. He always will have. And you're going to have a great day, and hopefully I'm going to have a great day, and we're going to be celebrating together, and we're going to make our country, as we say, or we'll make America great again. We're going to make it great, and it's going to go faster than you think. But it can't sustain this for another 4 years. That I do believe. A very good friend, the head of my campaign from the day I ran, he called. He said, "I want to run your campaign." I said, "Well, I'm not very experienced. I'd never done this before." But he liked me, and he saw something, I guess. Dan Patrick, he's a fantastic man. And Dan, we're doing okay, I hear. Good? Okay, good. When Dan says that, that's good. And by the way, if I had any problems, he would tell me that very quickly, right? But when Dan says it, it means a lot. Thank you, Dan, very much. Appreciate it. Attorney General Ken Paxton, a really great Attorney General. Great Attorney General. Thank you. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You see, when they go after people with bullshit, they become very popular. And that's what happened to Ken. Ken was made to suffer for a long period of time, but it worked out very well. And I stuck by him, and other people stuck by him. Some of the people right there stuck by him, including that one right there. So I think Ken, I said, he's a great Attorney General. You got to stick by your Attorney Generals. And I'm very happy the way that all worked out. But you went through a lot, right? And that's why they love you, because they understand that. Agriculture Commissioner, another friend of mine, Sid Miller. The first time I saw Sid, he was on television. Alexis, he was on television, and I didn't know him at all. He was on Deface the Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, Sid Miller on Deface the Nation. That's the name I call it. They don't like it. They spend millions on PR, and then I get on and say, Deface the Nation. But they do deface the nation, and the others are just as bad. But he was on there, and they said, well, Trump is going to be in a tight race. This is when I first ran in Texas, and we had an event, and we had a line that went 10 miles long to get into a stadium, and they couldn't even get in. And he looks at the anchor. He said, listen, I'm from Texas. He said, that beautiful hat on. I love that hat. I'd love to wear it, but it wouldn't work for me, I don't think, Ken would. Ken would say, it's no good for you. Take it off, please. But now he said, I don't know where you come from, but you don't come from Texas, because this guy's going to win in a landslide. And we won in a landslide, right? So thank you. Thank you. Sid's a great guy. Thank you, Sid. Appreciate it. Land Commissioner Dawn. Oh, I like that. I'd love to be Land Commissioner. I love real estate. Land Commissioner Dawn Buckingham. Thank you, Dawn. Great. Doing a good job. I hear that from everybody. And Chairman of the Texas Republican Party, Abraham George. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good job. So just in closing, thank you, Abraham. Great job. Immediately upon taking the oath of office, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history. We will put, and I don't like saying that, the record is Dwight Eisenhower, who was essentially a moderate, good president. General Eisenhower, good president, good general, probably a very good general, right? Better than he gets credit. He never got credit for a lot of things. He built the interstate system, actually. He should get a lot of credit. But he was a very good president. But he was a moderate guy. But he has the record for deportation because he could not stand people pouring into the country. And I think we'll break that record. Not that I want to break it, but we have no choice. We have to get all of these criminals, these murderers and drug dealers and everything. We're getting them out. And we'll put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country, and we'll get them out. Ideally, we want to get them out because we don't want to have to pay for their room and board for the next 50 years, right? To expedite removals of the Trinidad Aragua group and the MS-13 other savage gangs, I'll invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Did you know that? 98. And it gives you the power to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And you can get them out, and there's no problem. And at least you can't say that it hasn't been around for a while. That's something, right? And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility for parole. So, because a lot of people, what happened, and it happened with Eisenhower, you'd take them out, they'd come back in, they kept coming in. So he kept bringing them further away. At some point, they didn't come back. But I'm going to do it differently. It's a 10-year system of you're in prison for 10 years with no parole. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. And you'll be amazed how it worked. When I was in the White House, we had a lot of people that wanted to pull down statues and things, and I didn't like it too much, and we didn't have time to pass a law because they were really getting pretty violent around in Washington, D.C., and they wanted to pull down. Actually, when they started roping up Abraham Lincoln and a couple, I said, I'm not even sure they knew what they were doing. But we found a law that was in the early 1900s, very tough law, that if you so much as touch in violation of anybody's word, if you so much as touch a monument or a statue, you get 10 years in jail. And I had a news conference, and the town was flooded. We had a news conference. They had actually a rope around Andrew Jackson's head, the beautiful statue. And I said, we're going to go fast. And I went out, I did it. And it was a beautiful sight. The second I announced 10 years in jail, no probation, nothing. And as soon as I said it, everybody just sort of walked. I could see them walking. I don't want to use the term I used last night. A certain part of their body, I watched the back. I saw thousands of them, and I said, what a beautiful sight. They just left. And that was the end. We had no more problem until about 2 months ago in D.C., where they became very violent. They were fighting with police. They were putting spray paint on our beautiful, on the lions, the beautiful lions. And, they're sandstone, and that's a very porous stone. You'll see that spray paint for many years to come, like hundreds of years. You can't really get it out. It goes deep into the stone. And to the best of my knowledge, nothing happened to them, did they? They were beating up cops, or the cops were beating them up, but they were fighting. They were fighting our police, our great police. We're going to take care of our police, too, by the way. They're going to stop the lawlessness. And I'm going to end all migrant flights immediately. They're still flying flights coming in with 450,000 people over a fairly short. 450,000, that's a lot of flights. And I'm going to outlaw immediately, and we're going to ask you guys to help on that, but we're going to outlaw immediately sanctuary cities. They're sanctuaries for criminals, and we're going to end catch and release once and for all. And Kamala Harris, she started this nightmare, open border, no common sense. We're the party of common sense. There's no common sense to an open border, and I will stop this nightmare immediately. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. So I want to thank everybody for being here. And Alexis, I want to thank you, darling. And your daughter, very proud of you right now, I can tell you. Very proud. This unbelievable family back there, thank you very much. We won't forget it. We're going to meet in the White House. We get there, I told them we're going to have lunch in the White House. All right? And that goes for you. Are we allowed to bring Alexis? Can we do that? They said yes, okay? So we're going to do that in honor of your beautiful Jocelyn, okay? Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just heard the 45th, who most likely, some people are saying maybe the 47th. Yes, that was a campaign rally in Texas. And he also had another campaign rally today in Traverse City, Michigan. I don't know if you guys know, he did Joe Rogan's podcast yesterday. Well, everything I'm talking about was yesterday because it's currently 1:41 a.m. right now. and today's date is the 26th of October 2024. So that Joe Rogan's podcast with the legendary 45th would be some really interesting thing right now. And also, let's go ahead and see the rally he had in Michigan right now. Let's get it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am so sorry. Here's what they wanted to do. We got so tired up, and I figured you wouldn't mind too much because we're trying to win. And I got interviewed by actually a great guy. I didn't know him too well, but I got to know him because it was the longest interview I've ever done in my life. Joe Rogan, a good guy. And it's, it's quite something. And we had some other things really important. And I said, we're going to get this stuff done. And my people came to me, sir, we could cancel our evening event. I'm sure the people wouldn't mind. I said, are you crazy? I'm not canceling. There's no way. I'm not canceling. There's no way. We never even... So I apologize, but it's all about winning. We got to win, and we did some things today that will help us win. I think we did a lot of taping, a lot of this, a lot of that, a lot of everything, and we're way up. I'm not supposed to say that, but we're way up. Not only the polls, but the early voting. I guess we're leading in all 7 swing states. But, okay, forget I said it. Forget it. Because everybody has to go out and vote. Who's voted so far? Who's going to vote? I always figure you like to vote a little bit late. This party just likes to vote a little bit late, and that's okay. I understood it. I never went crazy over the one or the other, but we're leading, actually, in places where traditionally the Republicans don't lead. In fact, they can go down 30. And then they catch him at the end, right? But a little scary, a little spooky. But we're leading in just about everyone, right? Just about everyone. And it's usually they lead, and then we catch them, and then in our case, we usually beat them. We did great in 2016. We did much better in 2020, but a lot of bad things happened there. But this one blows it away because we've never had enthusiasm like this. And part of the reason is they're so bad. You got a little dose of bad management. You got a little dose of incompetent people. You know where she is tonight? She's out partying. So Israel is attacking. We got a war going on, and she's out partying. At least we're working to make America great again. That's what we're doing. Kamala, he's the worst president in the history of our country. She's the worst vice president in the history of our country. She was on CNN the other night, 2 nights ago. She couldn't put 2 sentences together. This is not going to be our president. We better not let that happen. It'll be the end of our country. So I want to say a very big hello, Michigan. I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. And I'd like to begin by asking a very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Yeah. Thank you all very much. We're going to have a good time. Look, I figured if it was a little bit later, it wouldn't matter. It's a Friday night, right? But you lose total track. Remember when Biden used to get up and it'd say, it's great to be in Idaho. Sir, you're in New Hampshire. Oh. If you do that, if you make that mistake, it doesn't matter. Winston Churchill was a great speaker. If you made that mistake, doesn't matter who it is. The evening's over. You're dead. But he used to make it all the time, right? It's great to be in Florida. And then you'd see it be Vermont or someplace. Crazy. What we've gone through with this group of incompetent people. And you know what? We couldn't stand 4 more years. Or you couldn't stand another. I'm not sure we can stand another 3-4 months of it. If you want to really know the truth. But I'm here today with a message of hope for all Americans. With your vote in this election, I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals into our country, and I will bring back the American dream. We're going to bring it back. And this is all you really need to know. They broke it, and I'll fix it. We're going to fix it. We're going to fix it fast. We're going to fix it fast. With your support on November 5th, America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. We're going to do it. We got a lot of work to do. You know, when they allowed 21 million people to come into our country in 3.5 years, think it's much more than that, I believe. They have no idea. Nobody even has any idea. You don't even know how big the country is. Is it 325? Is it 350? You know, countries usually know approximately what size. They allowed so many people. You have no idea how big the country is, but we'll figure it out. But we're going to get rid of the bad ones real fast. We have to. We have no choice. And this election is a choice between whether we will have and whether we're going to have 4 more years of incompetence and failure, or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We're going to do that. Kamala Harris, Kamala. She's so bad, you know. No, she's so bad. Can you imagine President Xi? He's a fierce person. Somebody said, what's he like? Well, I said, he's fierce. He walks in, we say, hello, we will immediately get back to work. You know, he's fierce. There's no games, you know, there's no games. When he sees this, he can't believe it. I guarantee you that. What the hell has happened to our country? So I say this. They say the biggest thing on the polling, the biggest thing they have is the economy, and then they have inflation, and then they have the border. And I disagree. I think the border is number one. I think the border and the inflation's terrible, and the economy stinks because of the inflation. It stinks because of the inflation. But I think the biggest thing is the border, because they've allowed millions of people to come in from prisons and from mental institutions and destroy our country. We're not going to let that happen. But I really believe, does anybody agree with that? Because I do. Kamala Harris is leading a hate campaign now. She's got a new thing going. You know, I think now they're calling me a dictator. So they started off where I was a dictator. None of it worked. Then they went to, he's an evil genius. That didn't work. Then they went, he's a dumb son of a bitch. That didn't work. That didn't last long. That didn't last too long. Then they went back to the dictator stuff. They don't know what they're doing. Those poor people, those poor lost souls. They're like lost souls. They're radical left lunatic Democrats, and they all suffer from Trump derangement syndrome at a level. And she's joining. I saw Hillary today. We're having a big thing on Sunday at Madison Square Garden. And I guess in the 1930s or something, some guy who was inclined toward the Nazis had something, and she said, it's just like the 1930s. No, it's not. No. This is called Make America Great Again. That's all it's called. This is not right. You know, Hillary conceded. I don't know what's going on with her. 3 o'clock, 3:01 in the morning, she called me, and she conceded. I don't have to tell you the whole story, but she conceded. I don't want to be rude to her. Why would I be rude to her? She's rude to me. Why wouldn't I be rude to her? Well, I am. You know, when the crowd used to shout, lock her up, they'd shout, lock. And I used to go, right, just relax, we're going to win. And then we won, and they still said, lock her up. And I said, just relax, we just won. Just take it easy. Because I couldn't see the wife of a president of the United States being put in the who's gal, right? I couldn't see it. Being put in jail, being put in prison. And, you know, she was also Secretary of State. And I hear her talking like, you know, there's never been a man investigated like Donald J. Trump, not Al Capone. Alphonse Capone, if he had dinner with you and didn't like you, you were a dead person. I spent more time under investigation than Scarface, Al Capone. But it's amazing. So there were a lot of people that wanted to put her in jail. They didn't give a damn. I said, no, you can't do that. The wife of a president. And then I get in there and they go after me, these animals, these dirty animals. I'm leading a movement of optimism and confidence and hope. And I'm asking you to be excited about the future of our country again, because there's nothing to be excited with these idiots running it. You're going to start thinking about the big dream and the American dream. You're going to start dreaming again, and this will be America's new golden age. We're going to make it the golden age. We have a little bit of a, we're sort of behind the 1 yard line. We got to get rid of some of the problems that they've caused. But the reason the enthusiasm is so good is because of that. If we would have done it the more traditional way, like you win and then you retire, I guess, for the rest of your life, right? What the hell? So we won, but they said, I'm sorry. And then we won again. We won, think of it. We'll say we won 3 times, but we don't want the results of the second. We don't want those results, but we're going to clean up the results of the second, and we're going to clean them up good. Because the results of the second, you take a look at the crime in our country, take a look at the crime. It's never been like this. When I was debating that fake newscaster on ABC, David Muir, a fake sleazebag, I don't watch him anymore. Everything I'd say, he'd say, well, no. I'd say, crime is through the roof. It's rampant. He said, no, crime is down. I said, only a stupid person would say crime. You don't have to know anything. You don't have to see statistics. The crime is up, and then when you add the migrant crime, which is going to make even our crime look like peanuts. And by the way, these migrant criminals, the only thing good about them is they make our criminals look like nice people, very nice people. Every problem facing us can be solved, but now the fate of our nation is in your hands, and it really is. If we win Michigan, we win the whole thing. And you have to vote for me. I just killed the biggest car plant anywhere in the world in Mexico, owned by China. I just killed it. It's dead. It's dead. Detroit would have closed up. This thing's so big, and I heard about it. I've been talking about it. I've been up here a lot. I talked in front of the Detroit Economic Club. It was very nice. And I talked about these plants that are being built in Mexico near the border. They're going to make cars and sell them into the United States. It's going to be like making crackers, owned by China. And they were going to come through and they were going to destroy your business up here. Your business over the years, look over the last 30, 40 years, it's been decimated compared to what it was. We're going to bring the car industry back to Michigan. We're going to bring it back to Detroit. But I heard about this big one in particular, but these massive plants going to be built, and they're all set. You heard the story. A friend of mine, he builds plants. I said, take me to a plant. I want to see a plant. He said, we'll have to go to Mexico. I said, no, I want to see one in the United States. He said, well, there's no big one being built by comparison. You want to see the big ones, you got to go to Mexico. I said, you got to be kidding. What's this all about? They said, no, we're building some really big ones for China. So I immediately thought, I said, how do we kill those suckers? And I said, we're going to put 100, 200, 400, 700. We're going to put the biggest tariffs. There won't be one damn car that's going to be able to come through our border. And I announced it, and at the club I announced. And then, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I was at an event. And I look and I see the guy's name is John, great guy. He's the big guy. He's the one that builds a lot of the plants, most of them. He's really amazing, actually. That's what he does. If he had to build a little apartment someplace, I don't know if he could do it, but he can build a plant that's 2 miles long, and he's great at it. And I said, how's that plant come? This was a year ago, the first time I met him. And he said, well, sir, they just canceled the plant. Who just canceled it? China. And Mexico is furious. Why are they furious? Because the plan was canceled. I said, really? Why did they cancel it? Because they said they thought you were going to win, and that if you win, you're going to put big tariffs on them, and they're never going to sell any cars into America and destroy Detroit. And they just canceled it, so we're happy, right? I just found out about it a few days ago. So we just killed what would have been the biggest plant probably anywhere in the world that was going to destroy the state of Michigan. So you're going to now vote for Trump, because let me tell you, Kamala is never going to be doing that. Kamala doesn't know she's alive. If you watched her being interviewed by Allison Cooper the other night, who's a nice person. Do you know Allison Cooper? CNN fake news. Oh, she said, no, his name's Anderson. Oh, no. If you watch that interview, you would never want her as your president. She couldn't answer the simplest question. What's going to be the first thing you think about? What are you going to do? I grew up with a beautiful lawn. She said that in the debate, too, the same stuff. I had David Muir and that other one. I don't even know who the hell her name is. I don't want to know her name. Somebody said, oh, we'll get her name. So I said, I don't want to know her name. Why would I want to know her name? Just say, Madam, no name. But they were hitting me left and right. They're the worst. I'll tell you, actually, ABC might be the worst, but I think 60 Minutes has really topped it, though. 60 Minutes interviewed Kamala, and she was incapable of answering questions. And they took the main question, like one of the early, but a big question, they asked, and it was, I don't like the word salad. I mean, it's like stupid. But it was just a big jumble of words. It was just like rambling on. It didn't go anywhere. And, okay, they asked a question. They took it out, threw it away, and they put a brand new answer in that was a fake answer. Didn't even pertain to that question. And they got caught. And to me, it's the biggest scandal in broadcast history. It's election interference fraud. And 60 Minutes should be taken off the air. They should. And CBS should lose its license. You know, the government gives us license to NBC fake news, ABC fake news, and CBS fake news. They have to pay. If they had to pay, they'd pay billions of dollars. They get them for nothing. They pay nothing. They're public airways. They pay nothing. And you know what? The one thing is you have to be honest. And they were very dishonest. And ABC was very dishonest with David Muir when he just never asked her anything. Everything I answered, boom, they would criticize. And they were wrong on, I think, all of them. And all of her answers were wrong. They never questioned her. This is interference with an election. But worse than that, I think, honestly, was 60 Minutes. They took her answer out and put a new answer in. Do you think they do that for me? If I gave a bad answer, you know what they do with me? I give a long, beautiful, flowing, weaving answer. It's the weave. I call it the weave. Very you have to be very smart to do it. The main thing is you have to end up in the right location. If you end up out here, that's no good. But they call it the weave. What they'll do with me is they'll take out a piece and another piece, and that's bad, but it's not like they can say, well, we want to shorten the answer. We have time, right? We need time. But they took this answer. I think it's the worst thing. And we're going to be suing them because, and I'm suing them on behalf of you. I'm not suing them for me. I'm not suing them for me. I'm suing them for you because that's really a fraud on the American people. So why should they get a free license and they do that stuff? They're so biased. It's so disgusting. And you don't get the real picture of a candidate. When they do that, you don't realize she's close to a moron, okay? You don't realize that because they give you another answer. It wasn't a great answer, but at least it was like semi-normal. So we're going to probably sue him. I think we're going to sue him. Should I sue him or not? All right, stay tuned. Stay tuned. It'll happen fast. It's such an easy thing. How do they go to court and say, well, Your Honor, we did do, but I mean, that was a big thing. It's got to be very embarrassing for them. They have no answer. They actually said they have no answer for it. They got caught cheating. And we want the rest of their answers because they probably did it with other answers too, right? Because this woman, can you imagine this is going to be your president? I don't think so. Michigan, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala Harris that you've been a horrible, horrible vice president. You've destroyed San Francisco. When you were the DA, you were horrible as the Attorney General working with Gavin Newsom. You destroyed California. You're a disgrace to your nation. You shouldn't be running for president. You picked the dumbest vice president in history, maybe even dumber than you. This guy is the dumbest guy. What a choice. Somebody said, you got lucky, sir. Why? They picked this guy. He's dumb as a rock. Of course, you could make the case that, there's a theory, pick a really bad vice president. That way they never get rid of you. So maybe she did a very smart thing. Who knows? But we're going to say, Kamala, you're horrible. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. You're useless. You're horrible. You're horrible. I'll tell you what. Can you believe, though? She's out celebrating. You know what how do you celebrate when you're down by, like, a lot? Do they realize it? Because, the votes are sort of, this isn't even polls anymore. These are the votes, and if they come in even not like they're coming in now, even, less good. But, and, things can happen. Number one, they cheat like hell, so maybe they know something that we don't, right? They might know something that we don't. I don't know. Why the hell would she be celebrating when you're down? Maybe, never thought of that. Maybe she knows something we don't, but we're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let it happen. Can't let it happen. But the polls are open for early voting here in Michigan, and we're setting all-time records in the votes. The votes we're setting all-time records in the votes because people, look at this place. I mean, what is it? What time is it tonight? What the hell? What is it? Huh? Right? It's 11. He said it's 11. I mean, it's freezing out. Is anybody cold? I'm not cold. I'm not cold. So we're setting records with the votes. The early voting is records. The Trump people are coming out. They're voting like crazy. And, typically we get our voting. The big voting that we get is at the end. So we were anywhere near tied, and we're more than tied. We're going to have a big time. It's going to be the greatest. It will be the single greatest political victory in the history of our country. Right? MAGA. Make America great again. So let's keep going. Don't let up. I shouldn't have told you what I told you tonight. But now I have an excuse. I said, well, we made a mistake. No, I shouldn't have. They said, don't tell them, sir. Don't let them keep over. You have to vote anyway because you can't trust them. Right? Too big to rig. Too big to rig. We have to bury the hatred and the lies and the avalanche, and we have to do it in an avalanche of votes. And every time you see a smear, every time you hear them attack, take the motivation to go out and vote, vote, vote. You just go and vote and get your friends and tell your girlfriend she's got a husband who's a big slob of a guy and tell him to get the hell off the couch, Harry. You big slob, get off the couch. We're going to vote for the president. We're going to make America great again. We're going to make it great. Got to get him. Got to get him. With your help, 11 days from now, we're going to win Michigan. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris. And we're going to make America great again. For generations, this state was the beating heart of the car industry and one of the greatest manufacturing centers anywhere in history. Yes. Okay. Doctor, please. Doctor, thank you. Take your time, doctor. Take your time. Plenty of time. Those doctors are all over. They're great doctors, too. Great doctors. How's that going? Let's go. Okay, thank you. Let's go. But year after year, globalist politicians like Kamala Harris sold you out, and they let other countries loot, pillage, and plunder our wealth, our jobs, and our dreams. They just stole it from us like we're a bunch of babies. 40% of Michigan auto jobs were annihilated after NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made. And I terminated it, by the way, if you don't mind, for the USMCA. And China's entry into the World Trade Organization was a disaster for this country. And they got all sorts of favorable trade status. They said they were a developing nation. Well, Detroit's a developing area. You can't say Detroit is exactly, When I said the other day, last time I was here, I said, we got to bring Detroit, because honestly, for 45 years, I've been hearing Detroit. We're going to make it great. But when I sort of gave it a little knock, I said, let's face it, we've been ripped in Detroit. We got to make Detroit. They said, he was disparaging. I'm not disparaging. I'm telling you the facts. You need businesses to come back into this place. You need businesses. Otherwise, forget it. You can't make it. And people have to understand that. I guess probably a couple of politicians were hurt by that. I said, don't be hurt. You'll be happy when we have auto plants moving in all over the place, because we're going to do tariffs and we're going to do tax incentives and all this. You'll have so many plants and so many jobs, your head will spin. We're going to be bringing back the companies that we lost. We lost companies that was just so stupid how we lost them. And we lost them because we had dumb politicians. They're all coming back, every single one of them, because they want to be here. Under Kamala, the United States has lost 50,000 manufacturing jobs just in this year alone. You didn't know that, right? U.S. car sales are down 38% since I left office. Think of that. So you lost 50,000 jobs this year, and the car sales down 38%. I mean, a little more yet. Just think of it, almost 50% if you think, in just a short period of time. So where the hell are you going? You have this union guy, they want to make all electric cars. We're going to end the mandate for electric cars on day one. On day one. And electric cars are great. And Tesla's great, and Elon's great. He is the greatest guy, by the way. He gave me that. And there's a great market for them, but they can't all be electric. We have liquid gold, we have gasoline, we have oil and gas, we have gasoline. China doesn't have gasoline, and the electric cars are all going to be made in China. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. So we're going to change it around. We're going to have hybrids. We're going to have gasoline-powered cars. We're going to have electric cars. We're going to have everything. Maybe not hydrogen cars. You know why? Because they blow up, and when they blow up, you are not recognizable. I just said today, I said, your husband's driving a hybrid and it blows up. Ma'am, would you please come down and identify your husband? He's alongside of that tree. And you go like this, I don't know if that's him. No, I don't like that idea. They say they work pretty well. That's not good. They work pretty well, but when they don't work, you can forget it. I think we should take them off our schedule, right? So you got to vote for Trump, and you will see a mass exodus of manufacturing jobs from Mexico to Michigan, from Shanghai to Sterling Heights, and from Beijing to right here in Traverse City. Isn't that a nice place? Nice place. And you people are great. I can't believe it. You know, I figured when I got here there'd be like 20 people, and I was ready to do the full. Look at this place. It goes back. I wish the cameras would show it. These cameras, the fake news. That's a lot of fake news, too, I got to tell you. Look. That's a lot of fake news. I wish they'd show. They never show the crowds, you know? They never show it. You ever see Kamala's crowd? They put like 10 people. They bus them in. They take a bus and they pay people. That's true. They pay people. They don't get people. They put them like that, and the camera always shows those people. I don't know. It's so crazy, isn't it? We don't have buses bringing people. The people come here, and we appreciate that you stay. Really, I mean, look at that. all the way to the back. Starting in January, we will give our companies the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs, the lowest regulatory burdens, and free access to the biggest and best market on the planet. But we're not always going to be the best market. We're close to blowing it. We'll blow it, and we will lose everything. And we're going to keep our dollar standard, by the way, 100%. We're going to lose that. And we're not going to go into World War III, little things like that. The centerpiece of this plan will be a 15% made in America corporate tax rate, cutting the tax from 21% to 15%. Now, I'm the one who was almost 40. I got it down to 21. But here's the key. We're going to cut it all the way down to 15. The jobs are going to be flowing, companies, because it's going to be about the most competitive rate in the world. But only for those who make their product here in the USA and hire American workers for the job. You're going to have more people coming in than you would believe. And you'll see. I mean, it's incredible. You know, Wall Street, these 4 or 5 geniuses from Wall Street, they say, where the hell did you get that idea? You get the tax cut, but only if you build the cars here. The other thing we're doing, I will tell you now, is we get you interest rates. We get you the interest. You're allowed to deduct it when you buy a car, but only if the car's made in, like, Detroit, meaning the USA. Anywhere in the USA is okay. But I would like to see it built here, because I've been hearing about this experiment, for 45 years I've been hearing about it. And we're going to turn it around. We're going to do it. It's going to be a great legacy for all of us. And if these companies don't make their products here, then they will pay a stiff tariff when they sell. Look, when they put their products into our country, into the United States, for the privilege of competing with our workers, they're taking our workers away. They're taking our jobs away. They're taking our product and our companies away. We're not going to let it happen. So they're going to have to pay a very stiff price to do that. But what they're going to do is they're going to bring their business here, because that way they have no tariff to pay. It's sort of simple, and it's what China's been doing for a long time, and I've been telling them for a long time. And what they're doing is unbelievable. These politicians, they're either dumb or they're crooked, okay? And I think it's probably a combination of both. We'll also pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, reciprocal, meaning if China or any other country charges us 100 or 200% tax, then we will charge them a reciprocal tax of 100 or 200%. Right now, we don't do that. And I was starting it, and then we had a little bad election result, would you say? Think of what this country would be like. We wouldn't have inflation. You wouldn't have any wars, because if you look at Iran, they were broke. They had no money to give to Hamas. They had no money to give to Hezbollah. They had no money. And there was no terror. You know, there was 4 years we had no terror. Russia would never have attacked Ukraine. They wouldn't have done it. Think of it. We had gasoline at I thought it was 187. It was 184. It was just adjusted. 184 a gallon. Think of that. Would you like to have $1.84 a gallon instead of $4? I will never apologize for defending America. I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders. I will protect our families. And you know what I said? They said, please don't say that, sir. I think women like me. But they say we're doing unbelievable with men. They've never had anything like it. White men, black men, men like me. They say women don't. And I say they do, because we're going to protect. And I said, I'm going to protect women and families. I'm going to protect from the criminals coming in from the border. We're getting them out from foreign bad players, from criminals, period. We're going to protect. They said, sir, please don't say you're going to protect women. Why? Because it doesn't sound really well. I said, I think it sounds fine. We want to protect. I mean, that's our job. We have to protect. So I think I should override my experts. Do you agree? We're going to override them, if you don't mind. And I will protect the birthright of our children to live in the richest and most powerful nation on the face of the earth. And thank you very much. If Kamala gets 4 more years, she will obliterate our economy, kill millions of jobs, and destroy your family finances forever. That's what's going to happen. You'll end up, if this person who doesn't know anything, she wants to raise taxes on everybody. If she gets in, you're going to have a 1929-style depression. That's what's going to be. It's going to be a disaster. You see it already. Think of it. Look at all the jobs I just said. You're losing all your jobs in 3.5 years. They're going backwards. And you had the worst inflation in the history of our country. And inflation is a country buster. But with all of that, the border is worse. The border is worse. I don't give a damn how bad the inflation is. What's coming into our country, the murderers that are coming in, all these people, that's the worst thing. Kamala's inflation nightmare has already cost the typical family over $30,000 in higher prices, and now she wants to raise the typical family taxes by more than $3,000 a year. Lots of luck. All my life I've watched politicians. They say, we will lower taxes. This is the only stupid politician she's going around. She's trying to run. I will raise your taxes. She's bragging about it. I will raise your taxes. I'm saying, am I missing something? I don't know. We have some great people here. We're going to introduce them in a second. They're some of the best in the world at exactly what we're talking about. The taxing queen, as she's called, is also demanding a shocking 33% tax hike on all domestic production all along the largest capital. She wants the largest capital gain increase in our history, and it's unbelievable. Take a look at this video. You're getting a beautiful video late in the evening. It's beautiful. Play a little music. Go ahead.
Kamala Harris is going to significantly raise taxes.
Taxes are going to have to go up.
Kamala's plan will raise families' taxes by nearly $2,600 a year. Under Kamala, prices have already soared. Now she'd make it worse with even higher taxes.
Taxes are going to have to go up.
President Trump will cut taxes again. No taxes on tips, overtime, or Social Security.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Thank you. So I am going to massively cut taxes for the workers, and included in that is no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we're going to get it done, too. Did you see where she copied me like a month and a half later? I am going to announce no tax on tips. That's the last time we ever heard of it. Not going to happen. She wouldn't be able to get it passed anyway. We will quickly become energy independent, and we will frack, 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 and drill, baby, drill, right? We're going to drill, baby, drill. And I'm going to cut your energy prices in half, 50%. We're going to cut them in half in 12 months. We're going to cut your energy prices down. You know why? We have the liquid gold. We can do it. We buy our oil now from Venezuela. Can you believe it? Venezuela, it's not oil, it's tar. And the only refinery that can do it is in Houston, Texas. So for the environmentalists out there, that stuff is dirty. That's dirty. And we have the best stuff in the world. We have the most and we have the best. And we're going to use it, and we're going to cut down on our debt, and we're going to cut down on everything. We're going to turn this country around so fast. But your energy bills, your car, your air conditioning, your heating, your hot water, everything, it's going to be from January 20th, 1 year from that, you're going to pay half, and you'll be able to do it. And that's going to bring down other prices, including food prices. People are talking about groceries all the time. That's going to bring them down. As we restore our economy, we will also secure our borders. Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted on our people. That's the border. She's eradicated our sovereign border, and she has unleashed an army of migrant gangs who are waging a campaign of violence and terror against our citizens. You're reading about it every day. They said, oh, no, they'll find people coming. They're not fine people. They got murderers. You got drug dealers. Kamala has imported an invasion of criminal migrants from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions all around the world, from Venezuela to the Congo, and she's resettled them into your communities to prey upon innocent American people. And you know, a lot of communities have them, and the ones that don't are even more scared because they don't want them. They don't want them. They're saying, please don't send them. And these are rough people. Some of them are really deadly people. One of the deadliest and most vicious migrant gangs that Kamala has imported into our country is the savage Venezuelan prison gang. Isn't that nice? They formed a group in prison. Tren de Aragua, very well known, MS-13's another one, that's taking over apartment complexes in Colorado and unleashing a violent killing spree all over America. They've even taken over a place called Times Square in New York City. It's a horrible thing going on in New York. Let's take a look.
Open borders, deadly consequences.
Border crisis. Record high crossings are putting a strain on cities across America.
It is a full-blown invasion.
Armed Venezuelan gang members storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
When people talk about migrant crime, this is what they're talking about.
San Antonio, Texas, just one of the latest cities to have apartment complexes taken over by members of the Venezuelan gang.
Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in under humanitarian parole.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been released into the United States.
My 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered in her own room. Kayla's murderer was apprehended by Border Patrol crossing illegally into the U.S.
Kayla's murderer had been improperly released into the United States.
Abolish ICE. Yeah, we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
More than a dozen people suspected of being Tren de Aragua gang members right here in San Antonio.
The gang members had been terrorizing the apartment complex.
New details in the murder of Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national.
And was paroled and released into the country by the Biden administration.
If they'd all been properly vetted, that probably wouldn't have happened.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
Martinez Rangel wrapped his arms around Jocelyn's neck, took off her pants, and climbed on top of her. Later strangled Jocelyn to death and then tied up her hands and feet.
Court documents suggest a group of men arrested for beating and robbing a Dallas woman last month are members of a Venezuelan street gang.
The men threatened to cut off her fingers if she did not cooperate. Manuel Hernandez was booked by Colleyville police just 2 days earlier and released the day before the robbery.
A Peruvian gang leader who is wanted for 23 murders, who was arrested by Border Patrol near Roma, Texas, then released into America.
Terrible. This is what we have coming into our country. It's terrible. The United States is now an occupied country. We're an occupied country. And you don't maybe see it around here as much, and who knows, but you probably will. But all over, they're seeing it. And they're also taking Hispanic jobs and black jobs. They're taking jobs from the black population and the Hispanic population. And this crummy administration that we have is trying to hold back the numbers. The numbers are astronomical. Wait till you see the numbers of the black population lost jobs and the Hispanic population lost jobs. And they're trying to hold it till after the election is over because it's a disaster. And I think they're going to be forced, just like they had 818,000 phony jobs. Remember that a couple of months ago? And they didn't release it. They wanted to release the correction after the election, but we had a whistleblower who I like very much. I don't know who he is or she is, but but they announced it before the election, and it would have been a scandal if it were anybody else but them. But they created 818,000 phony jobs to pad their numbers. But it will soon be really an occupied country no longer. We're not going to have a country that's occupied. We're an occupied country. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. We're going to have Liberation Day. We're going to get them out. Kamala Harris is so grossly incompetent and unfit that she's obviously disqualified from being the President of the United States. How can you have a President of the United States? And by the way, the Border Patrol Go
okay,
ahead,
we're
take
gonna
your
have
time.
to move this forward a little bit.
Such spirit here. It's amazing, isn't it? Everyone embarrassed like that. To the invasion of Ukraine, to the nightmare on our border, to our inflation catastrophe, to our egregious hurricane response. It's been so horrible. Their response in North Carolina was horrible. Worse than Katrina, if you remember Katrina. The worst. Kamala Harris is a train wreck who has destroyed everything in her path. She can't speak. She doesn't know how to speak. She can't put sentences together. To make her president would be to gamble with the lives of millions and millions of people. We'd have a major possibility of getting into World War III, which will never happen with us. They're never going to play games with us. Because she's grossly incompetent. She is not capable of doing the job. And normally, I wouldn't be that tough on somebody, but you know what? We can't take a chance. You got to just get this, you got to get this horrible group of people the hell out of there. We're not going to have a country left. We love our country. We're not going to have a country left. Kamala is also in total free fall with the Arab and Muslim population in Michigan. She's in a free fall. She sent their jobs overseas, brought crime to their cities, and tonight in the Middle East, it's like a tinderbox. It's ready to explode. People are being killed at levels that we've never seen before. And that's taking place right now in Michigan. She is in literally a free fall. They've had it with her. Nobody's in charge. Joe Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. And why would Muslims support Kamala when she embraces Muslim-hating Liz Cheney? Can you believe Liz Cheney? A total loser whose father brought years of war and death to the Middle East. Why would you support somebody if you're from the Middle East or even associated with the Middle East? Why would you be supporting somebody with a Cheney family? The father killed more Arabs than any human being on earth. He pushed Bush, and they went into the Middle East. This person cannot be a president. She's too weak, too foolish to represent America on the world stage. Would be a great embarrassment. And we don't have 4 years. We just went through 4 years. We don't have 4 years to waste. Earlier this month, I was honored to receive the endorsement of over 400 national security and foreign policy officials. Think of this. But I can't get the press to write about it. You know, they have some dope like Bolton and this stupid General Kelly, as dumb as a rock. They have these people, they get I get 400 people from my administration, the biggest people. They're saying he was the greatest president. They won't write the story about it. But we understand. In the meantime, we're in first place and they're not. So somebody understands. Because they're fake news. They don't write the story. And great people, too. They're great people. But they know that under my leadership, we will have peace through strength. And that's what we had. We didn't have any wars other than we took out ISIS in record time because we have a great military. Not the ones that you see on television, the dopes. Like Milley and Mattis and these guys, real dopes. On top of it all, Kamala says she'd do nothing differently from Joe Biden, which has to disqualify her. I would do nothing differently. You know how bad a job he did? 89% wrong way. She would do nothing differently. Take a look.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and
Were you the last person in the room? Yes.
That's what you're going to have. And get used to it. It'll be 100 times worse. Michigan, if you want to end this disaster, you must get out and you have to vote. We can't play games. We got to end it. It'll happen fast. We got to end it. We're going to have the biggest victory in the history of our country on November 5th. We're going to do things that people, we're going to be respected again. Look, 4 years ago we were respected. Your president was respected. Your country was respected. Now they laugh at us. We're like a joke. We're not going to be a joke anymore. And we had no wars. First time in 81 years, no wars. I had no wars other than we finished off ISIS. We didn't send your son or your daughter to war. We're pleased to be joined by some terrific people, a man who I just think is amazing. North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. Where is Doug? I hope he, because you know what? Oh, there he is. I said, I hope he's left, because, I think I'm keeping the poor guy. And his wife is so incredible. Catherine, are you there? Yes. Look at them. And you're not dressed very warmly. Well, you're used to it in North Dakota. These are unbelievable people, tremendously successful people, the kind of people we want in the administration, and I hope we're going to be lucky enough. Thank you very much. Will you go home immediately, please? Just go. Don't worry about it. Thank you very much. It's really an honor. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Catherine. It's really nice. What great people. Congressman Jack Bergman. Jack, thank you. Thank you, Jack. He's a tough guy, You're not dressed very warmly either. Are you a little cold? Okay, good. Unbelievable. That's great. A warrior. Michigan GOP Chairman Pete Hoekstra. And Pete, thank you. So how are we doing? How are we doing, Pete? We're doing great. You happy? I said, Pete, you got to do this. You got to take it over. And boy, has he done a job. So, if we won, boy, has he done a job. If we didn't, I'll say, well, Pete, what the hell happened? But are we looking good? The votes, yeah. No, there's your answer, right? That's your answer. Yep. Great. That's great. And a friend of mine and a woman who is just really amazing, had a great father who I knew. He was a steel man, and he loved his daughter, and he's looking down. He passed away fairly recently, and he's looking down at his daughter, and he's saying, I'm proud of you. Tudor Dixon. Tudor, thank you. Thank you, Tudor. Thank you, hon. Here are the facts. Kamala Harris is a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than crazy Bernie Sanders or Pocahontas. Not even close. She destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of defund the police movement, and anybody who wants to defund the police for even 1 week is not worthy of being president of the United States. She was one of the leaders of defund the police. You don't know that. You never heard that. They have this quick little thing with it. Once he got out, they went to him, they said, get the hell out of here, you're going to lose. We had the debate, and they go to him after the debate. They say, you're not going to make it, get out. It's like, and then they say threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE. The great people from ICE, they're tough and they love our country. And without them, we would have a problem like you wouldn't believe. But she wants to get rid of them. She vowed repeatedly to ban fracking. And as California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as totally nonviolent crimes. She pledged to confiscate your guns and endorsed a total ban on handgun ownership. Would anybody willingly like to give up their gun? Please raise your hand. That's not an easy one, is it, huh? She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention at taxpayer expense. And you saw what happened a couple of days ago at McDonald's. It was a monster story. It was just a little throwaway. Unlike her, she takes a vacation yesterday. You're running for the 100-time Super Bowl, okay? Take the Super Bowl, multiply times 1,000. And you got 12 days to go, and she's taking vacations. That's not off to a good start. I've gone 58 days in a row without anything because we got to win this thing. We got to win this thing. But she lied about working at McDonald's on top of everything else. She never worked at McDonald's. It was a part of her story, a big part And on top of that, she would like to see our country go woke. Take a look at this quickly, a little Marine video. Take a look.
You little scumbag! I got your name. I got your ass! You will not laugh. You will not cry. You will learn by the numbers.
Happy Pride. Happy Pride Month, and actually, let's declare it a summer of pride.
So you're a killer? Sir, yes, sir! Let me see your war face. Sir, you got a war face? Ah! That's...
They're not woke. Only those people on the top are a little woke. They'll be gone fast. We have great... I say you could put them in a woke cage for 2 years, they'd come out fighting. Let me tell you, they're not woke. They're not going to be woke. Don't worry about it. In conclusion, with your vote this November, we are going to fire Kamala and we are going to save America. We're going to save our country. With your support, we will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to America and back to Michigan. We're going to bring them back here and Detroit. We're going to bring them back into Detroit. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. And you're going to see things happen at a pace that you're not going to believe. You're going to be very proud of this country very soon. I will end the war in Ukraine quickly. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III. I know them all. I know exactly what to do. We will crush the violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. They're going to do it. They're going to be able to do their job. We will strengthen and modernize our military. I rebuilt our military. We gave a lot of it to Afghanistan, but actually still just a fraction, but a lot. We gave them a lot of brand new stuff. How crazy. More importantly, with their stupidity, we lost 13 great soldiers. Many were very badly hurt. The arms, the legs, the face, they were hurt. We left Americans behind. And we lost Bagram, the biggest Air Force base, one of the biggest in the world, 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who occupies it? China. China occupies it. How stupid are these people? We will build a missile defense shield around our country, mostly made in the USA. In fact, all made in the USA. And a lot of it's going to be made right here in Michigan. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports day one. I will defend religious liberty. I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, our Second Amendment, which is under siege. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we will finally, and we are going to do this, we are going to do it. We're going to build up our country. We're going to defend our borders, and we're going to protect our citizens for a change. Our citizens. We're going to put America first. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation. Once again, we are now a nation in decline. We're not going to be a nation in decline for very long, let me tell you that. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity, hope, and the American dream. We want the American dream for your children. They've got to have that dream. They will not amount to a lot. They've got to have the dream if they want to really go. They have to have something to aspire to. We're going to bring back the American dream. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda with the landslide that's too big to rig. Early voting is underway, so who's going to vote? Who's going to vote? Please,
You got to get. Does everybody here promise they're going to vote? Promise? Okay, thank you. I agree. I accept it. I really do. I think everyone here is going to be voting. Everyone. We just can't take it for granted. We have to get out and vote after we. And all of the things have been what we've been through together. People don't realize what we've been through together. We've watched our country rot. We stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. With your help from now until Election Day, we're talking about 11 days. We will redeem America's promise. We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we love. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down, and we will never, ever, ever surrender. Together we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. This will be the most important day because we're going to take back our country from these lunatics that have no idea what the hell they're doing. They're destroying our country. They're destroying our families. We're not going to take it anymore. We will very shortly be able to make America powerful again. Make America wealthy again. Make America healthy again. Make America strong again. Make America proud again. Make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, everybody. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just heard from the 45th. May as well be the 47th. Who knows, bro? Who knows? And let me know in the chat, have you voted or you're planning on voting? I am planning on going on Monday. Well, I plan to go on Monday, okay? So make a plan and let's know what time it is, okay? All right. The momentum is so high right now for the 45th, 100%. JD Vance has been doing a lot too, supporting his presidential nominee. And he held a town hall today in Monroe, North Carolina. Let's listen to that. 1, 2.
Not bad, North Carolina. We brought it, didn't we?
Not bad.
We did okay,
Not bad
guys.
At all. Where's the open bar? Is that because you guys are having some fun? It's good to be here. Thank you for doing this, Laura.
Oh my gosh, I'm honored to do it. And as you heard, and I know you know this already, this is my home state. Do you guys remember, JD, you probably remember this, that Hillary Clinton said that North Carolina was going to be her firewall in 2016, and Donald Trump blew right through that firewall, didn't he? It was amazing.
He did.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you saw, Laura, because obviously Kamala Harris in the final days of the campaign, she's bringing out the big guns.
Oh.
And a couple of days ago, she enlisted as her chief surrogate on CNN a person who knows how to beat Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton. So when you're relying on Hillary Clinton to tell you how to beat Donald Trump, your campaign's not going too well. And I think that's exactly what's true for Kamala Harris.
Well, we know that. And we're going to prove it 11 days from now for sure. But it only works if everybody here gets out and votes and make sure that they don't go vote alone, right, JD?
That's exactly right. So what I always say, Laura, is don't just vote, vote 10 times. And then, of course, because we're Republicans, people get a little uncomfortable and say, well, we only vote once, right? But here's the legal way to vote 10 times is you get yourself to the polls and then you take 9 of your friends and family with you. So
Amen.
To be clear to the reporters in the back, we don't want the Washington Post headline to be J.D. Vance encourages voter fraud in North Carolina. I'm talking about taking your friends and family to the polls because we know that the corporate media and Kamala Harris and all of her allies, they're never going to tell the truth about Donald J. Trump, but you all can tell the truth about Donald J. Trump. And if we do that, We're going to win North Carolina. We're going to turn the whole country red, and we're going to make Trump the next president.
Love it. Absolutely. All right, so we have some audience members today who I think have a few questions for you. And I don't know that these are going to be as tough as the ones you're used to getting on TV, but I know you're prepared for these. So, are you Kelly?
I'm Kelly.
All right, Kelly, have at it.
Hey, Senator Vance. Kelly from Monroe. Just want to thank you for your service, first of all.
Thank you, Kelly. And thanks to all the veterans in the room for their service, because I'm sure there's a lot of them.
Absolutely.
God bless you guys.
I'm also a Master Sergeant here in the Air National Guard out of Charlotte.
Here. Thank you, man.
Amazing. And thank you to our law enforcement in the room as well.
I just got back from my state active duty on Friday, got off my orders, and I've been in Western North Carolina, mostly the Asheville area. And
God bless you, man. That's awesome.
Our mission there, I work with the Army, and I want to say this as an Air Force guy. The Army was amazing to work with. We're brothers and sisters in this, and we did so much good while we were there. And I just want to say, you know, I thank them a lot for what we did. Our mission was to go out and knock on doors, do welfare checks on the elderly, the poor, people in rough situations. We delivered food, water, essentials, and more. We did a lot. My question to you would be, what I've noticed as a 28-year vet, without getting too deep into it, but the little bit of coordination with the FEMA, I can see can get better.
Yep.
As a National Guard, we like to go in there and do our mission, get it done, and get out and help these people as fast as possible. And there's a lot of people that need help. And there's a lot of people willing to help and a lot of supplies there. I think we could do a better job getting those people what they need faster.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Well, amen to that, Kelly. And thank you for doing what you're doing. I know that when you guys show up, especially in some of these distressed areas where people feel left behind and forgotten, when they see you there, they feel better and they know their fellow Americans care about you. So God bless you and everybody that helped out in Western North Carolina. Let me put it simply, man, we could do so much better. And when President Trump is back in the White House, we will do so much better for the people of Western North Carolina. Look, we got to be honest. First of all, what happened with the federal response was pure bureaucratic incompetence. What you needed, think about this, in 2010, right after the earthquake in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, the 82nd Airborne was in Haiti 2 days later. The 82nd Airborne was an hour away from Western North Carolina and didn't get there for a week. That is a disgrace. And it's a disgrace from the military leadership, speaking particularly of Kamala Harris, because we know that the members of the 82nd Airborne would have been thrilled to go the day after the hurricane hit. Why didn't Kamala Harris and Joe Biden order them to do so? The fact that they didn't shows that Kamala Harris should be nowhere near the Oval Office of the United States of America. But it's just straightforward incompetence. When you have these different agencies, right? We've got all these 3- and 4-letter agencies. They've got a job to do. And look, let's be honest, some of them on the ground are doing a very good job. But when you have this bureaucrat who's got this territory and this bureaucrat that's got that territory, sometimes what you need to cut through all the red tape and to cut through all the garbage is you need leadership. You need the president and the vice president to show up and say, your job is to save as many lives as possible and then to help people rebuild. What you don't need is a president who was on the beach and a vice president who was raising money in California. You got to have people focused on American citizens and helping them out. And I just want to say one thing about this, Kelly. Obviously, thank God this storm is in the past. Now we've got to help people in Western North Carolina rebuild and try to make as much out of a very tough situation. That's where we are now. But we got to remember that Western North Carolina is part of the Appalachian region of this country. And Appalachia has been left behind and forgotten by our leaders for 40, 50 years. What I promise you is that when Donald J. Trump is the leader of this nation, Appalachia will not be forgotten. Donald Trump will remember who he serves and who he leads, and he's going to fight for the people of Western North Carolina.
Couldn't agree with you more. One of the things I will say that I saw with my own eyes, I got photos and videos from so many of my friends and family, JD, who live in Wilmington, North Carolina,
Yep.
6 hours away from the mountains, who were loading up their cars with as much as they could, supplies, and driving across the state to deliver it. It was so beautiful to see the American spirit come out in the midst of a disaster like that. It really shows you that we really are the greatest country on earth. We have the greatest people.
Amen.
We love each other. We support each other. And with a great leader at the top, we can do anything at all.
That's
Everything's
right.
possible.
That's right. Look, that is well put, Laura. About 10 days after the hurricane hit, we actually were talking with some pilots, just volunteered to fly food and water and medicine. They did it because they love their fellow citizens and they love their country. You're absolutely right. We've got the best people. We've got generosity of spirit in the United States that nobody else in the world can match. We just got to fix the broken leadership of Washington, D.C. That's what we're going to do.
And we will.
That's why we're here.
All right, I think we have Beth with a question. Where is Beth? Oh, there she is. You're right there.
Senator Vance, my name is Beth, and I'm from right here, Monroe. And like many parents, I'm concerned about immigration. Yesterday, the front page of the New York Post reported that last year, the benefits we are providing illegal immigrants cost us $150 billion. To put that in context, the entire budget for the state of North Carolina last year was $33 billion. So how soon will President Trump close the border?
Thank you. You know, I think that President Trump will close the border. I'm just guessing here, right about January 20th, 2025 is when Donald Trump is going to close the border, Beth. And you know what? One of the things, Beth, the press does and Kamala Harris's campaign does is they try to make us feel like bad people for believing in border security. They say that border security is not compassionate, but then they miss the fact that 320,000 children have effectively gone missing thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. It's not compassionate to those children, and it sure as heck isn't compassionate to the American citizens who are suffering under this terrible border crisis. Now, we talk all the time about fentanyl, and we should, because it's 100,000 dying because of this poison the cartels are bringing into our country. We don't talk as much about the fact that hospital wait times, emergency room wait times, have gone up radically in the United States of America because we've got a lot of illegal aliens who are getting put in front of line of American citizens. We talk about the price of housing, which has gone up 40%. That's what happens when you have 25 million people and you put them in homes that ought by right go to American citizens. We talk about schools. What happens to the education for an American child when you drop hundreds of people into their school district who don't even speak the language? That distracts critical resources from the children of American citizens. We're going to have better education, better health care, lower housing, and we're going to tackle this fentanyl crisis because Donald J. Trump is going to close the border, and we're going to start the very first day. Thank you, Beth.
We built over 500 miles of border wall the first time. You can guarantee yourself Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are going to complete the wall.
That's absolutely right.
Yeah.
That's absolutely right.
I know. All right. Mike is up with the next question. Where is Mike? Hey, Mike.
Hey, how you guys? Hi, Senator Vance. My name is Mike, and I own an insurance agency in North Carolina. Like everything under Biden and Harris, auto, home, and business insurance costs have skyrocketed the last 3 years, not to let alone energy and labor costs. What is your plan to help small businesses and especially small town America?
Thank you, Mike. It's a very important question. I appreciate you asking it. Look, the first and most important thing that we're going to do to lower prices. And obviously, it benefits American consumers, it benefits American workers, and it benefits American business owners. And President Trump, it's the simplest, but it's actually the most important policy proposal to lower prices, and that's drill, baby, drill. He says it all the time because it matters. And I think some don't appreciate that when the energy goes up, everything becomes more expensive, right? Think about it. If the truck driver who's delivering the food to the grocery store is paying 45% more for diesel, then we're all paying more for groceries. If the guy delivering the lumber to the construction site is paying 50% more for gas, then we're all paying more for housing. That's what higher energy costs do, is they make it hard for us to afford a good life. Now, insurance rates. Why are insurance rates so high, especially in automotive insurance? And this goes back to Beth's question, is because of illegal immigration. When you drop millions upon millions of people into your country, a lot of them are driving around. That makes it riskier to drive a car, which means that our insurance rates go up. We saw this, by the way, in Springfield, Ohio, where folks in Springfield are paying skyrocketing rates for car insurance because their communities have been flooded with people who don't have the right to be in the United States of America. So one, Mike, we're going to lower energy costs and lower all the costs that depend on energy. We're also going to secure the border and make America safe again, which is going to lower insurance costs, but it's going to do a lot more beyond that.
You know, on the way here, JD, I noticed at a local gas station, it was $3.10 a gallon. Anybody remember the low when Donald Trump was in the White House? $1.87 a gallon was how much gas cost when Donald Trump was in the White House. There's something that I don't think gets talked enough about, but our strategic petroleum reserve.
That's a very good point. Yeah.
Remember what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did to that? And can you explain to everybody why that's important, why it's there? And will we refill it so that if we need it, it is available?
Yeah, so, Laura, this is such a good question. This is the scandal that the American media never talks about in the run-up to the 2022 midterms, because Americans were rightly very angry about high gas prices. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they drained the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That is the reserve of oil that we have in case, God forbid, we get into a war with a foreign adversary. They drained it to lower the cost of gasoline, to hide from their own bad energy policies. And of course, as soon as they left office, what happened? Gas is now $3.10 a gallon at this gas station down the street. And you think it's not going to get worse? If Kamala Harris gets 4 more years, gas prices, we're going to be praying for $3.10 gasoline. It's going to be $5 a gallon, because she has declared war on American energy, and she has said herself she wants this country to go completely gasoline-free by 2040, or at least her surrogates have said that. That's going to bankrupt this country. It's going to drive up the cost of energy. But think about this. Kamala Harris drained our strategic reserve of oil so that she could win an election. What else would she do to win an election, and how much more would she sacrifice your interests and our prosperity for her own political gain? We can't reward that kind of politics, which is why I think we ought to send Kamala Harris back to San Francisco, where she belongs, and not to the Oval Office. And Laura, you're a North Carolina girl. I'm an Ohio guy. We know what Kamala Harris wants to do and what Donald Trump wants to do. Donald Trump wants to make America great again. Kamala Harris wants to make America California. With sky-high energy prices, runaway inflation, we don't want that. Let's go the Trump way. Let's make America great again and keep America clean, safe, and secure.
Yeah, don't California my America,
That's
please.
right.
Do not do that. Okay, we've got another question from Al. Al is right over here. Hello, Al.
Good afternoon, Senator. My name is Al Alexander. I'm from Harrisburg, North Carolina. I served in the United States Air Force for many years.
God bless you, Al. Thank you.
My question is about Social Security. And I heard many people around here, not here, but elsewhere, say that Republicans want to end Social Security. What I want to know is, what is the plan to protect Social Security?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, Al, again, a very good, a very important question, and thank you for your service. And let me say this, that when Kamala Harris says that we're going to go after Social Security, it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Donald Trump was president for 4 years. He already protected Social Security, and he's going to do it again. Now, here's what we're going to do, Al. The most important thing, the biggest unexpected strain on our Social Security reserves is that we have got billions and billions of dollars going to illegal aliens who have no right to be in this country. Social Security ought to go to the people who paid into Social Security, not to people who don't have the right to be here. That's number one. And the second thing, Al, I mean, look, Social Security, if you get the illegal aliens off of Social Security and you stop politicians from raiding the Social Security budget to pay for their ridiculous spending, we actually can very easily get Social Security on a sustainable pathway, but we've got to stop people like Kamala Harris from, one, trying to give it to illegal aliens, and two, raiding Social Security to pay for her radical ideas. We do those two things, we're going to protect Social Security. And Al, that's exactly what we want to do. We want to keep America's promises to our seniors. Donald J. Trump believes that as much as anybody in this country. He's already done it. He's going to do it again. Thank you, Al.
You know, JD, while we're on the subject of lies from the Democrats, I mean, I don't know how much time y'all got tonight. But let's quickly just make it very clear for anybody watching, listening, or anybody want to tell your friends, the lie of Project 2025. And why is it that the Democrats would go out of their way, knowing it is a lie, JD, knowing that Donald Trump has said this has nothing to do with him, why would they go on and continue to tell this lie?
Well, Laura, you just asked me to enter the mind of Kamala Harris, and that's a very dark place. I don't. But my guess is she talks about this because she's got nothing else to talk about, and she can't run on a record, right? Kamala Harris can't run on lowering the price of groceries because groceries went up by 25% under her leadership. She can't run on lowering the price of housing because housing is 40% more expensive because of her leadership. And we know she can't run on closing the border because she opened the border. So what she's going to do is lie about Donald J. Trump instead of tell the American people that she screwed up and they shouldn't send her anywhere near the Oval Office. Now, I happen to think that if Kamala really believes what she says, Laura, and she really wants to lower the price of groceries and lower the price of housing and secure the southern border, she is welcome to vote for Donald J. Trump. There's 11 days left, and we'd welcome. But the spirit of bipartisanship is alive in this hangar. We would welcome the support of Kamala Harris. I think it'd be the most honest thing she'd done in public life. But Laura, and Al, your question made me think about this, so Laura and I both have toddlers, right, or close to it. Your kids are a little bit older. I've got a 7, 4, and a 2-year-old. And the thing I'll tell you about toddlers is that when they lie kind of like Kamala Harris does. And here, let me give you an example, okay? So I'm a baker. You may be surprised that me and my 4-year-old...
Do you know I am too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to culinary school.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I know. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt your story. I love that we know this about each other now.
I'm a baker. So my 4-year-old boy and I were baking an Oreo cake a couple weeks ago. And you've got to break up the Oreos and put it in the cake. And I go to the bathroom and I come back and half the Oreos are gone. And I say, son, what happened to the Oreos? And he didn't kind of say, oh, the dog ate them or one of my siblings ate them. He said, I didn't eat the Oreos, you did. And this, Al, is Kamala Harris is trying to bankrupt Social Security, but you talk to her about it, she say, oh, no, I'm not trying to do that, you did. Or Kamala Harris, you opened the border. She's actually running on the idea that the reason the border is open is not because of her policies. She's been in power the last 4 years. It's because of Donald J. Trump. That kind of lying is so brazen and so dishonest. Only 4-year-olds and only Kamala Harris accuse us of doing the very thing she's already done.
I love it. Or she'll just rip it off. Like no tax on tips. She'll just rip it off if she needs to, right? All right, next question is Joe. Where is Joe? Hello.
Hello. Hey, Senator Vance.
How you doing, man?
Welcome back to North Carolina. My name's Joe. I'm here with my three boys, Sam, Jack, and Joey.
Good-looking crew?
Yes. We're from Cornelius, North Carolina. I'm also a U.S. Army veteran, and thank you for your service. But more importantly is I'm a Christian, and we're a Christian family.
Here, here.
Jesus is Lord. Millions of Christians are expected not to vote in this election. What is your message to Christians, leading up to 11 days to the election?
Yes, sir. Well, again, Joe, thank you for your service and thanks for bringing your family to such an important event. I hope that you guys don't look like you're old enough to vote yet. Is that right? Well, if I was Kamala Harris, I'd say register them anyway, but it's okay. We'll wait. We'll wait, Joe. But I've heard this statistic, Joe, that 30 million church-going Christians aren't even registered to vote in the United States of America. And I really think look, we've got to get people who care about religious liberty out there to vote. I mean, did you all see this? It was really sick, and I don't even understand it, but one of Kamala Harris's chief allies, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, is pretending to give Holy Communion, and she's like doing it with a Dorito, with some weird podcast star. Like, the only reason you would do that is to slap Christians in the face and insult them. And the people that are trying to insult your faith, they're sure as heck not going to protect your faith when the time comes to protect it. And that's what I'd say, whatever the issue is, right? I mean, Kamala Harris wants to force Christian hospitals to perform really, like late-term abortions, right? She's actually proposed that. They want to force nuns to close up shop because the nuns won't do their ministry the way that Kamala Harris wants them to. I happen to believe that we're a big enough country where we can respect people's religious right of conscience, let them practice their faith how they want to. Don't tell the federal government that they get to dictate people's faith to them. And Joe, I mean, look, I'm a person of faith. I care very deeply about it. I go to church every Sunday, though sometimes not on the campaign trail because we're out on the campaign trail. But look, what do Christians care about? I mean, in my experience, they care about being able to raise their kids with their values. How about sending your kids to schools or homeschooling them where they get an education instead of an indoctrination, right? So if you want to educate your kids as you see fit, if you'd like to be able to raise your children in the faith of your family, if you'd like to be able to teach your children that the Christian faith is true and the gospel of Jesus Christ is real, as I believe that it is, you ought to have the right to do that in the United States of America. And the final point I'll make about this, Joe, is these guys are going out there aggressively insulting Christians with everything they do. It's not just Gretchen Whitmer. It's the policies they pursue, the way that they talk about Christians. Of course, there was the rally where somebody shouted something. It was a simple, I think they said, Jesus is Lord. And Kamala Harris said, you're at the wrong rally. Well, if you think Jesus is Lord, you're at the right rally right now, first of all. But I'll say this too, Joe, even if you don't share my religious faith, I'm still going to fight for your right to practice your faith as you see fit, because my obligation is to the Constitution. It'd be good if Kamala Harris agreed.
And how about the fact that when Donald Trump got back in the White House, we could finally again say Merry Christmas. That was nice. I heard Kamala doesn't like that very much, but that's okay. You know, I am often reminded time and time again how close we are to World War III, JD. It's a very scary thing, I think, for a lot of people. And I think back to a time when Donald Trump was in the White House, first president in 82 years with no new wars under his leadership.
Amazing.
We had the Abraham Accords, of course, in the Middle East, historic peace agreements that people said would never happen. Talk about, for a minute, if you would, why it's so important in this moment right now to have strong leadership in the White House, our commander-in-chief, the leader of the free world. We see things going on in the Middle East. We see what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. We see China, you know, saber-rattling in the South China Sea. We see all of these things feeling rather unstable around the world. Why is it important that we have Donald Trump back there to make sure we stabilize things?
Yeah, such a good question. And I didn't fully appreciate this, Laura, until I got into the United States Senate. And what even some of my Democrat colleagues will admit, of course, when the cameras are off, but they will admit that the bad guys all over the world, they were kind of scared of Donald Trump, right? Yep. and that fear kept a lot of aggression in check, and it kept a lot of wars that otherwise would have started from starting in the first place. And why do you have Russia invading Ukraine during Kamala Harris's watch? And why do you have Iran and Hamas attacking Israel during Kamala Harris's watch? And why do you have China saber-rattling during Kamala Harris's watch? It's because who could possibly fear Kamala Harris? No one, right? I don't even say that to make fun of Kamala Harris, a little bit for that reason, but more importantly, think about this. This is a woman who is terrified of softball media interviews, and we think that she's going to sit in a room with Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping. Look, Laura, I was raised by a grandmother who was a devout Christian, by the way, but also loved the F word. She was a woman of many tensions. But my grandmother was tough. She was smart and she was tough. I can't imagine having somebody like Kamala Harris, who's terrified of her own friendly media, negotiating on behalf of the United States. You think it's bad now, and it is bad now. It's only going to get so much worse because this stuff compounds on itself, right? One bad domino falls, and then another bad domino falls, and then all of a sudden, God forbid, you're in a major world conflict. And the other thing that Donald Trump, I think, you know, the president really appreciated something that many American leaders have forgotten. President Trump appreciated that the most precious resource we have in the United States of America, and I know we've got a lot of folks here today who fit this description, is the people who put on the uniform and are willing to sacrifice their lives for their fellow citizens. That's an amazing thing. But what do you do with precious resources? You use it wisely. You don't ask our military to be the policemen of the world. You ask them to be the defenders of the United States Constitution and the people who swear allegiance to it. And that is important. That peace through strength approach, but also the smart diplomacy, right? Peace through strength, smart diplomacy. That's the record of Donald Trump. And Laura, you know, you remember this, I'm sure, better than I do. But remember when they said, the media and people like Kamala Harris said that we'd have World War III?
Oh.
Again, it's another you stole the cookie, not me. They're on the verge of World War III, and they have the audacity to say that Donald Trump, the president of peace through strength, is anything but. We need to get back to stability in the world, and Donald Trump is the only guy who's going to deliver it.
Absolutely. All right. We have time for one last question. Our lucky last question is coming from John. Hey, John.
Hi, Senator Vance and Chairwoman Trump. I'm John. I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina, and I'm currently in law school. And I'm worried about the opportunities for the future. And under Sleepy Joe and Kamala, inflation has been catastrophic, and the economy is a disaster.
Sure.
So what are the Trump-Vance team going to be able to do to bring down this record-hot inflation and create more economic opportunities for younger Americans?
So I appreciate. So I appreciate the question. I want to answer it. Before I do, can we just give a round of applause to the great RNC co-chair, Laura Trump, for doing such a good job for our party. She really
Thank you. They're not cheating in this election, I can tell you that much.
That's right. But one of the things, Laura, I think you've done is give people faith in this election. And obviously, nothing's ever going to be perfect. It never was. It never will be. But we are in a much better position in 2024 thanks to the leadership of Laura Trump. So get out there and vote.
Thank you.
Get out there and vote.
Yeah.
Just don't clap. Get out there and vote because we're winning North Carolina, but we're only going to keep winning it if we work our tails off for the next 11 days. Now, I want to answer your question, man, because, look, in some ways I'm heartbroken at the sentiment behind the question because the American dream, man, is the story of my life. I was raised by my grandmother. We didn't always have a whole lot of money, but we always had faith in the promise of this country. I genuinely believed, even when times were really tough, that because this was the greatest country in the world, so long as I worked hard and played by the rules, I would be able to achieve my dreams. And to me, that was above running for office or starting a business or writing a book. That was getting married and having a family, and that's the way in which this country has been best to me. Is we've got 3 beautiful little kids. You know, there's sometimes hellions, but we love them anyway. And that's the way in which the country's been so good to me. And what I worry about is unless we get better leadership, man, the next generation is not going to be able to talk about the future in the way that I was able to talk about the future when I was growing up in Middletown, Ohio. I think there are a couple things that we got to do. So number one is you've got to make it easier for young Americans to build wealth in this country. We've got way too many Americans, way too many young people. They're mired in credit card debt. Credit card delinquencies have shot through the roof over the last few months. They have no prospect of owning a home. They have no prospect of really building a life. I don't want young Americans to be paupers, to be permanent renters in the society built by their parents and grandparents. I want them to have a life. And that life, I think, starts with owning a stake in this country. So to be very specific, we want to do a few things. Number one, like I said earlier, we're going to drill, baby, drill to lower energy costs, but also to create a lot of good jobs in the energy sector. And also, that'll make it easier to manufacture in the United States of America. The biggest cost for our manufacturers is often energy. If we lower energy costs, we're going to create a Donald Trump golden age of prosperity in the United States of America, and that wealth is going to flow to everybody, young, old, rich, and poor. That golden age of prosperity is fundamentally why Donald Trump is running for president this time around. We're going to do it. We got to. Second thing we got to do is we've got to make it easier for young people to buy a home, right? Housing crises have increased by 40% under Kamala Harris's leadership, man. I want you to be able to grow up, finish law school, get a good job, buy a home, and raise a family if you so choose. And that dream is getting further and further away for a lot of young American families. When President Trump is back in office, here's what he's going to do. Number one, we're going to lower interest rates so that people can afford to buy homes again. Mortgage interest rates way too high. Number two, because we got a lot of illegal aliens in this country that are occupying homes that ought to go to young Americans, we're going to deport people, and we're going to get a border back in this country to make sure American homes go to American citizens. And then the third thing that we're going to do, and President Trump, it's one of the biggest and starkest differences between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, and there's a lot of them. But Kamala Harris actively brags about making it easier to ship American jobs overseas and to raise taxes on working Americans. And think about this. I mean, I've never seen a politician, President Trump and I were talking about this a few weeks ago, I've never seen a politician actively say she wants to raise your taxes. Now, sometimes they do want to raise your taxes, but they lie to you. Kamala Harris is out there saying, we're going to eliminate big tax cuts for the American workers. We're going to raise the taxes of the American people. Donald Trump thinks that's exactly upside down. Here's what we're going to do when President Trump is back in the White House. We're going to cut taxes for American workers and penalize the companies that are shipping American jobs overseas. That's how you create prosperity for the next generation. That's what we're going to do. Thanks, man.
So just to go back to what I said earlier and I sort of mentioned, I said they're not going to cheat this time around. Let me just be very clear about this. We are never going to repeat the election of 2020 ever again, okay? When I took over as co-chair of the RNC alongside another North Carolinian, our chairman, Michael Watley, he's from right here in North Carolina.
Good guy.
We said, what do we need to do to make sure that we have free, fair, and transparent elections? And we said, you know what we'll do? We're going to put together the most comprehensive and aggressive election integrity operation this country's ever seen.
Hear, hear.
And in addition, we're going to get a lofty goal together, and we'll just put it out there and see what happens. 100,000 people that we would train as poll watchers, poll workers, and legal experts. And I'm happy to report, as of about a week ago, we have trained 230,000 people in this country.
Wow.
But wait, there's more. We have decided that it's time we send a clear message. We're not going to tiptoe around these things. If you're a person who is going to cheat in an election, we will find you, we'll track you down, and we'll prosecute you to the full extent of the law. And if you are illegally voting in our elections, JD, and you are a person who is not a legal citizen and we find out you're voting, we're going to prosecute you to the full extent of the law. That means you're leaving this country.
That's important.
And I'll just say, the system is working. I get texts and phone calls, you can imagine, all the time since early voting has started. And we are identifying problems as they happen. There were 2,500 ballots we found in Lancaster County just yesterday that were fake ballots. Our team identified them, we got rid of them, and everybody knows what to look out for because we've trained everybody very well.
That's awesome.
They know
Awesome.
not to try it this time around. So we feel very good. But to close this up tonight, JD, I just want to say thank you to you specifically, because I can appreciate probably more than anyone what it's like to get thrust out into this. No one appreciates that more than our family. You have been a champion. You have been a rock star. We are so happy that you are going to be our next Vice President of the United States. And I always like to give everybody just a little something to leave with. If you guys need to get a little hyped up over the next 11 days, do yourself a favor. Go look up on YouTube all the videos, JD, of all the folks in the mainstream media on November 8th, 2016, reporting that Donald Trump was winning state after state after state. Donald Trump wins Ohio. Donald Trump wins Florida. Donald Trump wins North Carolina.
Hear, hear.
Y'all go back. Take a look at those. Get ready, because that's the kind of heat and energy we're going to be bringing on November 5th. So, JD.
That's exactly right.
Would you close us out and tell the great people here of my home state of North Carolina what we need to do over the next 11 days?
Here's first of all, Laura, thanks so much for doing this, and thanks to all of you for being here. Here's what we need to do over the next 11 days is get out there, vote, get your friends and family to vote, and remember who we're fighting for. I'm going to tell you just a very brief story, if I may, of a woman, a 40-year, she's a retiree, but for 40 years, her and her husband had done steak night on Friday night. And I'm not talking about buying a fancy steak at a steakhouse. I'm talking about going to the grocery store. And that was their ritual, and they did it in good times and bad until last year, because grocery prices got so high that under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's leadership, they had to give up this family ritual that gave them a lot of meaning. When we're going out there and we're working, and I know all of us are going to work as hard as we can, remember that what we're fighting for is to allow our people to live a good life in the country that all of us love. We've got the best people, the best resources, the most generous human beings anywhere in the world. The only thing that is broken about our country is the failed leadership of Kamala Harris. Let's change that and give the people a president that is fit to lead this country. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just heard from the new star in the Republican Party, like I mentioned a couple of days ago. he's going to play a big role in the Republican Party come 2028, 2032 for sure. Some people are saying maybe JD Vance and Tulsi Gabbard or JD Vance and Vivek. I don't know. What do you guys think? But I do know for a fact that he is going to be uh, a big star, huge star, or a huge problem for the other side when it comes to 2028, 2032. So he has been working overtime for sure. He also was in North Carolina. Well, this is the same state, but that was in Monroe, North Carolina, what we just watched right now. He also had another one at Redford, North Carolina today, another campaign event. So let's go ahead and see that one right now. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
How we doing? Did y'all see the parachuter? That was pretty damn cool, I gotta say. That's we got some more. Oh, look at this guy. Isn't that cool? That is amazing. I wonder if he's a Trump voter. He better be. Is that it? We got anybody else coming? Just those two. Okay, well, that's one way to get to a Donald Trump JD Vance rally, is to parachute on an American flag. I gotta say, I felt pretty cool running for vice president. A guy jumps out of an airplane with an American flag. So, you know, even on your best day, there's somebody who's gonna jump out of the plane with an American flag and make you look not nearly as cool as he is. First of all, my friends, I'm thrilled to be here. I didn't realize till we got here that we're so close to, of course, the great Army base called Fort Bragg, and that's the name of it. Not Fort whatever Kamala Harris renamed it. It's Fort Bragg, and we're proud. And I say this as a United States Marine veteran. We're thrilled to have all our soldiers and everybody who served here. Thank you for your service, and let's go make Donald Trump the next president of the United States. We got 11 days to do it. We got some Marines here too. All right. The owners of this facility over here, they said the Marines were in town doing some artillery training. And he said that when the Marines are in town, the whole building shakes. It's really loud. And I said, and all the bars run out of beer, I'm sure, when the Marines come to town. That's okay. Look, here's the thing about my job is, think about this. I've got the easiest job in American politics. I get to go around and I get to talk about the fact that when Donald Trump was president, inflation was 1.5%. People could afford groceries and people could afford housing. That's a hell of a record to run on. I get to go around talking about Donald Trump supported our police and secured the American southern border. We had low crime and we had a closed down border. That's something to brag about. And I get to go around and talk about the fact that we had take-home pay rising faster than it had in a generation in 40 years when Donald Trump was president. That's also a record to brag on. And, you know, we got a beautiful baby back here with a Make America Great Again shirt. You know, if we were part of the Kamala Harris campaign, I'd say get him registered to vote, but not until he's 18. But look, here's the thing, and I kind of feel bad for Governor Tim Walz, if I'm being honest with you. And I know it's you didn't expect me to stand up here and be all bipartisan, but Tim Walz has got the hardest job in American politics. Think about this. He's got to go around and try to pretend that Kamala Harris didn't cast the deciding vote on trillions of dollars in new spending, which drove inflation through the roof, but of course she did. He's got to go around and pretend that Kamala Harris did not open the American southern border when every one of us knows that's exactly what she did. And he's got to run around pretending that Kamala Harris is the candidate of change, even though she's been the vice president of the United States for 3.5 years. He's got to pretend that somehow Kamala Harris is going to solve the very problems that she created while in government over the last 3.5 years. And I think in 11 days, the state of North Carolina, we're going to send a message to Kamala Harris. You are not the candidate of change. In fact, you're fired. Go back to San Francisco where you belong. Now, again, even though I don't like Kamala Harris's policies, look at me. I'm being a nice guy tonight. I'm talking about how Tim Walz has got the toughest job in politics, and Kamala Harris, she's got one thing going for her, my friends. It's that every time Kamala Harris does an interview, I think that Donald Trump picks up about 100,000 votes. Now, if you remember, a couple of weeks ago, she did an interview with The View, and in 19 seconds in a softball interview, she blew up her entire campaign. Now this, my friends, this is the sacrifice that I make running as Vice President of the United States. I watch Kamala Harris on The View so that you don't have to. But remember Kamala's entire campaign. Her whole campaign is to pretend that she's going to solve the problems that she caused over the last 3.5 years. She'll stand up before a crowd and she'll say, on day one, we're going to tackle the affordability crisis that affects American families. And she'll say, on day one, we are going to secure that southern border. And all of us with a lick of common sense are saying, Kamala, day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing the whole time? So that's been the theme of Kamala Harris's campaign. Then she goes on The View. She goes on The View and they say, what is one thing that you would have done differently from Joe Biden over the last 4 years? And Kamala Harris says, well, nothing comes to mind. Now, in her defense, I think that could be the slogan of the Kamala Harris campaign. Nothing comes to mind. Whatever the topic is, whatever policy we're talking about, nothing comes to mind. But in 19 seconds, she blew up the entire narrative of her campaign. The dishonesty at the heart of the Kamala Harris campaign is that somehow she's going to be different for the next 4 years from what she was the first 4 years. And I don't think any person believes it. We do not believe it. The state of North Carolina is going to reject that lie in 11 days, and we're going to make Donald Trump not just the winner of North Carolina, but the president-elect of the United States of America. And I got to tell you that there are so many problems, so many issues where we could walk through Kamala Harris and her failure. We could talk about how Kamala Harris has created a schooling system where we indoctrinate children instead of educating them, and that's a disgrace. We could talk about Kamala Harris and her crazy foreign policy. It seems like we've increasingly got a war breaking out on every continent all across the world, and I happen to believe that we're going to get back to Donald Trump's policy of peace through strength. Make America safe, make America secure. And you know, these wonderful soldiers that put on the uniform and risk their lives for us every single day, that is the most precious resource we have as Americans, is we still have hundreds of thousands of young Americans who put on the uniform and fight for us. We got to use those resources and respect those resources as precious. You don't send them to every foreign conflict. You don't send them to police the world. You send them to fight for America's national security, and that's what Donald Trump's going to do. But I think the two biggest issues, the two issues where Kamala has been such a complete and utter failure are at the border and when it comes to inflation. And of course, these things are connected, and we'll talk about that in a second. But here's the thing. The average North Carolina family is $1,000 per month poorer than they were when Donald Trump was president. North Carolinians are paying 28% more for groceries. They're paying 35% more for gasoline. They're paying 45% more for housing. And they're doing it not because of an act of God, not because they did anything wrong, but because they've been failed by the leadership of Kamala Harris. So I got a very simple question. Do y'all want to pay more for gas? Do you want to pay more for groceries? Do you want to pay more for housing? Then are we going to make Kamala Harris the president of the United States? Hell no. What we're going to do, and it's going to be so much better, is we're going to unleash a golden age of American prosperity under the leadership of Donald J. Trump. And we're going to do it by doing the things that Kamala Harris didn't do. You know, every time they ask Kamala Harris a question, what is your specific plan for lowering prices for American families? What are you going to do actually to secure the southern border? She'll go, well, I grew up in a middle-class family. And it's like, okay, Kamala, that's nice, but you grew up in a middle-class family, and then what? What are you going to do to help those middle-class Americans you allegedly care so much about? Or they'll say, well, look, the world has gone to hell in a handbasket. It's chaos all over the world. How are you going to fix that problem? And she'll say, well, you know, I used to work at McDonald's, and I made the hash browns when I worked at McDonald's, and, you know, I used to believe that. I don't even know if that's true, actually. I think that maybe Donald Trump has worked at McDonald's for longer than Kamala Harris has. But even if it is true, she has got no agenda to run on. And every time she talks about her agenda, again, I think that Donald Trump and I pick up about 50,000, 100,000 votes. Because she goes around, and I've never, you know, the president made this observation to me. We were on the phone a few months ago, and he's like, have you ever seen a politician going around the country saying she's going to raise people's taxes? And I was like, that's a good point. Even the ones who are lying to you, who want to raise your taxes, will at least tell you that they want to cut your taxes. Kamala Harris is the only candidate that I've ever seen who will tell you she wants to make your tax rates higher. That's ridiculous. Meanwhile, she wants to use all that money to pay foreign companies to poach our jobs and steal our industries, and I think that's got it exactly upside down. So while Kamala Harris is promising to raise your taxes and then reward companies that ship jobs overseas, Donald Trump wants to cut your taxes and punish the foreign countries that are stealing our jobs and stealing our industrial base. That's a much better pathway to prosperity. You know, while Kamala Harris is talking about increasing regulation, she's promising that she's going to put hundreds of billions of dollars of additional regulations on the American economy. Donald Trump and I believe that we can have clean air, we can have clean water, and we can also have a growing economy that creates prosperity for all. Cut out the ridiculous regulations and focus on prosperity for the American citizens. You know, Kamala Harris has got the worst energy policy. She has gone out there, she's banned or tried to ban fracking. She's talked about it. She's tried to make it harder to do energy leases in the United States of America. They've all done all these ridiculous regulations that make it harder for Americans to actually use the incredible energy resources that we have right here in the United States of America. Kamala Harris wants us to buy oil and gas from tin-pot dictators all over the world. Donald Trump wants us to buy oil and gas from American workers and American territories, and that's exactly what we're going to do. And when we do that, my friends, it's going to lower energy costs for American citizens. It's going to make gas, it's going to make heat in your house more affordable. I know it doesn't get quite as cold in North Carolina winters as it does in Ohio winters, but it still gets pretty cold, right? So we want to make it easier for you to heat your home in the winter. We want to make it easier for you to fill up your tank and get to work and take your kids to school in the morning. We want to make it easier for you to afford the American dream, but the only way that we're going to do that, the only way we're going to make the American dream more affordable is to fire the current leadership of Washington, D.C. and put Donald Trump back where he belongs. Now, of course, the biggest difference, and that's a lot to say because there's a lot of differences between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Kamala Harris is, of course, more of the same on this wide-open southern border, and Donald Trump is saying, my friends, we're going to shut it down. We're going to close down that border. We're going to build the wall. We're going to reimpose deportations, and we're going to put American citizens back in charge of their own country. And it's hard to overstate how bad Kamala Harris has been on this. From the moment she came into the Oval Office, she actively bragged about undoing Donald Trump's successful border policies. She said, we're going to suspend deportations. She said that we're going to make it harder for people who are illegally in this country to get taken out of this country. She said it was compassionate to allow the Mexican drug cartels free reign over the United States of America. You know what I think real compassionate is? Putting the interests of your citizens first and cutting out the terrible sex trafficking and drug trafficking the Mexican drug cartels have been doing in this country. But she's not just rolling out the red carpet for illegal aliens in this country. Kamala Harris is also promising to give them benefits paid for by the American taxpayer. She has the audacity. Everywhere she goes, it's the most dishonest thing she does in her campaign. She has the audacity to accuse Donald Trump of wanting to go after Social Security when she is trying to give Social Security to illegal aliens. You want to bankrupt the United States of America? You want to bankrupt Social Security? Give it to illegal aliens, which is exactly what Kamala Harris is proposing to do. She talks about how Donald Trump wants to take away Medicare. Donald Trump has fought to protect Medicare his entire life as a leader of this country. Kamala Harris is promising illegal aliens will get access to Medicare. And not just that, but she'll pay using your tax dollars. She'll pay for illegal aliens who commit violent crimes to get sex changes on taxpayer dime. It's crazy. It's hard to believe that even 10 years ago, we would have had an American Democrat running on this disgusting open borders agenda. Now, Donald Trump and I, of course, we've got a different message. To people who have come into this country illegally, our message is very clear. Pack your bags, because in 4 months, you're going back home. You know, there's so many problems that come from this wide open southern border. There's the fentanyl problem. We got 100,000 of our citizens dying every single year. Most of them are dying from fentanyl overdoses. It's the biggest cause of drug overdose in the United States of America. We've got schools in the state of North Carolina that are overwhelmed with children who don't even speak English because they were brought here by illegal aliens. Now, what does it do to the education quality of our own children when you put thousands of people in the schools who don't even speak their language? We know what that means. That means administrators, that means teachers, that means people who are going to focus on illegal aliens instead of American citizens. And look, I don't begrudge anybody who wants to come to the United States of America and have a better life, but I think two things. Number one, they ought to do it properly. Come through the legal channels, come through the right way, like millions of people have done in the United States of America. But more importantly, I do not think that the leadership of the United States, that the compassion of our leaders should be focused anywhere but on the best interests of the American citizenry who belong in this country. That's why American leaders exist, is to look after the interests of the American nation. Now, I'm going to say a couple more things. I want to recognize some people, but I know we've got some reporters here. We're going to, let them ask some questions, and I'll answer a few questions. I want to give a shout out to you guys. Have a great lieutenant governor. We've got. Sorry, Mark isn't here. We've got Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg. He's not Lieutenant Governor. Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg. Keith, could you raise your hand for us? He's somewhere around here. He's been one of the best defenders that I've ever seen of Donald Trump. He's been a great patriot for the United States of America, and of course, he's a great public servant. General Kellogg, thank you for being here. We've got the state GOP chair somewhere around here. Raise your hand. There we are, way back in the back. He's a tall guy. But you look at the early voting numbers. You look at how much we're turning out in big ways in the Republican Party. We are doing a really good job in the state of North Carolina, and we got to keep our pedal to the metal. The one thing I worry about is, I don't want folks to get complacent. We got 11 days to go, and we know the Democrats are going to pull every trick in the book to try to make Kamala Harris the President of the United States, and that means that we've got to work our tails off for the next 11 days to make sure that our guy, the people's president, Donald J. Trump, wins this election and takes back this country. Let me say a couple more things just about that. I want you to write this website down and remember this website. I want to look at it just to make sure I get it right. swampthevoteusa.com. And I'm going to repeat it, swampthevoteusa.com. When I talk about putting the pedal to the metal, that website is a big part of it. Because on that website, you can check your registration, you can check where your polling location is, you can make sure that your absentee ballot, if you've requested it, is coming to the right place. You can make sure that your registration is updated. We got to do everything, my friends, because, look, I'm a big fan of Election Day over election season, but as President Trump says, it is what it is. We've got to take advantage of every method to vote that is out there, because if Kamala Harris is doing that for her folks, then we have got to be using what we have available to get out there and to make sure that our guy is the next president of the United States. So get out there and vote. Whether it's early, whether it's election day, whether it's by mail, just make sure you get out there and vote. And here's the thing. I don't want you to just vote once. My request is that you get out there and vote 10 times. You guys are like, well, we don't do that. We're Republicans. We only vote once. We only do it the legal way. But here's the answer to vote. Here's the legitimate way. The legal way to vote 10 times is you take yourself to the polls and then you get 9 of your friends and family to go along with you. That's the way we're going to vote 10 times. Let's think about this. You look at the margins that are projected in some of these states. I mean, we could win or lose. Let's be honest. We could win or lose the state of North Carolina by a couple thousand votes. You know what that means? That means none of us want to wake up on November the 6th and be saying to ourselves, we could have done a little bit more. Here's some nightmare fuel for you. Let's say you wake up on November the 6th and Donald Trump has lost the state of North Carolina by 400 votes. Then you're going to ask yourself, what could I have done? If every single person just here today had gotten one extra person to the polls, that would be the difference between President Donald Trump and President Kamala Harris. So let's get out there and do everything that we can to get our guy across the finish line. The country is relying on us. Let's work and make it happen. One final thing. I know most people use social media some form. Maybe you just text, maybe you just call people. Whatever your favorite method of talking to your fellow citizens, make sure you tell them why you're voting for Donald Trump. Okay, whether it's X or Instagram or whatever you use, make sure people know why you're voting for Donald Trump. Because look, Kamala Harris and her allies in the corporate media, they're never going to tell the truth about this campaign. They're never going to tell the truth about our candidate, but you know who can tell the truth? We can. We can get out there to our neighbors, to our friends, to our family, and talk about why we're making Donald Trump the next president of the United States. I know that this is all, look, I know all of you are doing it. But ask yourself, we can do everything that we can, or we can do just a little bit over the next 11 days, and every single one of us needs to do everything we can to elect Donald J. Trump the next president of the United States. I know I'm working hard. I know you will too. Thank you. One final thought I'm gonna leave you with is, I did a town hall yesterday with Chris Cuomo on News Nation, and it was interesting. A woman asked me a question that made me think a little bit just about, since I became the vice presidential nominee, I've lost a few friends. My wife and I have lost a few friends. And I think that something that is true of most of us, and maybe all of us in this room, is even if we disagree with somebody politically, we would never cast aside a friend or a family member over politics. And I think it's important to point that out, because what's going on right now, of course, is, look, I think Kamala Harris legitimately is a crazy person. I mean, to the extent that she has any ideas, any original thoughts about how to govern this country, I think it's a disaster. We got to remember that most of our fellow citizens are not Kamala Harris, and thank God for that. we got to remember that there are friends and family members that may disagree with us. Maybe people who have I imagine pretty much every person in this room has lost a friend over their vocal support of Donald Trump. I think that's a disgrace. And when people talk about how to heal the country, I think number one is we got to make Donald Trump the next president of the United States. That's the first step to healing this country. The second step to healing this country is we've got to kick out leaders who try to censor their fellow Americans instead of persuade them. The biggest difference between Donald Trump's campaign and Kamala Harris's campaign is we're not lobbying big tech to silence our fellow Americans. We're not trying to silence people we disagree with. We may disagree with you, but we're going to try to persuade you instead of silence you because we believe in the Trump campaign, in the First Amendment. We will protect your right to speak your mind, and that's an important way of healing the divide in the country, is talking to one another rather than having Kamala Harris try to shut us all up. But I think a third thing we got to do, just to repeat myself, is even if you've got somebody who's going to make a bad political decision in November, spend the next 11 days not casting them out of your life. Let's spend the next 11 days trying to persuade them that Donald Trump is the best future, not just for this country, but for them personally. And that's what I promise you I'm going to do. I'm going to try to make my argument for the next 11 days to anybody who's still open to persuasion, because here's what I believe. I believe that unless Donald Trump is the next president of the United States, Americans are still going to be unable to afford groceries. I believe that when Donald Trump is the next president of the United States, Americans, especially young Americans, are going to be able to afford to buy a home again. I believe that when Donald Trump is the next president of the United States, we are going to secure that border and stop the flow of fentanyl coming into our country. I believe that when Donald Trump is the next president of the United States, we're going to unleash a golden age of prosperity for the American people. Let's get it done, my friends. God bless you, and thank you for having me in North Carolina. Man. All righty. It's hot out here. I like that shirt, sir. Thank you, sir. We got Christ is King. I love that shirt. Let's take a few questions because it's getting a little hot out here. And I don't think we have any more people parachuting with American flags, so we'll turn it over to the media. We even have some Bengals fans here in Fort Bragg. First question. Go ahead.
Senator Vance, how concerned is the Trump campaign over voting access in Western North Carolina after Hurricane Helene? And do you believe in that case that if Harris wins, this state's results should be challenged?
Well, should the state results be challenged? I think that what we should try to do instead is make sure that every voter's vote counts. In the state of North Carolina, all across the state of North Carolina, whether we're talking about Charlotte or New Bern or the western part of the state that was hit so hard by these hurricanes. But we got to remember something, that I really think that the American government, the American president, and the American vice president failed the people of Western North Carolina. That we could have done so much better in responding to that hurricane. The 82nd Airborne should have been in Western North Carolina the day after the storm, not a week after the storm. And I think we would have saved a lot of lives if we had done that. Now, I've talked to the state GOP chairman. I've talked to the national GOP chairman. I think that we're in a pretty good spot in Western North Carolina. But if you're in Western North Carolina, particularly if you're upset by the way your federal government has handled this terrible catastrophe, the best way for you to get out there and make your voice heard is to vote for Donald J. Trump, because he's not going to forget the people of Western North Carolina, and neither am I. Next question.
Hi, Monique John from ABC 11. Do you have specific plans to increase wages and expand healthcare access for our service members? At his last campaign event here in our area in Fayetteville, former President Donald Trump spoke on the importance of caring for our military community.
Yes, I appreciate the question, and we certainly do. And one of the things that, shockingly, I'm biased, but the media doesn't give Donald Trump enough credit for is that we did a lot, or I should say he did a lot, in his first 4 years in the White House on ensuring that veterans had more choice in health care. That's a big thing. I think all the veterans here would say they want to have more choices. We want to respect their service. And you know, this is especially true in areas that are rural where you don't have close access to a hospital. Why do we force a veteran to drive 95 minutes away from their home for a doctor's appointment when it would be cheaper for them and for the government for those folks to get health care 15 minutes away from where they live? We got to promote choices for veterans. Now, Donald Trump already did that, and we're going to build upon it in the second term. Unfortunately, Kamala Harris, a lot of what we've done to promote veterans' choice in health care, Kamala Harris has actually done away with some of that stuff. They haven't implemented it as well as they should, and because of that, I think veterans don't have nearly as many choices as they should. But there's a basic principle that underlies Donald Trump's approach to our military and to our veterans. Number one, we ought to be grateful to the people who put on a uniform, and we ought to keep the promises we make to them. Way too many broken promises to our veterans. And the second point, ma'am, is it is a national disgrace that we have 25 million illegal aliens in this country, many of whom are collecting federal benefits, when we've got veterans sleeping under bridges and on park benches. We've got to do a better job by American citizens, especially our veteran community.
Senator Vance, Hal Nunn from Hoke Media Group. Thank you for coming to Rayford, North Carolina.
Thank you, Hal. It's good to be here.
Yes, it is. Good for you to be here. Our education system in North Carolina in some areas is broken. And it's a lot of the money being spent, wasteful spending, and a lot of it at the top. Our staff, our teachers, our workers are working their tails off, but they just can't seem to get over the hump on grades, reading, writing, and math. We love parents' choice,
yes,
but we want to make education better. How are we going to do that?
Yes, sir. Well, such an important question, and we got to remember, folks, that 40 years ago, the American education system was the envy of the entire world. Whether you were rich or poor, whether you were rural or urban, we gave kids such good educations that we were leading the world in math scores and reading scores. We had the best educated population because you know what we did? We focused on teaching reading, writing, and arithmetic, and not political BS that has no place in our children's schools. Now, you talk about spending. We actually spend more per pupil than almost any education system in the entire world, and we have to ask ourselves, what are we getting from it? We're getting 40th in reading, 41st in math. We're not giving a good education to our children, and most importantly, our kids are not going to have good opportunities in life if they start out with a bad education. So we got to say, number one, we want to give parents more choices in schools. Let parents choose where they send their schools. The money ought to follow the child around, not a broken school system if that kid is stuck in a broken school. That's principle number one. And, sir, the final thing I'll say, principle number two is we have got to stop using the taxpayers of the people in this beautiful facility to fund political BS in our schools. I think a lot of you would be shocked if you realize that, you know, why can't our kids add 2 + 2, but they know that there are 87 genders? Why is that happening? It's happening because our tax money goes to fund bureaucrats at the Department of Education. Bureaucrats that are putting radical curricula into our schools instead of teaching our kids what they need to be successful, happy, and healthy people. We got to get back to the basics in education, and Donald Trump and I are going to fight for that every single day. Thank you, sir, for your question. We'll do one more. I'll leave you with a thought, and then we'll hit the road.
Hi, Senator Vance. Joey Pierre from the Fayetteville Observer. Just one question for you. What can a Trump-Vance presidency do to assist areas affected by hurricanes in North Carolina and in the southern and in the South?
Yes, sir. Well, you know, obviously, hope we're going to be in a few weeks victorious, number one, but number two. Western North Carolina is hopefully going to be in the recovery phase of the campaign, right? That's where I want us to be. And by the way, I feel extremely confident about victory in the state of North Carolina, and I feel confident in victory nationally. I worry a little bit. I'm less confident, if I'm being honest with you, about how well Western North Carolina is going to recover with a broken bureaucracy that's managing this process. So here's what we got to do is, number one, for the people of Western North Carolina, we've got to make sure that they're getting the resources that they need to address their homes, to fix their homes, to maybe get new homes because so many people have had their homes completely destroyed, to replace the belongings that were taken by the flood, and then, of course, whatever help they need, because a lot of folks out there are grieving a loved one, frankly, a loved one that wouldn't, I think, have passed away if the federal government had been smarter and quicker about the response. But the most important principle is look, I've seen a lot of crazy theories out there on the internet. The biggest problem that I saw in the federal response to the hurricane, it was bureaucratic incompetence. It's that you've got 8 different agencies, each of them with different pies of the recovery thing, and they're not working together. They're sometimes competing with one another, or you got one person who should be doing something, but they think the other agency is doing that. And most importantly, the 82nd Airborne, the U.S. military, should have been in Western North Carolina the day after the storm hit. That's the most important thing. So what I promise to the people of North Carolina, to the people of the United States of America, is that when Donald Trump is president, and when you have, because you're going to have it from time to time, a catastrophic storm, our response is going to be quick, it's going to be efficient, and we're going to try to save as many lives and help people recover as well as we can. God bless you for the question. Thank you. All righty. Let me leave you with this one final thought. And again, I am so grateful for all of you being out here. I'm so grateful for your support, and I'd encourage you to do everything that you can, from knocking on doors to calling your neighbors, to get President Trump across the finish line. Because I think it's so important to remember why we're doing this. And I think sometimes if you're caught up in the red shirt versus blue shirt of politics, look, we're going to beat Kamala Harris and the Democrats, and it's going to be very fun to beat Kamala Harris and the Democrats. I'm going to enjoy November the 5th very much. But the point of beating Kamala Harris and the Democrats is to give the American people the leadership that they actually deserve, and they just don't have it right now. And I've met so many people. I could tell you so many stories about people that I've met on the campaign trail. Let me tell you one in particular, because this woman, she was a retiree, and she was raising her grandkids, and she reminded me, frankly, of my grandmother, because I was raised by my mamaw when I was a kid, because my mom struggled with opioid addiction. And so this woman told me she's raising these grandkids. Her husband is about to retire, but he's still got a couple years left. And for 40 years, for their entire marriage, they had done a special thing on Friday night. It was steak night. And I'm not talking about going to a fancy steakhouse. I'm talking about going to a grocery store, her husband grilling a steak. And as all of us know, it's those special rituals that we do with our friends and our family that actually make life worthwhile. So in good times and bad, for this woman, for 40 years, Friday night was steak night until last year. Because last year, the groceries got too expensive, and they were too worried about whether they would be able to put food on the table for those grandbabies that they cut out steak night. And the woman told me just matter-of-factly, she wasn't complaining about it, she wasn't whining about it. But what I thought is we need to have the kind of leadership so that our own people can afford to get a nice steak for their family once a week. We need the kind of leadership that makes it so that whether you're rich or poor, if you work hard and play by the rules, you can turn on the heat in your home in the middle of a cold winter night. We need the kind of leadership where we don't have so many Americans dying of fentanyl overdoses because we're securing the border and waging war against the Mexican drug cartels. We need, in other words, the leadership of Donald Trump. And we don't need it primarily because it's going to be fun to beat Kamala Harris. We need it because the American citizenry, our neighbors, our friends, our fellow Americans, they deserve better leadership from their government. In 11 days, let's make sure they get exactly that. God bless you all. Thank you.
You've heard from JD Vance. Told y'all this man, he is the new star in the Republican Party, 100%, no doubt. Him, Tulsi Gabbard, Vivek, Tucker Carlson, some people would even say Bobby Kennedy. Some people would say that too. So like it's like a whole team of superheroes right now in the Republican Party. Everybody is ready. That's why I believe that if the 45th becomes the 47th, which is like looking like it's going to be, this is going to be one of the best years in American history. This is just my own perspective, my own opinion. You can think whatever you want to think, but I do know for a fact with that coalition of people and Elon Musk, bro. Man, I forgot about Elon Musk, bro. Elon Musk. Man, this is about to be one of the most interesting times in politics and in America and in the American economy. In tech, like it's just gonna be interesting. Man, I can't wait, bro.
Oh! Hey! Yes, sir. It's good to be back. Good to be back in North Carolina. It is good to be back. It is good to be back in Charlotte. Give Thomas Davis a big round of applause. I'm thinking we need to run him for something. There he is. I mean, I was getting fired up backstage. I like that. It is so good to see all of you in one of. I love me some North Carolina. I do. And I would just come to visit and just see some friends and have some barbecue, which I did have before I came out. But that is not the reason I'm here. It is not all fun and games. I am here for a very important reason, and that is to ask you to vote for your next governor, and for the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. Now, I know you've already heard it, but it is worth repeating in case anybody missed it or somebody is tuning in right now. Here in North Carolina, early voting has already started. So go do it. You can register to vote and cast your ballot at any one-stop early vote location in your county. And if you don't know where that is, go to iwillvote.com/NC. Now, let's face it, if you're here, you're probably going to vote. So just as important as you voting is to get your friends and family to make a plan to vote too. Because together, we have a chance to choose a new generation of leadership in this country and start building a better, stronger, fairer, more hopeful America. Now, listen, young man, there's no reason to holler. We know that this election is going to be tight because there are lots of Americans that are still struggling. And as a country, we've been through a lot over these last few years. We've been through a historic pandemic that wreaked havoc on communities and businesses. And there were disruptions from that pandemic that caused, hold on a second. There's something going on here. Hold on. Let's everybody just settle down. You know, on my way here, I was just talking about how wonderful and polite everybody in North Carolina was. I was. I love you back. But just want to make sure everything's settled down. All right. We got everything settled back there? So where was I? We went through a historic pandemic. And then disruptions from the pandemic caused price hikes that put a strain on families. Folks are looking to shake things up. I understand that. What I cannot understand for the life of me is why anybody would think that Donald Trump would shake things up in a way that is good for you. There is absolutely no evidence that this man thinks about anybody but himself. I have said it before. Donald Trump is a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down that golden escalator 9 years ago. He's complaining, he's tweeting at all times of night, all caps. And when he's not doing that, he's trying to sell you stuff. Who does this? He's trying to sell you gold sneakers. He's trying to sell you a $100,000 watch. Trying to sell you a Trump Bible. Wants you to buy the Word of God, Donald Trump edition. Got his name right there next to Matthew and Luke. You cannot make this stuff up. This would be like a SNL skit, except people would be like, well, that's going too far. Nobody's that crazy. No. Yes, he's doing it. Yes, he is. And the reason he's doing it is because all he cares about is his ego and his money and his status. That's his mindset. Those are his intentions. And along with those intentions, then there's also the question of his competence. I mean, y'all seen this. He's up there giving 2-hour speeches, just a word salad. Nobody's really sure what he's saying. He said he was the father of IVF. I don't know what that means. You don't either. He called January 6th a day of love, like it was Woodstock or Coachella. And if your grandpa was acting like this, you'd be worried. You'd call up your brother or your cousin. You say, hey, you notice grandpa is acting a little funny? But he acts, his behavior has become so commonplace. I want you to understand, just because he is acting odd and he, at town hall meetings he stops and listens, to music for half an hour and all that stuff, does not mean that his presidency would not be dangerous. And you don't have to take my word for it. Some of you, I'm sure, read or saw some of the people who know Donald Trump best have been saying in no uncertain terms that he should not be president again. These are not liberal Democrats. These aren't woke folks. These are people who worked with him, worked for him. The other day, General John Kelly, Donald Trump's former chief of staff, said that Trump told him he wanted his generals to be like Hitler's generals. Now, I said this yesterday. In politics, a good rule of thumb is don't say you want to do anything like Hitler. But it gives you a window into how Donald Trump thinks. And John Kelly's not the only one saying this. 2 of Donald Trump's defense secretaries, understand, they were in charge of the Pentagon, said Donald Trump is dangerous. Mark Milley, his chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the very top, the pinnacle of military brass, said something similar. And I know these folks. I know John Kelly. I know Mark Milley. They served under me when I was commander-in-chief. These are, no, hold on. These are serious people. They are decorated warriors who served in battle. They're not woke liberals. They're not even probably Democrats. They are people who don't usually talk about politics because they believe the military should be outside of politics, upholding the Constitution. The reason they're speaking up now is because they have seen that in Donald Trump's mind, the military does not exist to serve the Constitution or the American people. Donald Trump doesn't see being commander-in-chief as a solemn, sacred responsibility, an oath you take to our precious system of government. Like everything else, he thinks the military exists to do his bidding, to serve his interests. And he has said that if he's elected, he'll use the military to go after, quote, the enemy within, which he, do not boo, vote, which he defines, which he seems to define as anybody who criticizes him or refuses to bend the knee. It offends his ego if people disagree with him. Let me tell you, when I was president, a lot of people disagreed with me. You never heard me say anything remotely like you go after people in a democracy for disagreeing with you, for trying to punish people for disagreeing. This is America. This is a democracy. And unlike the first time, unlike the first go round, Donald Trump won't have people like John Kelly around to stop him. Because he's already announced, he's planned to surround himself with people who are just as wacky as he is. And will let him do what he wants, carry out his bidding. And so the question is, how is that going to help you? How's that going to help you pay the bills? How's that going to help you make sure your kid's getting a good education? How's that going to help you with a down payment on a house? We do not need 4 years of a wannabe king running around trying to punish his enemies. That's not what you need in your life. America's ready to turn the page. We are ready for a better story. North Carolina, we're ready for a President Kamala Harris. And the good news is Kamala Harris is ready for the job. This is a leader who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion. Kamala wasn't born into privilege. She was raised in a middle-class family, worked at McDonald's when she was in college to pay her expenses, didn't just pretend to work at McDonald's for a photo op when it was closed. She actually knows what people are going through and cares what people are going through. As a prosecutor, Kamala stood up for children who'd been victims of sexual abuse. As Attorney General of California, she fought big banks and for-profit colleges and secured billions of dollars for people that they had scammed. After the mortgage crisis, Kamala pushed me and my administration harder than any other attorney general in the country to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. And she didn't care that I was a Democrat, that she had knocked on doors for me in Iowa. She was not going to let anything stop her from winning as much relief as possible for families in California who deserved it. That's who she is. And the good news is, in the White House, she'll have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz. I was just with Tim in Madison, Wisconsin. I love that dude. He's a veteran, he's a teacher, he's a coach. He's an outstanding marksman, been a great governor. Apparently, he can even take a vintage truck apart and put it back together again. You think Donald Trump can do that? Do you think Donald Trump's ever changed a tire in his life? I mean, even when he was young, you know, if there was a flat tire, he'd call his chauffeur, Jeeves, change that tire. I don't know that his name was Jeeves. That's how I picture it, though. Jeeves. The point is, if you elect Kamala and Tim, they won't be focused on their problems, their ego. They're going to be focused on you. They understand that too many folks here in North Carolina and across the country are struggling to pay the bills. And now understand, it's important. Wages are steadily growing. Unemployment is low. Inflation is finally slowing. But the price of everything from healthcare to housing to groceries, it's still too high. And that hurts. And they understand that. The question is, who's actually going to do something about it? Now, Donald Trump's plan, shockingly, is to give another massive tax cut to billionaires and big corporations. Do not boo. Oh, I'm going to cure you of this. They can't hear you booing, but they can hear you voting. So now I've been traveling around the country. I talked to some people. Some people say, well, you know what? I remember the economy being pretty good when Donald Trump first came into office. Yes, it was pretty good. Because it was my economy. Because I had spent the previous 8 years cleaning up the mess that the Republicans had left. And we had had 75 straight months of job growth, and I handed it over to Donald Trump. And all he did was give a tax cut to folks who didn't need it and drive up the deficit in the process. So do not give him credit for that. That's not what makes an economy strong. The other thing I hear folks say is, well, Donald Trump sent me a check during the pandemic. Hold on. I want to make sure you understand this. First of all, Democrats and Republicans in Congress sent you a check. But also understand, Joe Biden sent you a check during the pandemic. Just like I gave relief to the American people with the help of Congress during the Great Recession. The difference is we didn't put our name on the check. Because it wasn't about feeding our egos or advancing our politics. It was about helping people get by during a tough time. That's the difference. So please do not give him credit for an economy he didn't have anything to do with making work. Do not fall for that okey doke. Don't get bamboozled. Don't get fooled. Do not get fooled when he talks about health care either. If you ask Donald Trump what his plans are for health care, he says, well, first, initially he said, in the Affordable Care Act, right? I mean, he ran on that. We're going to get rid of Obamacare. He didn't really know why, except for the fact that I did it. So he's got a problem now because it's popular. Almost 50 million people have gotten health care because of it. So a couple weeks ago, his running mate, J.D. Vance, do not boo, during the vice presidential debate, Mr. Vance has the nerve to say Donald Trump, and I quote, he said, Donald Trump salvaged the Affordable Care Act. Come on, man. Donald Trump spent his entire presidency trying to tear it up, trying to get rid of it, trying to tear it down. And by the way, he couldn't even do that right. And now, 8 years later, he was asked during the debate with Kamala, if you want to call it that, because that was like Mike Tyson in his prime. That was like knockout. But he was asked by the moderator, well, what's your plan? He said, well, I've got concepts of a plan for how he'd replace the Affordable Care Act. And I thought about that, and I want you to think about this. Let's say your boss gives you an assignment, says, I need it by Friday. And then Friday rolls around, and your boss says, did you finish that project I asked for? And you say, I haven't started, but I have a concept of a plan. You're fired. You could try it at home. Honey, did you do the dishes? I have a concept of a plan to do the dishes. How's that going over? If it would not work for you, why should it work for the President of the United States? The good news is, Kamala Harris does not have concepts of a plan. She has actual plans to make your life better. She's going to go after corporations that unfairly jack up prices. She's going to make it easier to build and buy a home. She's going to limit out-of-pocket health care costs. She's going to give a tax cut to 100 million middle-class and working Americans. It's on her website. It's laid out in detail. There's an actual plan there. And if Congress passes a bill to restore the reproductive freedom that women had for nearly 50 years, the freedom that Donald Trump bragged about taking away, Kamala will sign it into law. That is who Kamala Harris is. That's what she stands for, not concepts of a plan. Plans, actual plans. Now, if you challenge Trump on his concepts, he will fall back on one answer. This is blanket answer for everything. Blame immigrants. He wants you to believe that if you let him round up whoever he wants, ship them all out, put together these big detention camps, your problems will be solved. I want to talk about this just for a second because we have real issues at the border. We are a nation of immigrants. Unless you're a Native American, somebody in your family came from somewhere else. We are also a nation of laws. We are also a nation of laws. We have to make sure the system works the way it's supposed to, that it's orderly, that it's safe, that it's fair. What I don't understand is this. Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, they're quick to say anything right now that's not working. Well, Kamala's, you've been vice president for 4 years. Wasn't Donald Trump president for 4 years? I know some of you may have blocked it out, but it's true. He was the 45th president. So if rounding up and deporting millions of desperate people many of them women and children, is the answer to everything, the answer to all of America's problems. Why is it that the number of undocumented immigrants was basically the same when he left office as when he took office? He was president for 4 years. Well, I'll tell you why. Because he doesn't have a real plan. He has a concept of a plan, and it's a mean and ugly plan. You know what would actually help bring order to the border and fix our immigration system? A bipartisan deal that Kamala Harris supported, even though it was written by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress, and Donald Trump lobbied actively and told Republicans not to vote for it because he figured this is an issue that I can use to win an election. We do not need a president who will make problems worse just to make his politics better. We need a president who actually cares about solving problems, making your life better. That's what Kamala Harris will do. And let me say this, because sometimes I think we think presidents can solve every problem. That's not how our system works. We do not have a monarchy. We don't have a dictatorship. So the president's just one among other elected officials in our system of government. So in order for Kamala to get all the things done that need to get done, she's also going to need strong leaders in state houses across the country. Now here in North Carolina, you've been lucky because you've got an outstanding governor in Roy Cooper. He has done a fantastic job. He is a good man. He is a sensible man. He's a hard-working man. He has done an outstanding job leading this state. So now, to continue progress, you need to elect Josh Stein and keep North Carolina moving forward. Josh knows how to get stuff done. As your Attorney General, he's fought for survivors of sexual assault, stood with families that were devastated by the fentanyl crisis, defended your right to vote. And as your governor, he'll do even more, cutting taxes for workers, expanding technical education, paying teachers what they deserve, because Josh Stein believes that if you work hard and take responsibility, you should be able to get ahead. Now, Josh's opponent believes other things. I do not know where to start with this man. Called the civil rights movement crap, called LGBTQ people filth, self-identified as a Nazi, suggested bringing back slavery. Now, I shouldn't really have to get into all this. I think it's fair to say you do not need a governor who makes Donald Trump look almost normal. You deserve somebody who's going to work every day and fight for you, somebody who has shown that he is up for the job, somebody like Josh Stein. He's been doing it his entire career. You need it in the governor's office. You need it in every office, at every level. I've taken special interest in following the school superintendent race down here in North Carolina. In part because apparently the Republican candidate's been spreading conspiracy theories and thinks I should face a firing squad. So I guess I am self-interested in... You do not want... Look, I mean, I'm serious here, people. I have friends who are conservative. I have friends who are Republican. We can have differences on issues. But we can't have somebody saying just crazy stuff running your school system, purchasing textbooks, allocating resources for our kids. You need somebody like Mo Green, who's actually run one of the largest school systems in the state and will make sure your kids get the education they deserve. Mo, Josh, those are the kinds of people we need in elected office. And not just because they've got smart policies, not just because they've got an extraordinary track record of accomplishment, but also because they share just some basic core American values that we seem to be forgetting. I mean, it's an example of how frustrating politics can be sometimes, that there's so much crazy just swirling, especially on social media. And so I understand why sometimes people just want to ignore politics. They just want to step away from it. We all know folks like that. Good people, but they go, God, it just seems so nasty. I just don't want to be involved. It doesn't matter. And so complacency is also our opponent here. And whenever I talk to folks who feel just frustrated or disgusted with politics, I don't try to sell them the moon. I'm honest with them. Politics is not going to solve all your problems. Politics will not eliminate all poverty. You elect a president, no matter how well-meaning, they're not going to eliminate racism. You know, you may still be frustrated with your boss. You know, your kid may still act up and do knucklehead things. People you love may still get sick. Politics is not a cure-all. But your vote matters because what politics, what government can do is make your life a little bit better or a little bit worse. So when I was president, we didn't solve all the problems with our healthcare system. But but almost 50 million people got healthcare through the Affordable Care Act. Another 50 million were able to stay on their parents' plan until they were 26. Or they had pre-existing conditions, and before they couldn't buy insurance, and now they can. Somebody you know has health insurance because of what we did. It didn't solve all our problems, but it made your life a little better. Yo, we got somebody who fainted back there? All right, if we get an EMT, everybody, you got to bend your knees a little bit if you're standing too long. They'll be all right. Just give them a little space. This happens. I know y'all been standing around for a while. I'll give you another example. I said how politics can make your life a little bit better. It can make it a little bit worse, too, or a lot worse. So, and my former Attorney General, Eric Holder's here. Outstanding Attorney General. So he'll remember this. In my second term, because we had dealt with H1N1 virus, and then we dealt with Ebola, I had studied the issue. We had gathered together scientists and experts, and there was a prediction that sometime, nobody knew when, there was going to be an airborne pandemic, and we were going to need to be able to deal with it, just like we deal with the natural disaster. So we put together a plan, a playbook for how to deal with a pandemic. And we had what Eric will recall, we call tabletop exercises, where we'd get all the agencies together, and we'd work through, all right, what would we do in the event of a pandemic? How are we going to deal with the schools? How are we going to deal with public health officials at the state level? How do we provide information? How do we accelerate the production of viruses? Had a whole playbook, big playbook. Handed it off, just like I handed off that good economy to Donald Trump. I said, here you go. And apparently, it was dropped in the bin, and he ignored it. And 3 years later, the pandemic hits. Now, I want to be fair. No matter who was president, the pandemic was going to be a major crisis. People were going to die. People were going to get sick. Businesses were going to be shut down. Supply lines were going to be messed up. Travel was going to be restricted. This is a once-in-a-100-year pandemic. But if you look at a country like Canada, their death rate was 60% lower than here in the United States. Now, I want you to do the math. Over 1 million people died during the pandemic here in the U.S. 60% of 1 million is 600,000 people. That's somebody's grandmother or grandfather, parent, co-worker, friend. Some of those folks might be alive if we had a competent, caring president who was actually trying to make things better, who was not advising people to inject bleach as a cure. So if somebody tells you this election doesn't matter, explain, no, it does matter. It makes a difference when you have a leader who sees you and cares about you and thinks about you. They don't need to be perfect, but they need to try. They need to care. And remind them that elections are more than just policy. They're also about values, and they are about character. Some of you know, I didn't have a father in the house when I was growing up. My parents divorced when I was 2. I knew my father for 1 month. But you know, I did have a lot of people around me. Stepfather, grandparents, teachers, coaches, and most of all, my mother, who taught me the difference between right and wrong, showed me what it meant to be honest and be responsible and to work hard, to treat others the way I wanted to be treated. And I did not, growing up, always live up to those values. I was a knucklehead like most teenagers. But as I became a young adult, I tried to internalize them. I tried to live up to those values. I suspect most of you grew up the same way. And one of the most disturbing things about this election, about Trump's rise in politics, is how we seem to have set aside values, basic values, not democratic values or just basic values that we were taught. I mean, we've got a few weeks ago, we had one of the deadliest hurricanes in American history. I was just talking to Roy and Josh about one of my favorite places in the country, Asheville. Just a couple hours from here. Devastated. So President Biden and Vice President Harris, they come down, they're in some of the affected communities, meeting with local officials, trying to comfort families. And as that is happening, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are making up stories about the Biden administration withholding aid, not giving it to Republican areas, giving it to undocumented immigrants, just making stuff up. Even MAGA Republicans on the ground said that's just not true. It was a bald-faced lie. At a moment when people are most vulnerable, most desperate, for somebody, anybody, to try to manipulate and use that for their own gain, when did that become okay? I don't care where you stand on the issues. I don't care what party you're a member of. How can you countenance that behavior? If your coworkers acted like that, they wouldn't be your coworkers for very long. If a family member acted like that, you might still love them, but you wouldn't put them in charge of anything. You wouldn't trust them. And yet when Donald Trump lies or cheats or shows utter disregard for our Constitution, when he calls our service members who died in battle losers, when he calls our fellow citizens vermin, people make excuses for it, act like it's okay. As long as our side wins, it's all right. And I've noticed this especially with some men who seem to think Trump's behavior, you know, the phony macho tough guy act, that somehow that's a sign of strength. I'm here to tell you, North Carolina, that's not what real strength is. Never has been. I don't care whether you're a Republican or a Democrat or an independent. I don't care if you're black or white or Hispanic or Asian or straight or gay. We know better than that. We know that real strength's about working hard and taking responsibility and telling the truth even when it's inconvenient. And that real strength's about helping people who need it and looking out for your neighbors and standing up for those who can't always stand up for themselves. That's what we should want in our daughters and our sons, and that's what I want to see in a president of the United States. And the good news, North Carolina, is that you have candidates to vote for in this election who demonstrate that kind of character, who know what real strength looks like, who will set a good example and do the right thing and leave this country better for it. That's the choice in this election. It's not just policies on the ballot. It's who we are, what we stand for. So whether this election is making you feel excited or scared or hopeful or frustrated or anything in between, do not sit back and hope for the best. Get off your couch and vote. Put down your phone and vote. Vote for Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States and Tim Walz as the next vice president. Vote for Josh Stein and this whole incredible North Carolina Democratic ticket. Help your friends and family members and neighbors and co-workers do the same. Because if enough of us make our voices heard, we will leave no doubt about the outcome of this election. We will leave no doubt about who we are and what America stands for. And together we will keep building a country that's more fair and more just and more equal and more free. That is our job. That is our responsibility. North Carolina, Charlotte, let's go do it. I love you. God bless you.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You heard the 44th President of the United States, former President Barack Obama. He is campaigning hard for the Vice President Kamala Harris. What do you think about the speech he's been doing, like sort of like the same speech at every state? That's what I've noticed, which I guess it's effective. If it's effective, why fix it? Why try to twitch anything or tweak anything? It's working. People are like screaming at the events and stuff, and especially the part where he says, uh, the economy was his economy, not the 45th. So it's like, well, and people are like, well, it's the first 2 years, and then, but people are like, it's just sort of, if you were gonna vote for Kamala anyway, that is something that would resonate with you. Like, oh, that's true. Oh, yeah, that's true. But yeah, I mean, you got to do your own research by yourself to be able to really have a substance to argue with that fact or with that statement. I wouldn't call that facts, my bad. You would have to do your own research to argue with that statement he's making. So if you don't do your research, then you'll be like, oh, yeah, that's true. All right, let's go to CNN right now.
I think that her saying that she believes Donald Trump is a fascist got a lot of headlines because it was the first time she said it. She's been going along for days saying Mark Milley said he's a fascist. This person said this. You raised the question of authenticity in your interview with her, and that was an authentic moment where she says, "Yeah, I do think he's a fascist," and I think that's why it had a reaction. Donald Trump, he for whatever you think about him, if you like him, if you hate him, he is certainly who he is. He's shown us who he is every single day.
Yeah, which is a fascist. And it's crazy because you still don't have news networks having that conversation. Yeah. Like when somebody says, when somebody questions Kamala Harris's blackness or is he a DEI hire, y'all will have roundtable discussions about that, asking that question. How come you're not having roundtable discussions asking, is Donald Trump a fascist? Actually, not even asking it, stating it. I mean, when you look at the things that he's talking about doing, jailing journalists, jailing his political opponents, turning the military on American citizens. The guy said he wanted to terminate the Constitution to overthrow the results of an election. How come that is not the topic of discussion on networks like CNN every day?
But do you think that, I mean, you were raising this with Kamala Harris about her own authenticity, about her own willingness to just, say things that aren't crafted. Do you think she needs to do more of that? Trump's going to go. Trump's going to go. Apparently, Trump's is going to tape a thing with Joe Rogan. Do you think she should do that?
I think that she should keep calling Donald Trump a fascist. And I think that Americans need to keep looking at the rhetoric of Donald Trump, because I don't know why we're even thinking about electing somebody who's talking about putting people in camps. I don't know why why we want to elect somebody who's talking about mass deportation. I don't know why we're having this conversation about somebody who wants to terminate the Constitution to overthrow the results of an election. Aren't we supposed to be a patriotic country? Whenever somebody like Colin Kaepernick takes a knee in this country, everybody talks about, oh, that's so unpatriotic. But a guy can say he wants to terminate the Constitution to overthrow the results of an election and nobody cares. And like even me bringing it up now, you brought it back to Kamala and Joe Rogan. Anderson?
Yeah.
Who gives a damn?
Well, I mean, I think you give a damn who's elected president, and I'm asking
if that president is a fascist. That's talking about putting people in camps. That's talking about, once again, terminating the Constitution to overthrow the results of an election. That's talking about, jailing his political opponents. Yeah. Like, that rhetoric doesn't scare people?
Well, we talked about this every single. This is what
I don't think
I've been talking about this every night.
I don't think y'all have enough conversations about it. I feel like I heard more on this network about is Kamala Harris black than I do about, Donald Trump being a fascist.
Well,
am I wrong, Angela?
Honestly, that's bullshit. I'm sorry.
Oh, I like that.
I'm not. Look, I'm a huge fan of yours. Okay. But to say that we're sitting around discussing is Kamala Harris black, like
I've seen that. I've seen those roundtable discussions a lot. Now that's bullshit, Anderson. For you to say that y'all don't have those conversations.
I've never asked somebody
I'm not saying you. I said the network.
He said the network.
I don't think anyone I don't think any anchor on this network has been going around saying, "Is she black?"
Y'all have never had
we have had. Look, I'm sure we have had, nutty people or people who have strongly held beliefs who I may disagree with, who somewhere on some panel have said something, but. Yeah. I will just speak up for what I do on the show. I do believe it's important to get people different viewpoints as long as they're willing to have a legitimate conversation. What I don't like are surrogates who come out and just spout talking points that they don't even believe, and those are people I tried to eliminate from having ever on the air again.
I think no network has honest conversations about Donald Trump. Nobody's had honest conversations about Donald Trump since 2016. I saw last night they were talking about, the double standard that exists between Donald Trump and the vice president. But with Kamala, we talk about him being a threat to democracy, but we don't treat him like one.
I mean, I don't know what you've been watching, but I don't know of any Trump supporters out there or people who like him who are tuning in to me every night to try to get, to be validated in their opinions. I don't know. I don't know. I disagree.
I don't think it's about validating. What do you mean, validating the Trump?
Well, you're saying that we're not. That I guess you're saying I'm not discussing all the things he is saying and doing and pointing it out and talking to, what John Kelly. I mean, this is what
is
has been discussed. There's nobody. Let me just say, there is nobody on the planet who has not heard and seen pretty much everything Donald Trump has said and knows.
I don't believe that.
Knows,
I don't believe that.
Well, knows who he is, whether they believe it or not, whether they care or not.
When the vice president said that to you last night, she said, "I don't think enough people know." I 100% believe enough people have not heard his rhetoric. What do you think, Angela?
I was just about to say, can y'all tag me in? I'm never doing this remote with y'all ever again.
Angela, yes. It's the problem of being on satellite. Yes,
I
talk,
know,
please,
it is the problem. No, I was just going to say, I think what you're saying is fair, that there have been roundtable discussions where y'all raised this. I think the problem is it would be nice for, you to cut to camera and say, I'm looking right here, right now. Y'all, Kamala Harris is a black woman.
Right,
Let's move right along.
Yeah,
but
yes.
I was going to say, to your colleague's credit, Jake, right after the town hall yesterday, he said that you all had the opportunity to critique what Kamala Harris' policy proposals were, what her positions were, what her recommendations were, whether or not she answered a question fair enough, because, ta-da, she's the only one that showed up for the town hall. Yeah. It was supposed to be a debate. He said that. I think that the point is we don't hear those things enough, and it has been a threat. We cannot say, Kamala is going on with Joe Rogan, Donald Trump is going on with Joe Rogan, but Kamala's choosing Club Shay Shay. Debate it. It's like, what is he going to say when he goes on?
Here's what I've been saying, which is it is a double standard because Kamala Harris has policies and she talks about her policies. And you may think she doesn't talk in detail enough about her policies, and plenty do. And I pushed her on that last night. I quizzed. I try to look at the policies from different, but she's got stated policies and you can look them up. Donald Trump does not have policies.
Oh, there you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and we say, this is nothing new. We talk about this all the time. He does not have his policy. In 2016, his policy for Iraq was taking Iraq's oil by using U.S. soldiers to surround the oil fields and extract the oil somehow and bring it to America. I mean, literally, and I was like, that's not a thing. So that's been going on now. That's what
you just did. What you just did is what I would like to hear more pundits do, because a lot of times we ask answers.
All right,
we say things like, "Do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?" I think we kind of got enough evidence to know that answer.
I'm not a pundit. I'm not interested. I don't think my opinion is particularly interesting for viewers out there. I'm interested in.
I disagree.
Well, okay, you can quibble with it.
I disagree with that too.
You can quibble with it, but I believe in asking questions and probing people's arguments and trying to reveal people's arguments, what's true and what's not. And I'm not on MSNBC for a reason. I'm not on some other network for a reason. I'm on CNN because I want to talk to Republicans. I want to talk to Democrats. And I want to learn from them. I don't think I have the answers. I'm willing to change my mind. People can convince me of stuff all the time. I'm not I don't even know why I'm talking about myself. I don't even like talking about myself.
No, but Anderson,
but my point is,
I want to tell you this.
I think what we're doing here is important because I do think in this country where, you know what, I got so many, I don't look at comments about myself, but I was looking up some comments about my grief podcast, and I came across this whole inundation from people who are Harris supporters saying to me online today, like,
okay, we're good. That's it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll listen. Thank you.
Tonight, a headline from the Wall Street Journal that Elon Musk certainly will not like. The paper is reporting that Musk and Russian President Vladimir Putin have been in regular contact since 2022. Putin, according to the journal's sources, at one point even asked Musk to not activate his Starlink satellite internet service over Taiwan as a favor to fellow autocrat Xi Jinping of China. Now, Musk didn't reply to the Journal's ask for comment, and the Pentagon didn't comment as well. The Kremlin did acknowledge one phone call, but said that the pair are not in regular contact. CNN has not been able to independently verify.
The typical playbook is out, people. Elon, I told y'all Elon was gonna get the boot. I told you Elon was gonna get the boot, bro. The typical playbook is out. Elon supporting the OG, the 45th, who some people believe might be the 47th. I told you they're gonna come for Elon. Now everybody's like, "Oh, Elon and Russia, the Kremlin, like, can y'all find another country?" I feel like Russia is being played out too much. Like Russia is worn out these days. Russia is just worn out. Like I'm sure Russians are looking like, man, bro, let's pick someone else.
Any of this reporting as of this hour, but this is a pretty big deal considering all the things about Elon Musk.
And especially concerning, like you said, Elon Musk has kind of become one of Donald Trump's biggest advisors. He's out there possibly doing something illegal already with trying to buy votes and the whole...
He's handing out $1 million checks.
Exactly, with the lotteries, exactly. And,
legal or not.
the DOJ, Department of Justice, has said, warned him this could possibly be illegal. I think we don't know what the details are, right? The U.S. officials don't really know, but it's certainly not something that our national security officials are going to think that is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, let's take Trump and their relationship out of it for just a second. Elon Musk has a $1.8 billion classified contract with the United States government.
Yeah.
And it raises a lot of big questions about what are we doing here? I mean, are we just...
We're working with the world's greatest
No, but I'm just wondering, I mean, if you have, too much credit card debt, you can't get a security clearance.
I mean, look,
so
he is the world's greatest
what are we doing
entrepreneur. I
here?
don't disagree with that.
You know what,
Great
this
with
is a
satellites, great with
nothing
rocket
burger.
science.
Yeah, that's
Well,
right. We're working with the world's greatest entrepreneur.
I have a lot of issues with someone that we're relying on for very sensitive information and technological advancements, working with Vladimir Putin, potentially working at the behest of Xi Jinping. These are two of our greatest adversaries. I got a big issue with that. And if this reporting is true, then we may need to reconsider some of these engagements that the federal government is having with Elon Musk. I love Elon Musk. I think he's a brilliant guy. But this crap is not okay for a whole host of reasons. These countries are our adversaries. Their objective in every regard is to defeat the United States however possible. And so this does make me very, very nervous.
I read that news a different way. Basically,
I don't know about
you've
that,
got
Kevin.
the Supreme Leader of China saying, do not put that...
Man. It's like, this is like plain sight in front of us. Like, this is plainly in front of everybody, and we're just gonna say, yeah, it's true. Come on. Now, I don't know if it's true or not. I mean, let the people who are gonna do the investigation do their investigation. Whatever they want to do, they gotta do what they gotta do. Due diligence. And, if it's true, then everybody needs to face the music and dance to the music, or whatever needs to be done. However, why is it coming out now? Why didn't this news come out last year? Why is it when he's wearing the hat that Trump made, now he's in Trump's rally, that's when everybody want to start saying, well, he's with this guy. Well, we're going to have to look into this guy. It's like, why must it be like this? This is why it's like, can you give me a break, bro? Give me a break. I need a break, bro. Man, I'm taking a break from this beer.
freedom of speech over Taiwan. I forbid you to do it.
They have no right to forbid that.
Wait.
This is an American
And Elon
company,
Musk,
Kevin. What are you
just like
talking
he
about,
did
Kevin?
over Ukraine, gave him the finger, said, I'm going to do whatever I want. I'm Elon Musk, and that's exactly
I don't
what
know
happened.
that's not what. Just to be clear,
That's my
the
interpretation.
reporting doesn't actually say what he did in
We're
response to
speculating.
that
I'm
request.
speculating.
So, I mean, you can speculate, but that's not what the reporting says.
It said he, at the insistence of the Supreme Leader of China.
He was asked to do it. It
I hope
doesn't
he
say
didn't do
whether
it.
or
He
not
obviously
he did.
wouldn't do it. Starlink above it.
The issue is also that, I mean, when you talk about Starlink, Elon has gone back and forth about whether he's going to provide Starlink to Ukraine. He started off trying to support Ukraine in this war, and then he pulled back at several really important junctures.
It's working
That is
tonight.
not speculation. That's proven.
I know, but it's working tonight.
I think one of the things that is also very concerning is it reminds people about the links between Donald Trump and Putin, and the fact that Donald Trump admires Putin, treats him as like one of his best friends, along with other strongmen around the world. And I think it really feeds into the message, one of the closing messages of the Kamala Harris campaign, that this is not somebody, Donald Trump is not somebody, as Elon Musk is his closest advisor, not somebody that we can trust to be commander-in-chief.
No, you should, but our adversaries should not have, in my personal opinion, that potential level of influence over an American CEO of a very important company because of the technology that we have. We should investigate.
Well, they're already in a relationship, which he should be careful about because he's going to make Trump jealous, as much as Trump loves Putin. In fact, this is really bad news for Trump. If he's having it's like Putin's a teenager. What are all these secret conversations he's having?
How does he have time?
On the phone, exactly.
Who even talks on the phone anymore?
On his bed, talking on the phone.
With Trump?
Yes.
If you're Elon Musk, every leader wants to cozy up to you, including the president of France during the Olympics. Sat him right beside him at the state dinner. He's Elon Musk. He's Batman.
France is an
I get your point about where Elon Musk is because of everything he's created, everything he's led.
Hey, can you translate for China for me on that one?
But if Vladimir Putin is calling me, I'm not answering Vladimir Putin's phone.
You realize he makes cars in China.
I'm not answering the phone call of Xi Jinping. No. I'm an American. My interest is about America first.
He makes cars
not Russia
in
interest,
China.
not China's interest.
No. He makes Teslas in China.
But he also has federal confident top secret, above top secret
Kevin, do you acknowledge
contracts.
that Putin and Russia, right now and for some time, they're adversaries?
100%. I'm the guy that wants to put 400% tariffs on China.
I think that Cher Michael's... No, I'm talking about Russia. But Cher Michael's point is that because it's Russia, it's different.
But you've all of a sudden made the assumption he's done something wrong.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying, Kevin. I'm simply saying I wouldn't even answer or take a call from the leaders of either of those two countries.
Wait a second.
I just would
You're
not.
making cars in China, and the Supreme Leader calls you, and you're not going to take his call?
We're talking about
No, we're talking about different things here.
You just said both countries.
So China, what is Xi Jinping calling Elon Musk about? Let's go with that hypothetical.
He's got $50 billion invested there.
So what does he want to say?
He may
what
say,
are you doing
I'm
with the
going to change my
investment?
policy.
Then change your damn policy. That's the end of the conversation.
And that's not normally
there's
something.
no need for Vladimir
I actually
Putin
think
to be
that's
calling
crazy.
Elon
You
Musk.
want to keep your adversaries closer to you so you have information.
That's the government's job, Kevin, not Elon Musk.
You can tell my brother over here with the suit on, with the blue suit on, definitely. Is a good journalist from the way he talks, but you can tell this man right here doesn't really know too much about business. Change your damn policy. Bro, what are you saying, bro? What are you saying? So you mean if the leader over there says, I'm going to change the policy, that may tank the whole business of Tesla, it shouldn't pick up the phone and say, change your damn policy. You better take your loot check and move.
All right, guys.
Position or job?
Well,
we gotta
he did go
leave it
visit
there.
him to get that plant built.
Everyone,
You know that.
Oh, that's fair.
we got to leave it there. Everyone, stick around.
Yeah, man. These people just always look for something every single time. And this is why I feel like this is why the former president has garnered more and more and more support from people. Because when somebody looks at this, is like, oh, you guys are going to come for Elon Musk too? I was even saying I didn't like Elon, but now I like him because now you guys want to do the same thing you always do, the same thing you always do, bro.
CNN's David Chalian is right there at the wall, which only means one thing. There is a new exclusive poll. David.
Our final national poll of this 2024 race. And what does it show in this stable race? A tied race, dead heat among likely voters. 47% Harris, 47% Trump. It obviously doesn't get closer to that. And I want to show you what this race has looked like over time. It has been remarkably stable. This goes all the way back to when Joe Biden was still running in August of last year. You saw it was a 47-46 race there. You see here the red line, the Donald Trump line. He's never been behind outside the margin of error, statistically trailing in this race the entire time that we have polled this race. Let's look at it by party ID here, Dana. You see overwhelmingly Democrats are with Harris, as you would expect. Overwhelmingly down here, 92% of Republicans are with Trump. Harris is getting about 7% of Republicans. I know she's making a big play for some of those Trump-resistant Republicans of late we've seen. And look at the independents. It's actually within the margin of error of that subgroup. So there's no real clear leader with independents, but numerically, Harris has this slight higher number there. And we've been talking a lot about the gender gap in this race. It's a little smaller in our poll overall than we've seen in some other polling.
Of course.
But among likely voters, Harris is +6, 50% to 44% with women, and Donald Trump is +6, equally 51% to 45% with men. That is a 12-point gender gap.
Now, this is a national poll, as we have said until we're blue in the face, and we'll continue to say. Remind people that that is not how presidents are chosen. It's by the Electoral College and in battleground states. However, what this poll is telling us is some of the reasons why this race is so close in those battlegrounds as well. What is some of what you're learning behind those numbers?
Right. So, you know, lots of people on the Democratic side of the equation say, how could it be possible that it's tied? Why is Harris not running away with this? Well, it's the environment that she's running in. We asked folks, your financial situation over the past year. So today compared to a year now, a plurality, nearly half, 49%, say they are worse off today financially than they were a year ago. 35% say they're about the same. Only 16% say they're better off. I'll also just say we have Joe Biden at a low approval rating at 36% in this poll. We have the wrong track number. 7 out of 10 Americans say we're in the wrong direction. Things aren't going well. It's a rough environment if you're running in the incumbent party. So what does that mean then? Why isn't Donald Trump running away with it if that's the environment? Well, here's one issue. Look at Kamala Harris's domination with the issue of abortion and reproductive rights. She is running a 21-point margin ahead of Trump on trust to handle that issue. A little bit protecting democracy is an advantageous category for her. Trump still doing his best on immigration. He's got a 16-point lead over Harris. On the economy, a 13-point lead. And on foreign policy, a 10-point lead. But that abortion and reproductive rights number, that's one of the reasons Donald Trump is not yet running away with this race. And then who's left in this race, Dana? 89% of likely voters in this poll tell us their mind is made up. 9% say they could change their mind between now and casting their ballot, though I will say a large swath of these folks, they're not extremely motivated to vote the way that the folks who already made up their mind are. And only 2% of voters at this point, likely voters, say they have no first choice in this race, Dana.
All right, David, thank you. We'll see you in 1 second here at the table. We want to point out that that is our new national poll. In 6 of the 7 swing states, CNN's polling averages also show virtual ties. We haven't gotten enough quality polls out of Nevada to do an average there. And as of this morning, nearly 33 million Americans have already voted, including nearly 10 million in those 7 states. Joining me now at the table is Jackie Kucinich of the Boston Globe, Cleve Whitson of the Washington Post, and poof, here he is. David Chalian made his way from the magic. It is called the Magic Wall.
Yeah.
Maybe it helped. These numbers are so interesting, particularly some of what you started to show us about the crosstabs. It is inside politics. I can say crosstabs.
The lingo.
Yeah, I know. We love the lingo here. And as well, first of all, just your takeaway, your overall takeaway of what you just saw.
I think this explains a lot about why Democrats are so nervous, right? Like Harris was supposed to rebuild this coalition from Obama to kind of wash away the fears about Joe Biden, and she's not really sort of running away with it in a way that there's concerns about black men voting, there's concerns about Arab Americans in Michigan, and it just means that at the very end you're going to have Democrats and Republicans, but Democrats too, very nervous at the end.
And yes, about the Obama coalition because he won twice. but it looks like she has rebuilt the coalition, or brought the Democratic ticket back from where it was when Joe Biden was still at the top of the ticket, which was no small thing.
Which was one of the only things that moved this race,
Yeah,
right? Was
exactly.
that debate and him leaving the ticket. Otherwise, you're right, it's been absolutely stable. And even then, it kind of evened out again, right? There was that boost initially with Harris, and now we're back in this neck and neck. The other really interesting thing I think about this poll is you can really see in a crystal clear way why the candidates are talking about what they're talking about right now. They're both in Texas. Harris is going to be talking about abortion. She's talking a lot about democracy. Trump is talking about immigration. He talks a lot about the economy. And when we've been in the States talking to voters, talking to people who haven't cast their votes yet, not one of those 33 million people, that is the economy and immigration, the Trump curious, the Trump leaning voters. Those are the things they talk about the most.
Yeah. Let's sort of staying on Harris and how she is trying to focus on some of the issues that pop in this poll, and clearly in the data that they have inside the campaign. Abortion. How abortion could affect your vote. Candidate must share your views, 31%. One of several factors, 50%. Not a major issue, only 19%.
It's got salience, and I've been talking to Harris advisors about this, trying to press them if they think the abortion issue is as salient as it proved to be in the 2022 midterms, right on the heels of Roe versus Wade being overturned with the Dobbs decision. And their theory of the case is it is, and maybe even more so, because they believe, and this is part of the stories that you hear Harris telling on the trail, their theory is, back in 22, we saw in some states like New York with the Democratic governor Kathy Hochul, or in Michigan with the Democratic governor like Richard Whitmer, that perhaps some voters weren't thinking that abortion rights were really endangered because there were these Democratic elected officials and legislatures. Now the stories of what women are experiencing in some of these states with bans, that is breaking out nationally. That's not a story only being told in their state. And the Harris campaign believes that is part of what is keeping the issue so salient.
Yeah, and they're focusing on women. Sorry, Dana. Okay. They're focusing on women who really want to be pregnant. Like a lot of these ads that you're seeing, they're people who really want to start families, and because of complications, ended up in this web of confusion that are some of the laws in these states. And I think that's been all.
Okay, so I know some people are optimistic, some people are pessimists. So it's like, if you think about it, let's just use performance as the yardstick. Okay, if you take 2016 to 2020, performance based, okay, the economy, the border, foreign policies, trade, all of those things, right? Compare it to what you have now. I don't want you to say, well, don't just compare those things neck and neck to what you have now. 2016 to 2020 and 2020 to 2024. Everything, the economy, the border, foreign policy, trade, every one of those things, compare and contrast. What do you get? So before you start saying, James in the chat says, have you heard what the other leaders of other countries are saying about this man? Of course. Nobody wants someone who's gonna, test them. Nobody wants someone who's gonna say, you know what? Yeah, we ain't having that. Nobody wants that. Everybody wants a soft hand. Sometimes when I come home, my daughter's like, oh, I gotta go clean up my room. Daddy's back. Of course, when daddy's back, you're gonna have to clean up. It's just what it is, bro.
Also a very interesting part of this race.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of what she's going to do when she goes to Texas today. We actually have a couple who tell that very story later in the program. Okay, so that's abortion, and this is just sticking on the Harris side of the equation right now. Then the other thing that she's doing in her closing argument is Donald Trump is unstable and unhinged, and, he's only out for himself. The question, Trump's pledge to go after enemies if elected, reason to vote against him, 50%. Doesn't make a difference, 26. Reason to vote for him, 24.
Yeah, you kind of long for the days when the worst thing they said was weird, right? Now they're leaning heavily in these final days into darkness, into fascism and all that stuff. And like Jackie said earlier, you can kind of see why they're saying the things they're saying, because it is clear that a large swath of the electorate sees that danger, sees that argument is resonating with them.
Yeah, I mean, that is a clear example when 50% of the electorate, these are likely voters, right, say, because you are promising to use the office to go after your political enemies, that's a no-go for me. Like that makes you a less attractive candidate. We see it about his demeanor and temperament. We see it about his age. These are negatives on Trump, and it answers the question, well, you know, why isn't, given everything we just said about the environment that Harris is running in, why isn't Trump running? Donald.
This man has said his revenge will be success. This man has said on Dr. Phil when he was asked, I don't know if you've seen that interview. He was asked on Dr. Phil, are you going to go after your political opponent? He said, no, my revenge will be success. So why do you guys you just I don't want to say fake news, but it's like, what else do you have? That's the same thing Hillary did in 2015, 2016. If this man becomes the commander in chief with the big button to whatever nuclear stuff, it's like, whoa, this guy's gonna cause so many BS going on in the world. But guess what? We didn't have what we have now. You didn't have Ukraine and Russia. You didn't have Israel and the Palestinian people, Iranians. You didn't have all of this stuff. You didn't even talk about it. We were taking trips because gas price was low. People were buying houses because mortgage rate was low. That was the lowest mortgage rate. 2.89%. What? Man, look. I'm not here to sway you to vote for Trump or sway you to vote for Kamala. I am an independent, but I am voting for Trump 100%.
Trump's behavior is clearly another part of this equation, as are his criminal convictions. These things we got so discounted a lot in the Republican primary, and they get discounted sometimes in our mind because it's like, but the whole Republican Party is still unified around him. But the total, and he's more popular than ever. All those things are true, but they are still weights around him because I think without them, Donald Trump may be running away with.
So you say, most people are going to say, well, most Democrats are going to say, well, Trump's 4 years was Obama's, well, the first 2 years of Trump's administration was because of Obama's economy policies. So this last 2 years of the Biden-Harris administration, what's up with it? What's up with the border? What's up with the foreign policies? What's up with everything going on around the world right now? Are you gonna blame me? Like, you guys never take responsibilities. That's the thing with these people. They never take responsibilities. Everything you must point a finger at someone. You can never say, you know what? Yeah, we messed up. I like Joe Biden. I like Harris, but we messed up over here, over here, over here. Nada. Nada. You would never take responsibility. Like I always say, I like Donald Trump's policies, but when he's talking about giving law enforcement immunity, I sort of kind of have issues with that. Like giving law enforcement immunity, that's like, bro, you're gonna have to chill with it because we gonna have to talk about that one. I could say there's some things I don't agree with. But you guys never take responsibility for nothing. So it's like I can't even trust you guys. I can't trust you guys. You guys are the same people that were talking about. You guys were talking about how Joe Biden was ready to go for the next 4 years. And I'm gonna trust you guys. Hell no.
Again, going to Texas, the reddest of red states, might seem a little bit unusual, but there might be a strategy here that some others are missing. Mark Cuban would know, a very savvy businessman, became a billionaire for nothing, being that savvy businessman, a big backer of Kamala Harris. Mark Cuban with us now. Mark, always great to have you. Thank you for taking the time.
Always a pleasure, Neil.
Do you think there's any strategy to going to Texas? You know, I understand with Beyonce and all of that stuff. I understand she has a lot of celebrities backing her. You're like a celebrity billionaire yourself, but is it really wise this close to the election to, as some of our critics in the Democratic Party have said, wasting your time there?
No, I mean, where you do an event.
Oh, Mark Cuban, low budget Elon Musk. Let's listen to.
Is less important these days because of social media and just digital media in general. Everything is going to get sliced and diced and put online, and people are going to scroll and see it. So where she does it, is less important.
So let me ask you about some of the things she said that had riled a lot of folks, pounding this fascist theme about Donald Trump. Well, Speaker Mike Johnson and Mitch McConnell in the Senate are out saying she should end this kind of rhetoric, saying here that the vice president may want the American people to entrust her with the sacred duty of executive authority, but first she must abandon the base and irresponsible rhetoric that endangers both Americans' lives and institutions. They're saying she went too far. Do you think constantly referring to Donald Trump as a fascist goes too far?
No. I think he's called Kamala Harris a Marxist, a communist, disgusting, not intelligent, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The man is the king of name calling. And if you're going to call everybody a name, you better be able to take it. And I can't help it if he's not able to stand up to it.
I think what they're referring to, though, and I hear where you're coming from, Mark, is that the two attempts on Donald Trump's life, come at a time when things are pretty tenuous, and that only feeds the negativity.
But yes, that's the thing. He has been able to stand up to whatever you've said about him. He has that attempt on him two times. So it's like, what are you saying? And for people saying he wants to use the law or like the whatever force against his political rivals, is like, that's not even valid because he is currently going through all of what they're saying he's going to do to whoever.
The volatility. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, right? When you have two idiots that we really don't know why they did what they did, and it was horrific what they did. I mean, you could also make the argument that if Donald Trump tamped down his rhetoric, it would be a lot easier to say the same thing of her. But he keeps on amping it up. And so, again, you never want to see an attempt on anybody's life, particularly Donald Trump, but it goes both ways.
Mark, what happened between you guys, you and Donald Trump? You used to speak highly of him and he of you. Where did it go wrong?
I don't think it went wrong. I mean, if he, wants to go to dinner, he wants to have a drink. When he won't drink, I'll drink. We hang out. He's fun to hang around. He's got a great personality. He's charismatic. But I think he was a lousy president before. I think he'll be a worse president this time. And it has nothing to do with personality. It has everything to do with ability.
Well, you never know what he's been saying about you since. Quoting here, Mark Cuban is a loser. He wrote this on Truth Social. Wouldn't take his phone calls anymore while at the White House, and he went rogue. A weak and pathetic bully. He's got nothing going. Really low club head speed. A total non-athlete. I don't know what the total non-athlete thing meant, but what did you make of that?
I didn't. I don't care. I mean, but going back, if he's going to, he amps up rhetoric all the time. That's who he is. He wants to be divisive. He wants.
Wait. Did I hear low budget Elon Musk somewhere there?
Be denigrating. And look, I can outdrive him any day, all day, every day. And so he can come to one of my classes where we do the box jumps and everything in terms of athleticism. But bigger picture, it doesn't matter. And I'm not running. But the fact that he gets all amped up and finds a need to come back at me, You know, that tells you his ability to focus. That tells you how much time he spends on policy and trying to learn things. And that really was the underpinning of why I stopped supporting him back in 2016. Because the more I talked to him about policy, the less, engaged he was. The more I asked him what he's been learning, there was always a non-answer. You can't find a time where you said, wow, that was really a nuanced position and conversation with Donald Trump about this or that policy. It's always just talking points and sound bites, no depth at all, ever. So he has to resort to true social posts.
You're not a fan of those posts, I guess. But let me get your take, though, on where he's got the backing of at least half the American people. So a lot of them see maybe all of these flaws, or whatever you want to call them, and his mannerisms and his temper and all that. Maybe they see some of the dangers if he comes to office, that he would be vindictive. We just don't know. But are you saying that if he were to become president, some in your party have said, I don't even know if you're a Democrat or Republican,
I'm not, I'm independent.
They would leave the country. They would leave the country. Is that a little crazy or extreme?
Yeah, that is a little crazy. And I've heard Republicans who tell me in Texas that if Kamala wins, they're leaving the country too. But just listen to what Donald says. Mass deportations.
Same thing with Mark. Mark just said he is an independent. However, he is campaigning for the vice president, Kamala Harris. So this goes for someone in my chat saying that I wouldn't even agree on the fact that I am a Republican. I am not a Republican. However, I got a family. I'm responsible for 2 girls. I got a 5-year-old daughter and I got a wife. Okay. I'm responsible for 2 beautiful girls. So I have to support what is going to be the best thing for my family. Okay. Because my daughter is not going to eat or go on trips or get the best education based on emotions. Okay. It's going to be from my actions and great policies that whoever is leading the United States is putting into play. That's what she's going to, benefit from. That's why I'm not going to be voting based on emotions and stuff like that. And, oh, well, as long as it's not Trump. No, we had best gas prices. We had the best mortgage rate. We had low inflation compared to what you have now, even if you want to blame the 45th for the 46th inflation. Okay. So it's like you had opportunity zones. You had Abrams Accord. You had the First Step Act. You had HBCU funding. You had right to try for the VA. So tell me why I would say no to those things.
Showing up and doing, checks on the street to see if somebody has their papers right. He's talked about the enemy within and going after American citizens. He has no care for freedom of speech. He wants to take away the license of CBS, even though CBS doesn't even actually have a license. Their affiliates do. I mean, that's just who he is. He doesn't get into any details. And so it's going to engender a lot of extreme responses.
But
did this guy just say freedom of speech? Do you remember there was once a president that was sort of banned from social media? Do you remember? There was a president that was banned from Facebook, banned from Twitter, banned from every social media that he had to start his own social media called Truth. Yeah, we ain't having none of that.
Your candidate engenders some extreme responses too, right? And you've been critical of sometimes the way the message gets out, not necessarily the underlying message. I hope I interpret it correctly.
Yeah.
But you had said that the Harris team, well, they're not great salespeople. What did you mean by that?
I mean, look, we've all had to deal with people who are just consistent, nonstop salespeople. They're just relentless, and the content really didn't matter to them. They're just going to bother the hell out of you. That's Donald Trump. On the flip side, we've also dealt with salespeople who maybe aren't salesy, in that regard, but the content and the product and the service is great. That's the difference between the two of them. Donald Trump isn't about content. He's not about substance. Kamala Harris is. Donald Trump, he's going to sell, and, more power to him. But the good news is Kamala has a better product, so it's an easier sale. So she doesn't have to be as relentless a salesperson.
Shout out to JD. JD just said social media is in the government, sort of, right? Like, yeah, that's true. However, why did Zuckerberg say Biden's team sort of kind of like say, you know what, you're gonna have to do what you're gonna have to do in 2020? Did you is that true? Yes or no? So if social media isn't, because there's some things you can't even say up here, you gotta be, JD, is that true? Yes or no? Did this current administration talked to Facebook? Yeah, just let me know, yes or no. And did Zuckerberg say by himself? Did he say by himself? Oh, you haven't seen that? Because you guys just like to like.
As Donald Trump is.
When a lot of Americans are polled on the candidates, as you know better than anyone, Mark, they long for the days of Donald Trump, at least the first 3 years of Donald Trump. COVID, of course, everything was off kilter then. And there's been criticism of how he handled COVID itself. I think you've been among those. But that they miss those days. They miss the low inflation. They miss the soaring job growth, even though Joe Biden's had pretty soaring job growth himself. But are they getting it wrong when they are leaning to that? Are they missing something? Because they would turn around and say you were missing something.
Of course, but I do think they're missing a lot. I mean, we had more deaths in the military under Donald Trump. We had riots under Donald Trump that he refused to take responsibility for. And when he tried to take some responsibility, his line was, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. He wasn't trying to diminish that at all. We had January 6th. I mean, think about it. The person closest to him in office, Mike Pence, people were chanting, hang Mike Pence. If someone was chanting, hang Neil Cavuto, I would do anything to help you, Neil, and I'm assuming you would do the same for me. If he doesn't have the character to be able to stand up when somebody is screaming to hang somebody he knows, that's just wrong. You can't just dismiss that. You can't just dismiss him saying he wants 10,000 whatever votes from Georgia. You can't just dismiss, the fact that when there was a bombing, it was Syria or Iraq, I forget, and there were 200 service people who were injured. Many of them had traumatic brain injuries, and he said they're just headaches. I can go down a long, long list of things that people, don't remember. And look, it's not their job. People are just trying to live their lives on a day-to-day basis. So no one expects everybody to go in there and do a detailed analysis of his presidency. Yeah. But, that Trumpnesia is overcoming a lot of judgment.
Still, this administration criticizing anyone on foreign policy or soldiers or deaths and in light of Afghanistan and that horrendous pullout, that's kind of standing on a glass house.
Afghanistan was horrific, right? Neil. There's no question it was horrific. But when you look at the actual numbers, fewer people have died, American soldiers have died under Joe Biden than under Donald Trump. And that's just a fact.
Let me step back and get your sense of tariffs, because a key part of Donald Trump's new economic initiative, if he gets back in the White House, is to slap severe and huge tariffs, largely on China, the likes of which we've never seen. Now, I know Kamala Harris has been critical of that.
Shout out to James Vaughn. James Vaughn say, Mother Nature don't care about us like that if you ain't figured out da-da-da. And I'm in Georgia, bro. I was affected by Hurricane Helen. So what is the point? What are you trying to say? That's why I shouldn't vote for Trump, because of Hurricane Helen? I didn't have power for 7 days. I didn't have home internet for like 22 days. So that's on Trump too.
But by and large, the Biden administration with her have kept most of the tariffs that were in place under Donald Trump under them as well.
So let's just look at that, right? During the Trump administration, he got his butt kicked by China in a trade war. Soybean farmers got destroyed. But in any event, in terms of the tariffs that was kept, before he left office, the first thing that happened was the tariffs from China went down. I think they went down from 25% to 15% to 7.5%. And so those tariffs that were kept are at a much lower rate and are far more strategic. And then there's the tariffs with the EU. Joe Biden signed an agreement, a treaty with them saying there'd be no bidirectional tariffs for at least 5 years. And so while it's true that there were some tariffs that were kept, most of them were strategic. And in some cases where they're strategic, and and I've always said strategic tariffs are great, for EVs and steel and other things. He increased those. Look, no one's complaining if Donald Trump wants to come in and do strategic tariffs. It's the fact that he wants to do across-the-board tariffs. I think what people don't realize is the things you buy for Christmas. We're getting to the point where we're looking at Christmas presents now. Fast forward a year where we're looking at presents. If Donald Trump institutes a 60% tariff on imported Chinese goods, most of those presents you're looking at buying for your kids, your family, your friends, they're going way up, 60% or more. And when that happens, not only do you buy less and your kids don't have the Christmas that you want them to have, but the small businesses, medium business, large businesses, they suffer even more because when their businesses decline in the fourth quarter is their entire business, when they book everything, they're going to get crushed. And it gets worse from there. When you look at tariffs, there's always retaliatory tariffs. China came back and set tariffs. So, farmers who wanted to export soybeans, there were stories written about farmers committing suicide.
So you're worried
the
tit for tat gets out. You're worried the tit for tat gets out of control.
Yeah, he got crushed last time.
He disagrees with that characterization. But let me ask you a little bit about mixed messages we get, even from Kamala Harris. You had wanted to clarify, I don't know why you felt the need to do so, that she will not raise the capital gains tax. But then he pointed out she's raising a lot of other taxes on corporations and the rest. And she says she's going to spare those who make $400,000 or less. But the fact of the matter is, she is targeting the rich. That would be people like you, because she argues people like you don't pay your fair share. So that's got to trouble you somewhat, doesn't it?
No. So let's go through. So what she's not doing is she's not going to do a tax on unrealized capital gains. That was in Joe Biden's budget. It's never, ever been proposed. It was wrong when he put it in there. It's still wrong. It's not going to happen. So that's one issue. Two, she says she's raising the capital gains tax to 28%. I can live with that. That's not going to change anybody's behavior. Corporate taxes, let's look at what's going on there.
You don't think that would change? Maybe not for you, but you don't think someone who sees that tax on an investment or real estate or any purchase.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in one more time. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. When I read, and I'm not like a tax attorney or whatever expert, so this is just my own opinion, okay? Yeah. When someone says tax the wealthy, and I'm thinking to myself, do you even know what that means? Tax the wealthy. Because the wealthy people have virtually zero income. They are basically living their lives based on stocks. And they just get loans against the stock that they have. So it's like you're saying, you can't tax loans, right? Because they own corporations. And those corporations are just gonna buy more asset and then they're gonna write off those things on the tax. So it's like when you say tax the wealthy, you don't even know what you're talking about. You're saying tax me because you're saying to tax the wealthy as if the wealthy are actually gonna get taxed.
Now suddenly up to 28%. It might be just a blink for a billionaire like yourself.
No, that's not
what
she's saying,
But for a lot of people,
Neil.
it could make a big difference, right?
It's not a tax on an investment. It's a tax on your gain once you reach a certain threshold. So you've already done really, really well if you've reached a threshold of 28, where it's going to be taxed 28%. So we're not talking about, you just.
And this is why you can't trust people like this. Look at what this person just typed in the comment section. Simon to Peter. He says, bruh, you are a dad. I feel bad for your kids being raised by a shit. Because I'm voting for Trump. Just because I'm voting for Trump, bro. And that's why I'm voting for Trump, because of people like this. They're trying to make you feel bad for your beliefs and the things you want to do. I'm not telling you because you're voting for Kamala, you are this, you are that. No, do what you want to do. It's your life. I don't pay your bills. Block your hair real fast. Children.
Well, that doesn't
Soldier
matter if
House.
you're rich or poor, right? It doesn't matter if you're going to be taxed at 28% versus 21%.
No.
Threshold or no, right?
No. If you're under the threshold, your rate's not going up, as best I can remember, right? But
well, what about the fairness thing then? That fairness issue, it keeps coming up, and for the life of me, and I've heard this for decades, covering this issue that the rich aren't paying their fair share. I remember Bernie Sanders talking about the time the top rate was 90%. We're a long way from there. Neely would say that it got down to 72%, and 40 wherever we are. I think we're 37 now is the top rate, and I'm just wondering, what do you think is a fair take for the rich to pay?
It's really contextual. When our deficit is where it is, you're going to have to charge.
This is for Zombie. Zombie, I didn't pick Donald J. Trump, the 45th, because of my feelings. No, I picked him because I saw the gas prices. I saw the mortgage rate. I saw we didn't have to send billions of munitions to Ukraine. That's why I picked him. Because feelings don't pay my bills, bro. You think my daughter cares about, oh, that is feeling some type of way, so we're not going to eat today?
A little bit more. If we get the deficit down lower, and the deficit's been dropping the last 3 years, the percentage of GDP has been dropping the last 3 years. If we can get it lower, then I can make an argument that there's no reason to raise them. But that's part of reducing the deficit.
You know what? On this race, a lot of people wonder, it's close right now. I have no idea how the election will sort out. But if Kamala Harris were to lose, do you think she would accept that defeat and concede the election?
100%. No question at all.
Do you think Donald Trump would do the same if he
No
lost?
chance at all. No chance. None.
So you're very convinced, because they do have batteries of lawyers each side who seemingly poised and we're like a coiled spring that pounce whatever the results are, right?
Yeah, but one trusts the rule of law, the other one.
And this is another thing that I get from people. Joa Reels, I don't want to butcher your name, bro. Love to you, Brody. So he says, yo, he's not for us, bro. What does that mean, he's not for us, bro? So you mean someone who can make sure that, I know that most people would say, well, the feds, the government has nothing to do with the feds, which, I guess constitutionally you would say that's true. However, there is some sort of influence. Would you say there's some sort of influence? Because why did we have low mortgage rate? Why did we have low, like the lowest mortgage rate, bro? So if you say this person is for himself only, and yet you had no new wars, you didn't have to send nothing to Ukraine, you didn't have to talk about Israel, and yet you're saying this person is for himself only. And then he did right to try for VA. He's not even in the military. So how is that for himself? This man ain't for us, bro. Bro, you better wake up. Like, what does that even mean, bro?
Does not trust the rule of law.
So your sense is that Kamala Harris, even if she lost a close election, she would acknowledge that. And since she is the vice president, she would have to put the finishing stamp on the Electoral College vote, and she would agree to do that.
Absolutely, 100%, no doubt in my mind.
All right, let's turn it around and see if she...
Bro, you could never win with these people, bro. Look at what this person just said. Why wasn't he in the military? Now he's done something for the military. Now you're asking why wasn't he in the military? Like, what do you want, though? Man, I'm done with you, yo.
She gets elected president. What cabinet position will Mark Cuban have?
None. Absolutely none. I don't want one. I don't want to work for the government. I have a company, costplusdrugs.com, that's killing it. We're changing healthcare. That's one of the great things about Kamala Harris. You've heard her talk about PBMs, pharmacy benefit middlemen, and really taking a hammer to them. You've seen her talk about transparency, which will reduce cost of medications for families and households by 20-30% or more. I think I can have more of an impact on healthcare in general with costplusdrugs.com and just doing what I do as an entrepreneur and CEO as opposed to working for the government.
So you wouldn't have an Elon Musk role in a Trump administration. I think Donald Trump has said he would be his cost cutter secretary.
Yeah, but look, even Elon's got
it up.
Yeah, to me, I would follow the law and say if I wanted the cabinet position, which I don't, I'd have to divest everything that I'm doing, and I don't want to do that. I don't see how Elon actually has a cabinet position or a real position inside an administration because of all the conflicts of interest that he would have. I mean, I don't see how that works. Now, in the past, even with Donald Trump, I've been an advisor. I helped him, I helped Peter Navarro find a company in the United States that did masks and helped them grow. I helped Donald Trump when they were talking about health care and getting rid of the ACA. I pray that he is not president, but I'll do what I can to help my country first, second, and last.
Mark Cuban, always a pleasure seeing you. Don't make yourself a stranger.
Thanks for having me on. It's always a pleasure.
Keep in mind, these are my own opinions. I am not forcing you to agree with me. These are my own opinion. And I'm glad you guys are here. We could share. There are things I don't know. I want you to educate me. Don't just come on here in the chat, calling names, pointing fingers, and, saying whatever you want to say. No. If you say, okay, Genesis, you need to educate yourself, then tell me what I need to get education on. It's like, okay, you need to go learn about this. All right. Then I could go learn about it. Or you can just educate me in the chat. Educate me in the chat, bro. My opinions are wrong. Bro. My opinions are wrong? Like, okay, so my opinions, Virgil says, Genesis, your opinions are wrong. So your opinions are right, but mine is wrong. I see.
The New York Times is out with this new polling this morning.
Someone said, Genesis, what is a tariff? What, are we in high school?
Showing the race is in a literal dead heat, not plus or minus, but in a dead heat, less than 2 weeks to go. What would you warn voters about what to expect, knowing how tight this may be on election night?
Let's be very clear. If we go back to the 2020 election, nearly 160 million people voted, okay? The likelihood this is going to be called on election night is 0.0. Now, if you're a betting person, like I think Berman is, but if you are a betting person, Sarah, you would take the over. Don't bet on the players in the game because we don't know. It's such a toss-up. But what we do know, or at least we're led to believe, because of what we know from past history, we know how difficult it is to count all these numbers.
Problem that I have with these people is, well, I have no problem with you. I'm not asking you don't vote for Kamala Harris. I want you to vote for Kamala Harris, bro. Virgil, everybody trying to come here and try to debate me. I'm not asking you not to vote for Kamala Harris. Take your family members, your friends, everybody that you know, let them vote for Kamala Harris, bro. Do what you want to do. I and my household and my team members and my whole family, we're going to vote for Trump. Why do you have a problem with that?
It's going to be a few days before we really know who's going to be the next president of the United States.
Let me just throw this out there as a starting point here. In the New York Times Siena College poll, which shows the race tied, it focused on the not fully decided voters, which is a little different than undecided, but not fully decided. They say 15% are not fully decided. And I think we have that. We can throw that up on the screen so people can see the actual number. And among that group right now, Kamala Harris is leading 42% to 32%. It was essentially tied a couple weeks ago. So that not fully decided group, David, you got like 10 days left.
Yeah.
What can you give them?
Well, look, I think I actually think the other night when she was on the town hall, and obviously she's amplifying it now, she said something that is meaningful to these voters. They're very much.
Oh, I didn't even see his name. His name is Anthony for Kamala. This is who I'm talking about in the chat. This is who I'm talking to in the chat. Anthony, for Kamala. You created your YouTube page for Kamala. Bro, did you see my name, Genesis Trump? Man, I'm wasting my time with these people.
Much concerned about what's going on in their lives, particularly in the economy. And when she said he's going to come to the office with an enemies list, I'm going to come with a to-do list, and your concerns are going to be on that list of issues to work on. I think that is a contrast that she needs to really, really hit hard in the final days of the
Virgil, I'm not going to answer your question because me telling you what a tariff is, what is that going to do? Change my vote for like, what is that going to do for you? Oh, okay, now he doesn't know what tariff is. Oh, he knows what a tariff is. What, am I running for president? Like, what is my business with? Like, what do you want me to tell you about tariff? Define tariff. So, what is that going to do for you or me?
campaign, because yes, Trump, he's fundamentally anti-democratic in certain ways, and I mean about democracy, and you know, he's sort of signaled what he's going to do. He's going to get rid of the special counsel. He's going to pardon the January 6th mob and so on. What does this have to do with people's lives? What does his vengeance have to do with their day-to-day lives? And I think that contrast is really powerful, and I would lean into it every single day.
Elder David?
Yeah, I like the analogy. I like the to-do list analogy. You know what's been number one on Kamala Harris's to-do list? Secure the border for the past 4 years. So the number one item on her to-do list, secure the border, failed. F, gets an F grade. So let's make that contrast. She's been in office for over 1,400 days. There's lots of things on the to-do list that she still has to do. So why should we give her another chance? Why is she hasn't been able? Anderson asked the great question, you know, what have you been doing for the past 4 years? And why haven't you started yesterday? You know, when she's talking about securing the border, she said, well, we're going to do all these.
So somebody says, well, you don't want to educate yourself because you're afraid you might change your mind. So you want me to educate myself? Okay. Say I go do my studies because I'm dumb, I don't know anything, right? Just assume I don't know anything, right? Let's just use numbers, for example. What is the current mortgage rate today? Today, right now, what is the current mortgage rate? And what was the mortgage rate in 2019, in 2018? What is the current gas price? And what was the gas prices in 2019? What is your current electricity bill today? And what was your electricity bill in 2019? The thing about most people in here, they don't pay bills. People who actually pay bills know what time it is. Feel me? And you're asking me questions like, oh, go Google that, Google that. And that's the thing. When you talk to these people, they'll tell you inflation is down. Google it. Google it. Bro, I go to the gas station, I go to the grocery store, I pay our bill. Inflation is down, Genesis. Google it.
Things. We're going to introduce this legislation. We're going to do this. And Anderson said, well, why didn't you do these things? Why didn't you do the EO? You could have done all these things. And she didn't have an answer. She did have an answer. Axe, as you said it was a word salad answer to that. And look, I do agree with Axe. The people who speak, the candidate that speaks to people's concerns, their economic concerns, that makes them feel like they're being heard, is going to be rewarded with those swing voters here in the end days.
Yeah, let me say a couple of things. I did say one answer of hers was a word salad, but boy, if this is a competition of who is speaking in word salads, I invite everybody to go and watch a Trump rally. I mean, that isn't the basis on which
this. It's a weave, not a word salad. It's a weave.
It's more like sweet greens, David Urban, or chopped, to be completely fair.
But also, on issues like the border, I mean, she did say what she has been doing, what she would do. She's the vice president, of course, not the president. But she's got a valid point. There was a very, very substantive bill on the floor, and Trump killed it. So because he wanted the issue. So that's I get the talking point. You guys want to look backwards, but she'd be smart to push.
Once more, thank you for tuning into the live show. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. I do not like blocking anybody. If you watch my live show, I do not like blocking because I want it to be for everybody. Kamala, Trump, whoever, third party, fourth party, whatever you want to do, do. In here, I like to be like free, just like people being able to say what they want to say, okay? It's just like you like to want to force your stuff on people. I'm not here forcing you to vote for Trump. I'm like one of the only guys that stream uh this stuff. And I'm not forcing you to say you better go vote for Trump. No, I want you to vote for Kamala, bro. But don't be telling me vote for Trump. Don't why you voted for Trump? Why you voted for Trump? I'm giving you why I want to vote for this guy. But you never give me why you want to vote for Kamala. However, I'm still not telling you don't vote for her. Do what you want to do, bro.
Forward and talk about the things she's going to do that are going to be positive in people's lives. When she is president of the United States, Dave, we don't talk about the Pence years, okay? Vice presidents don't make decisions. Presidents make decisions. And the question is, what would she do as president? And that's what she needs to focus on.
Yeah, but actually, you can't have it both ways. You can't have, Joe Biden, they're saying she was a partner with me. We did all these things together. You can't claim that she was the last person in the room helping make decisions. And then, no, she had no input whatsoever what was going on. She wasn't there. It has to be either or. You got to pick.
I've been around those rooms, and I saw Joe Biden was the last person in the room often with Barack Obama, but Barack Obama made the decision, and he'd say, thank you very much for your advice. I'll go in the direction I want to go. Only the president makes decisions, Dave, and I think the way Donald Trump's behaving in the final stanzas of this campaign should give people some concern about how he's going to make decisions.
So let me hit that point right there, because ABC News and Ipsos have a different poll out today, which has a kind of a startling top line number. Gary Langer, the pollster there, noted that 49%, about half of those polled, see Donald Trump as a fascist, which is sort of a stunningly high number. So David Axelrod, when you see this, does this maybe explain, and this, by the way, this poll was taken before the John Kelly comments came out with, you hear him on tape saying that Donald Trump said he saw some good things, that Hitler did some good things. Does this explain why the Harris campaign is maybe trying to go down this path in the waning days?
Look, I think that there are Republicans who may disagree with her on some issues, who have real concerns about whether Donald Trump believes in the fundamental tenets of democracy, the so-called Nikki Haley Republicans, and I think they believe that there are enough of those to tip the balance in some of these states like Pennsylvania, where the suburban area is going to play so big. I think that there's value in that, but I really do think you have to tie what Trump's obsessions are with the concerns of everyday people, and ask yourself, is he going to wake up every morning and thinking about my problems or his own? I really think that's fundamentally the distinction they want to make at the end. So it's important to raise these issues, and I care about them deeply, but I've said many times here and elsewhere, if you're talking about democracy over the dinner table, it's probably because you don't have to worry about the cost of the food on your dinner table.
David Urban?
Yeah, look, I agree with Axe 100%. Look at that. Cats and dogs sleeping together. Shock the world. I think that not being labeling and name... Exactly. There you go. The labels will have little impact at the end of the day when kitchen table issues are top of the list in every list. The economy, inflation, immigration, those are things that are affecting people's lives every day. That's what's going to move people in these last few days. The candidate who speaks best to that, who people feel that understands their concerns, their issues, their wants, their fears. Those are the people. That's where the people are going to flock to that candidate in these closing days. So to Axe's point, labeling is somewhat useful. Negative campaigning we see does move numbers, but someone who has an answer for those economic issues is going to be the key.
I will say that is the platform on which most fascists get elected. So that's famous fascists have run and said, I'm going to make the economy work better, and then all the other things come along with it that they don't talk about when they're running.
Well, on that cheery note, David Axelrod.
I'll read you.
David Urban.
I was just going to say, listen, if we're going to look at labels, I'll read you the definition of a socialist and then we can just call Kamala Harris a socialist from here to the end of the campaign, because she fits squarely within the definition of a socialist. So
we'll do political theory 101 next time around. David Urban, David Axelrod, thanks to both of you.
Man, I was just telling my wife, I told her this next 12 days, which I think is 11 days now, is going to be a very interesting time in the United States. You know, one thing I just ask for is no matter who you're voting for, red or blue, just remember you are an American first, okay? You don't have to call people names. You don't have to bring their kids into the conversation. You don't have to bring their wives, their husband. You don't have to say those things. Just keep it on topic. Like, why you acting like you're in high school, bro? Relax.
New this morning, Elon Musk has been in regular contact with Russian President Vladimir Putin since 2022. This, according to new reporting from the Wall Street Journal. Talks between the billionaire and Russia's leader were confirmed by several current and former U.S., European, and Russian officials. And Gordon Lubald with the Wall Street Journal joins us now. He's a foreign policy and national security reporter and contributed to this latest reporting. Gordon, what can you tell us about these discussions?
Yeah, thanks. What we learned through our reporting was that there have been a number of regular conversations between Elon Musk and Russian Vladimir Putin, and other Russian officials over the course of the last couple of years. And, the conversations are about a number of different things, to include kind of geopolitical situation, a topic that Elon Musk seems more and more interested in.
And the Journal obtained several statements on this story, apparently from the Kremlin spokesman. Dmitry Peskov said the only communication the Kremlin has had with Elon Musk over the years was over one telephone call in which he and Putin discussed space as well as current and future technologies. Apart from that, he said neither Putin nor Kremlin officials were holding regular conversations with Musk. We can also show this from the Pentagon. A spokesman said, "We do not comment on any individual security clearance, review, or status, or about personnel security policy matters in the context of reports about any individual's actions." Musk did not respond to requests for comments. But Gordon, I mean, obviously, you guys aren't going to put a story in the Wall Street Journal about this sort of thing. It was just one conversation.
Yeah. And there was, that one conversation was publicly known. Obviously, we're just reporting about a number of other conversations. The implications or whatever are that, Elon Musk obviously very heavily involved in Trump's campaign. To be clear, we have no evidence that Trump is asking Elon Musk to do his bidding with Vladimir Putin. But we know that Trump is very interested in cutting a deal to end the war in Ukraine. And so, it would stand to reason that there's some discussions along those lines, even though we're not suggesting that Trump is asking him to do that. And then there's all of Elon Musk's business interests in the region, including his Starlink system over Ukraine.
And I was just going to ask about that. You and your colleagues also report that Putin asked Musk not to activate his Starlink satellite internet service over Taiwan as a favor to Chinese leader Xi Jinping. What can you tell us about that? That is fascinating.
Right. So, the interesting thing about Musk's, Starlink system, which is owned by his company, as part of his company, SpaceX, is how uniquely capable it is to do these, provide these kinds of internet services. And so, the idea that Putin would ask Musk to do him a favor for on behalf of President Xi to turn the system off over Taiwan, which clearly China has some interest in potentially re-annexing, is obviously concerning if this one billionaire businessman has that much kind of control over these kinds of capabilities that are so crucial to essentially world stability.
All right. Well, Gordon Lubald, thank you very much for your time. Thanks for the reporting. As always, we appreciate it.
And new this morning, Elon Musk's super PAC has awarded 2 more $1 million prizes to registered voters, despite the Justice Department warning that those payments may be illegal. The new checks are the first since CNN had learned that DOJ sent a letter saying the sweepstakes may be violating election laws. CNN's Marshall Cohen has the very latest. Marshall, what are you learning about this?
Hey, good morning, Kate. Well, we've got a standoff now with the Justice Department on one side warning that this might be illegal, and Elon Musk's super PAC on the other side moving full speed ahead. So it's been a wild week. Let's remember how we got here. Go back to Saturday, Elon Musk campaigning in support of Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. He announced that he was going to give away $1 million each day to people who sign his petition in support of the Constitution. But if you look at the fine print on his super PAC's website, only registered voters in swing states are eligible to sign. That is the problem, because you cannot, according to federal law, connect the act of registration to cash incentives or prizes. And legal experts, and apparently the folks at the Justice Department as well, immediately drew some concerns, raised some objections. We reported on Wednesday that the Justice Department had sent that warning letter to the Musk super PAC. Musk's group did not name a winner on Wednesday, and that sort of raised a lot of eyebrows. Maybe they were shutting it down. But late last night, they announced 2 more winners, $1 million to registered voters in Michigan and Wisconsin. So it looks like they are moving forward with this program, even though they have been warned by federal law enforcement that it might be illegal.
And Marshall, there's also new data this morning about Elon Musk's huge spending on this election with his super PAC. What are you learning?
Yeah, so this money is being doled out by the super PAC, which is funded almost entirely by Elon Musk, the richest man in the world. We learned late last night, thanks to our colleague David Wright, who was checking all the FEC filings, that Elon Musk has plowed an additional $43 million this month into the super PAC, which is called America PAC. $43 million this month. Add that on top of the $75 million that he's already given, for a grand total of $118 million that Elon Musk is using to try to get Donald Trump back in the White House. A huge injection of cash from the wealthiest man in the world to try to re-elect Donald Trump.
All right, new this morning, Elon Musk, already the richest man in the world, just got a whole lot richer, at least on paper. Tesla saw its biggest one-day gain in more than a decade. It is now valued at $832 billion. He owns a big piece of that. CNN's Matt Egan is here.
John, yeah, epic day for Tesla and Elon Musk. Share price going to the moon after they reported blockbuster results. So up 22% for Tesla in one day. Best day in 11 years. Second best day since they went public back in 2010. So the market value went up by $150 billion.
That's with a B.
That's with a B. Some context, $150 billion. That's more than Nike is worth. And Tesla gained that much value in a single day. It's stunning. And as you mentioned, Elon Musk, the biggest shareholder. So his net worth went up by more than $33 billion. He was already the richest guy on the planet. And he's kind of running away with this thing right now because his net worth has surged to $270 billion. Well ahead of number 2 on that list, Amazon co-founder Jeff Bezos. Well ahead of Facebook co-founder Mark Zuckerberg, and all this coming, of course, as Musk has emerged as one of the most prolific backers to former President Donald Trump. Musk is clearly betting that his own business empire will be better off if Trump is back in the White House.
So what exactly happened with Tesla? Because I thought they'd been having some issues.
Yeah, they were definitely having some issues. The stock was actually down on the year ahead of this report, but everything turned around because they reported a much bigger than expected profit. A key measure of profitability unexpectedly surged because they've been able to cut the amount of money they have to spend when they build these cars. Also, the Cybertruck, that controversial, futuristic looking truck, that's actually profitable for Tesla for the first time, which is pretty significant. There's been a lot of recalls. Again, it looks sort of odd, but I know my kids are.
Bro, this Cybertruck is like, I'm not even gonna cap. This is from my mouth to God ears. I want a Cybertruck, okay? I do want a Cybertruck. I want it for me to have my beautiful daughter in the back seat, my wife in the front seat, just having a good time, bro. I like Cybertruck. I ain't gonna cap, bro.
Are big fans of the Cybertruck whenever we see them on the road. Another key thing that happened here is Elon Musk is projecting really strong growth for next year. So you put it all together, and Wall Street banks are scrambling to bump up their price targets on this stock. A veteran analyst, Dan Ives, he put it this way. He said Tesla delivered an early Christmas present for investors, an Aaron Judge-led quarter and guidance. When we zoom out, this stock is up something like 20,000% since it went public, although it's actually not as high as it was 3 years ago. And John, there are still some significant challenges here, right? There's still a lot of competition. There's a price war. Tesla's very reliant on car buyers in China. So, and don't forget, Elon Musk, his brand has become very associated with Trump, which could be a risk as well.
Matt Egan, great to see you. Thank you very much.
Elon is a legend, is one of the greatest innovators of our time. Some people would say after, what's his name? The Apple guy, Steve Jobs. The next person would be Elon Musk. You know, and some people would say after Steve Jobs, you would say Mark Zuckerberg, and then some people would say Elon. But I just know Elon Musk has changed everything for everybody. The cars, the rocket going to Mars, space. He is just absolutely legendary. Absolutely legendary.
That too many folks here in Georgia and across the country are struggling to pay the bills. We all know the price of everything from housing to health care to groceries is still too high.
Okay, former President Barack Obama made a major blunder and a gaffe campaigning for Kamala Harris, saying, yes, Americans nationwide are suffering from record high inflation under Biden-Harris. That has not come down. They have not fixed it. Trump is set to debut his new line this Sunday, Harris broke America, at his rally at Madison Square Garden. Let's bring back an evening edit favorite, Chicago voter, P. Ray Easley. P. Ray, we love to hear from you. When people see you, they sit up and take notice. What do you make of Obama here? Why didn't he speak out before about inflation still sticking way high under Biden and Harris? What do you think?
Right now, he's in cleanup mode. They have sent him out to jive with the tribe. That's why he has his accent going. And he just wants to come out and make people feel the nostalgia of how they felt during his initial campaign. And that time is over. We're done with that. They're just entertaining America at this point.
Okay, you know, we caught too that Obama also said health care is still too high. After Obamacare, hospitals and doctors and nurses say that swamped them in red tape. This is after Bill Clinton and Joe Biden also blundered telling the truth. P. Ray, just sit and listen to this. Watch.
You had a case in Georgia not very long ago, didn't you? They made an ad about a young woman who'd been killed by an immigrant. Yeah, well, if they'd all been properly vetted, that probably wouldn't have happened. But if they're all properly vetted and that doesn't happen, we got to lock him up.
Oh, really? Lock him up. Did you catch that, P. Ray? So Joe Biden said the quiet part out loud. Lock up in jail Donald Trump. That's what they've been trying to do. When you heard these blunders, Bill Clinton saying they're coming across unvetted, Obama saying inflation is still too high under Biden and Harris, Joe Biden saying lock up Trump, which is what he says they've been trying to do for years. How do voters react to all this?
We look at it as if this is a vendetta against the president and they're not working for the American people. They know exactly what's going on. They know that inflation is high. They know that health care is too expensive. They know that we have unvetted people coming across the border. But rather than solve those problems, their issue is maintaining power. Their issue is that they know that my Donnie, President Trump is the clear winner here, is to mentally trick and deceive the people into voting for them, again, in an emotional sense. But being hungry is emotional. Not being able to pay your bills is emotional. Yeah. Being afraid that your children may not come home. Those things are emotional. And so their desires to trick us are kind of overshadowed by our reality. And the reality is that the Harris-Biden administration is not working, and we do not want to continue this with the Harris-Walz administration.
Yeah, we keep hearing from voters like you, the far-left version of this Democrat Party, way out of touch, tone deaf with the American people. Axios reports more and more top Democrats are afraid Trump will win. Trump is now tied with Harris in the final New York Times Siena poll before this election. P. Ray, it's so interesting. By this point, Biden was up about 9 points. Hillary was up about 4 points in 2016. It looks like the polls are underestimating working and middle-class voters who really don't like to talk to both pollsters. P. Ray, sit tight. Listen to CNN polling analyst Harry Enton. Watch this.
Trump may win the popular vote, John. Everyone has been talking about this idea that Trump may win in the Electoral College, but Kamala Harris may win the popular vote. You mentioned that New York Times poll, a tie. That's actually right in the middle of the spectrum when we're talking about recent polling data. You don't have to look very far to find Donald Trump ahead nationally. He was up by 2 points in the CNBC poll, up by 3 in the Wall Street Journal poll. Very close races within the margin of error. Fact is, Donald Trump is very much in a position he could win the popular vote, which, of course, is something he would absolutely love to do.
P. Ray, win the popular vote. Take it away, P. Ray. Final word.
Donald Trump has already won. I want everybody to know that from sea to shining sea, that the American people are ready to put ourselves first. We don't have money, time, or energy to dedicate to this open border and the chaos that the Biden-Harris administration has pushed upon us. I invite everybody in America to join Chicago as we flip this country red and bring Donald Trump back to his proper place, which is 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. I also want to invite the president to please come to Chicago like you promised us. You are going to have the biggest party of your life if you come here, and please continue to support us at chicagored.org, because the work that we're doing here in Chicago is reverberating around the country as we make our country great again.
Okay.
You see, the momentum for this guy is at an all-time high right now. All-time high right now, people. All-time high right now. People that would generally not even think about coming out to say I support Trump are now coming out boldly to say, look, I support the 45th. And, this administration really caused it.
My lead source tonight is a billionaire businessman and investor. He has spent 2 years focusing on drug prices with his company Cost Plus Drugs. In addition, he, of course, stars on ABC's Shark Tank and is a vocal Harris supporter. Mark Cuban, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, Caitlin.
When you hear Donald Trump say that the United States has become the garbage can for the world as a dumping ground, I mean, just as someone who, you have such an amazing success story, what do you make of that comment?
I get mad. I get pissed off. I mean, this is our country. It's beautiful. We love it. I'm still part of the older generation, love it or leave it. And to say that we've become the garbage can is insulting to every single American.
When you look at your surrogacy for Harris, you've been out there stumping for her, making the argument for her. The New York Times called you the most surprising surrogate for her. You're someone who's known Donald Trump for a long time. You used to actually give him political advice. And I wonder, when you describe your relationship, I was looking at this today, in 2016, you said that you and Trump had a love-hate relationship. How would you describe that relationship now?
I mean, he truths about me on Truth Social, but we don't have a relationship. That's as close as we come. I haven't spoken to him since right before he left the White House.
What do you make of how he was when you knew him 15 years ago, 20 years ago, and the candidate that you do see out on the campaign trail today?
Yeah, I mean, the weave is on his head and in his mouth, and it's not working. He's slowed down. There's no question about it. Having known him for 25 years, early on in the early 2000s, you can have a legitimate conversation with him. It's just now it's talking point. And I just don't you can see he's declined. It's just reality. Father Time is undefeated. You can't be 78 years old and not expect some decline.
Do you think voters see it that way? I mean, obviously it was a major issue for Biden. He's not in this race anymore because of it. They don't see Trump the same way?
No, not at all. Because Trump never is intellectual about anything. You don't ever think of Donald Trump and think, wow, that was really an in-depth conversation he had with somebody. You don't think of Donald Trump and say, that was really nuanced in what he had to say about this position or his policy. You don't hear him talk in depth about policies at all. And so you can get by with just sound bites. You can get by with being loud and boisterous and salesy. And to some people, that comes across as being the right thing to do.
I mean, it comes across like that to a lot of people. We're looking at how close this race is. And, we had the town hall with Harris this week. We heard from voters saying, I want specifics from her. I want to know what my taxes are going to look like when I'm filing them in April if she's in the Oval Office. And just when you compare that, as it's now become this thing, people are focusing on the double standard that the both of them face. Trump's plan is tariffs, which,
don't work.
He likens to, or Harris likens to a Trump sales tax. And drill, baby, drill is what he told me at the town hall.
Going to work.
Well, also the U.S. is producing more oil right now than we ever have, which
neither
you don't
side
really talk about.
That's just the nature of the candidacy. Neither side gets into details because Kamala Harris came into this race 13 weeks ago in a deficit in awareness. Even Donald Trump said, who is Kamala Harris? Nobody knows who she is. So she spent the last 13 weeks letting people get to know her. It's tough to do that and to get into detail on policy. Donald Trump has been doing this for 9 years, and he still hasn't gotten into depth in policy.
But why do you think he's not punished for not having policy, but she is?
Well, it's like anything else. If you never do something,
not having details, I should say.
Yeah, it's like anything else. If you never do something, you're not expected to do it. If you hear policy and you hear analysis and you have somebody who's pragmatic and open-minded like Kamala Harris, then you expect more and you expect different things. We all have friends who aren't going to talk in depth about anything. Donald Trump's one of those people.
But listen to this one voter, because this isn't just a media, conversation that we're having or within the campaign. This voter, Pam Thistle, the other night, I was so struck by her, listening to her. She's a widow, and she was talking about, putting her kids through school, paying her bills. This is what she said about how she's making this decision.
Stop trashing each other. We don't care. Stop trashing Trump. Trump, stop trashing the vice president. We don't care. The voters don't care. We don't even know the people they're talking about, that this person said this and that. How does that impact the voters? That's who you're talking to. That's who you're serving. This feels like high school gossip. We don't care. We don't want to hear it.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning into the live show. I gotta go. It is currently 6:27 a.m. and that's the time. And today's date is the 26th of October, 2024. I gotta handle some other business, but you guys are the best. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. Believe in God. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Genesis is signing out. Thank you to all the moderators in the chat. Thank you to all the veterans in the chat. Thank you to everybody for tuning in. You guys are the best one more time. And your boy Genesis is going to be back tomorrow. I love you guys. God bless you.